CHAPTER XXIV. Of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 24. The Great Tower. When Wallace withdrew, Lady Mar, who had detained Murray, whispered to him, while a blush stained her cheek, that she should like to be present at the planting of the standard. Lord Mar declared his willingness to accompany her to the spot, and added, "I can be supported thither by the arm of Andrew." Murray hesitated. "It will be impossible for my aunt to go. The hall below and the ground before the tower are covered with slain." "Let them be cleared away," cried she, "for I cannot consent to be deprived of a spectacle so honorable to my country." Murray regarded the pitiless indifference with which she gave this order with amazement. "To do that, madam," said he, "is beyond my power. The whole ceremony of the colors would be completed long before I could clear the earth of half its bleeding load. I will seek a passage for you by some other way." Before the earl could make a remark, Murray had disappeared; and after exploring the lower part of the tower in unavailing search for a way, he met Sir Roger Kirkpatrick issuing from a small door, which, being in shadow, he had hitherto overlooked. It led through the ballium to the platform before the citadel. Lord Andrew returned to his uncle and aunt, and informing them of this discovery, gave his arm to Lord Mar, while Kirkpatrick led forward the agitated countess. At this moment the sun rose behind the purple summit of Ben Lomond. When they approached the citadel, Wallace and Sir Alexander Scrymgeour had just gained its summit. The standard of Edward was yet flying. Wallace looked at it for a moment, then, laying his hand on the staff, "Down, thou red dragon!" cried he, "and learn to bow before the Giver of all victory." Even while speaking he rent it from the roof, and casting it over the battlements, planted the Lion of Scotland in its stead. As its vast evolvements floated on the air, the cry of triumph, the loud clarion of honest triumph, burst from every heart, horn, and trumpet below. It was a shout that pierced the skies, and entered the soul of Wallace with a bliss which seemed a promise of immortality. "O God!" cried he, still grasping the staff, and looking up to heaven, "we got not this in possession through our own might, but thy right hand and the light of thy countenance overthrew the enemy. Thine the conquest, thine the glory." "Thus we consecrate the day to thee, power of heaven!" rejoined Scrymgeour; "and let this standard be thine own, and whithersoever we bear it, may we ever find it as the ark of our God." Wallace, feeling as if no eye looked on them but that of heaven, dropped on his knee, and rising again, took Sir Alexander by the hand. "My brave friend," said he, "we have here planted the tree of freedom in Scotland. Should I die in its defense, swear to bury me under its branches; swear that no enslaved grounds shall cover my remains." "I swear," cried Scrymgeour, laying his crossed hands upon the arm of Wallace, "I swear with a double vow, by the blood of my brave ancestors, whose valor gave me the name I bear, by the cross of St. Andrew, and by your valiant self, never to sheathe my sword while I have life in my body, until Scotland be entirely free." The colors fixed, Wallace and his brave colleague descended the tower, and perceiving the earl and countess, who sat on a stone bench at the end of the platform, approached them. The countess rose as the chiefs drew near. Lord Mar took his friend by the hand, with a gratulation in his eyes that was unutterable. His lady spoke, hardly conscious of what she said; and Wallace, after a few minutes' discourse, proposed to the earl to retire with Lady Mar into the citadel, where she would be more suitably lodged than in their late prison. Lord Mar was obeying this movement, when suddenly stopping, he exclaimed, "But where is that wondrous boy, your pilot over these perilous rocks? Let me give him a soldier's thanks." Happy at so grateful a demand, Wallace beckoned Edwin, who, just relieved from his guard, was standing at some distance. "Here," said he, "is my knight of 15; for last night he proved himself more worthy of his spurs than many a man who has received them from a king." "He shall wear those of a king," rejoined the Lord Mar, unbuckling from his feet a pair of golden spurs. "These were fastened on my heels by our great king, Alexander, at the battle of Largs. I had intended them for my only son, but the first knight in the cause of rescued Scotland is the son of my heart and my soul." As he spoke he would have pressed the young hero to his breast, but Edwin, trembling with emotion, slid down upon his knees, and clasping the earl's hand, said, in a hardly audible voice, "Receive and pardon the truant son of your sister Ruthven." "What!" exclaimed the veteran, "is it Edwin Ruthven that has brought me this weight of honor? Come to my arms, thou dearest child of my dearest Janet!" The uncle and nephew were folded in each other's embrace. Lady Mar wept, and Wallace, unable to bear the remembrance which such a scene pressed upon his heart, turned away toward the battlements. Edwin murmured a short explanation in the ear of his uncle, and then rising from his arms, with his beautiful face glittering like an April day in tears, allowed his gay cousin Murray to buckle the royal spurs on his feet. The rite over, he kissed Lord Andrew's hand in token of acknowledgment, and called on Sir William Wallace to bless the new honors conferred on his knight. Wallace turned toward Edwin, with a smile which partook more of heaven than of earth. "Have we not performed our mutual promises?" said he. "I brought you to the spot where you were to reveal your name, and you have declared it to me by the voice of glory. Come, then, my brother, let us leave your uncle awhile to seek his repose." As he spoke he bowed to the countess, and Edwin joyfully receiving his arm, they walked together toward the eastern postern. Agitated with the delightful surprise of thus meeting his favorite sister's son, whom he had never seen since his infancy, and exhausted by the variety of his late emotions, the earl speedily acquiesced in a proposal for rest, and leaning on Lord Andrew, proceeded to the citadel. The countess had other attractions. Lingering at the side of the rough knight of Torthorald, she looked back, and when she saw the object of her gaze disappear through the gates, she sighed, and turning to her conductor, walked by him in silence till they joined her husband in the hall of the keep. Murray led the way into the apartments lately occupied by De Valence. They were furnished with all the luxury of a Southron nobleman. Lady Mar cast her eyes around the splendid chamber, and seated herself on one of its tapestried couches. The earl, not marking whether it were silk or rushes, placed himself beside her. Murray drew a stool toward them, while Kirkpatrick, tired of his gallant duty, abruptly took his leave. "My dear Andrew," said the earl, "in the midst of this proud rejoicing, there is yet a canker at my heart. Tell me, that when my beloved Helen disappeared in the tumult at Bothwell, she was under your protection?" "She was," replied Murray, "and I thank the holy St. Fillan she is now in the sanctuary of his church." Murray then recounted to his relieved uncle every event, from the moment of his withdrawing behind the arras, to that of his confiding the English soldier with the iron box to the care of the prior. Lord Mar sighed heavily when he spoke of that mysterious casket. "Whatever it contained," said he, "it has drawn after it much evil and much good. The domestic peace of Wallace was ruined by it, and the spirit which now restores Scotland to herself was raised by his wrongs. But tell me," added he, "do you think my daughter safe, so near a garrison of the enemy?" "Surely, my lord," cried the countess, too well remembering the enthusiasm with which Helen had regarded even the unknown Wallace, "surely you would not bring that tender child into a scene like this? Rather send a messenger to convey her secretly to Thirlestan; at that distance she will be safe, and under the powerful protection of her grandfather." The earl acquiesced in her opinion, and saying he would consult with Wallace about the securest mode of travel for his daughter, again turned to Lord Andrew, to learn further of their late proceedings. But the countess, still uneasy, once more interrupted him. "Alas! my lord, what would you do? His generous zeal will offer to go in person for your daughter. We know not what dangers he might then incur, and surely the champion of Scotland is not to be thrown into peril for any domestic concern. If you really feel the weight of the evils into which you have plunged Sir William Wallace, do not increase it by even hinting to him the present subject of your anxiety." "My aunt is an oracle," resumed Murray. "Allow me to be the happy knight that is to bear the surrender of Dumbarton to my sweet cousin. Prevail on Wallace to remain in this garrison till I return, and then full tilt for the walls of old Stirling, and the downfall of Hughie Cressingham." Both the countess and the earl were pleased with this arrangement. The latter, by the persuasions of his nephew, retired into an inner chamber to repose, and the former desired Lord Andrew to inform Wallace that she should expect to be honored with his presence at noon to partake of such fare as the garrison afforded. On Murray's coming from the citadel, he learned that Wallace was gone toward the great tower. He followed him thither, and on issuing from the postern which led to that part of the rock, saw the chief standing with his helmet off, in the midst of the slain. "This is a sorry sight," said he to Murray, as he approached; "but it shall not long lie thus exposed. I have just ordered that these sad wrecks of human strife may be lowered into the Clyde. Its rushing stream will soon carry them to a quiet grave beneath yon peaceful sea." His own dead, amounting to no more than 15, were to be buried at the foot of the rock, a prisoner in the castle having described steps in the cliff by which the solemnity could easily be performed. "But why, my dear commander," cried Lord Andrew, "why do you take any thought about our enemies? Leave them where they are, and the eagles of our mountains will soon find them graves." "For shame, Murray," was the reply of Wallace; "they are dead, and our enemies no more. They are men like ourselves, and shall we deny them a place in that earth whence we all sprung? We war not with human nature; are we not rather the asserters of her rights?" "I know," replied Lord Andrew, blushing, "that I am often the asserter of my own folly, and I do not know how you will forgive my inconsiderate impertinence." "Because it was inconsiderate," replied Wallace. "Inhumanity is too stern a guest to live in such a breast as yours." "If I ever give her quarters," replied Murray, "I should most wofully disgrace the companions she must meet there. Next to the honor of fair Scotland, my cousin Helen is the goddess of my idolatry, and she would forswear my love and kindred, could she believe me capable of feeling otherwise than in unison with Sir William Wallace." Wallace looked toward him with a benign pleasure in his countenance. "Your fair cousin does me honor." "Ah, my noble friend," cried Murray, lowering his gay tone to one of softer expression, "if you knew all the goodness, all the nobleness that dwells in her gentle heart, you would indeed esteem her, you would love her as I do." The blood fled from the cheek of Wallace. "Not as you do, Murray. I can no more love a woman as you love her. Such scenes as these," cried he, turning to the mangled bodies which the men were now carrying away to the precipice of the Clyde, "have divorced woman's love from my heart. I am all my country's, or I am nothing." "Nothing!" reiterated Murray, laying his hand upon that of Wallace, as it rested upon the hilt of the sword on which he leaned. "Is the friend of mankind, the champion of Scotland, the beloved of 1,000 valuable hearts, nothing? Nay, art thou not the agent of Heaven, to be the scourge of a tyrant? Art thou not the deliverer of thy country?" Wallace turned his bright eye upon Murray with an expression of mingled feelings. "May I be all this, my friend, and Wallace must yet be happy. But speak not to me of love and woman; tell me not of those endearing qualities I have prized too tenderly, and which are now buried to me forever beneath the ashes of Ellerslie." "Not under the ashes of Ellerslie," cried Murray, "sleep the remains of your lovely wife." Wallace's penetrating eye turned quick upon him. Murray continued: "My cousin's pitying soul stretched itself toward them; by her directions they were brought from your oratory in the rock, and deposited with all holy rites in the cemetery at Bothwell." The glow that now animated the before chilled heart of Wallace overspread his face. His eyes spoke volumes of gratitude, his lips moved, but his feelings were too big for utterance; and fervently pressing the hand of Murray, to conceal emotions ready to shake his manhood, he turned away and walked toward the cliff. When all the slain were lowered to their last beds, a young priest, who came in the company of Scrymgeour, gave the funeral benediction both to the departed in the waves and those whom the shore had received. The rites over, Murray again drew near to Wallace, and delivered his aunt's message. "I shall obey her commands," returned he; "but first we must visit our wounded prisoners in the tower." Above 300 of them had been discovered amongst the dead. Murray gladly obeyed the impulse of his leader's arm, and followed by the chieftains returned from the late solemn duty, they entered the tower. Ireland welcomed Wallace with the intelligence that he hoped had succored friends instead of foes, for that most of the prisoners were poor Welsh peasants, whom Edward had torn from their mountains to serve in his legions, and a few Irish, who in the heat of blood and eagerness for adventure, had enlisted in his ranks. "I have shown to them," continued Ireland, "what fools they are to injure themselves in us. I told the Welsh they were clinching their own chains by assisting to extend the dominion of their conqueror, and I have convinced the Irish they were forging fetters for themselves by lending their help to enslave their brother nation, the free born Scots. They only require your presence, my lord, to forswear their former leaders, and to enlist under Scottish banners." "Thou art an able orator, my good Stephen," returned Wallace; "and whatever promises thou hast made to honest men in the name of Scotland, we are ready to ratify them. Is it not so?" added he, turning to Kirkpatrick and Scrymgeour. "All as you will," replied they in one voice. "Yes," added Kirkpatrick, "you were the first to rise for Scotland, and who but you has a right to command for her?" Ireland threw open the door which led into the hall, and there on the ground, on pallets of straw, lay most of the wounded Southrons. Some of their dimmed eyes had discerned their preserver, when he discovered them expiring on the rock; and on sight of him now, they uttered such a piercing cry of gratitude, that, surprised, he stood for a moment. In that moment 5 or 6 of the poor wounded wretches crawled to his feet. "Our friend, our preserver!" burst from their lips, as they kissed the edge of his plaid. "Not to me, not to me!" exclaimed Wallace. "I am a soldier like yourselves. I have only acted a soldier's part; but I am a soldier of freedom, you of a tyrant who seeks to enslave the world. This makes the difference between us; this lays you at my feet, when I would more willingly receive you into my arms as brothers in one generous cause." "We are yours!" was the answering exclamation of those who knelt, and of those who raised their feebler voices from their beds of straw. A few only remained silent. With many kind expressions of acceptance, Wallace disengaged himself from those who clung around him, and then moved toward the sick who seemed too ill to speak. While repeating the same consolatory language to them, he particularly observed an old man who was lying between 2 young ones, and still kept profound silence. His rough features were marked with many a scar, but there was a meek resignation in her face that powerfully struck Wallace. When the chief drew near, the veteran raised himself on his arm, and bowed his head with a respectful air. Wallace stopped. "You are an Englishman?" "I am, sir, and have no services to offer you. These 2 young men on each side of me are my sons. Their brother I lost last night in the conflict. To day, by your mercy, not only my life is preserved, but my 2 remaining children also. Yet I am an Englishman, and I cannot be grateful at the expense of my allegiance." "Nor would I require it of you," returned Wallace. "These brave Welsh and Irish were brought hither by the invader who subjugates their countries; they owe him no duty. But you are a free subject of England. He that is a tyrant over others can only be a king to you. He must be the guardian of your laws, the defender of your liberties, or his scepter falls. Having sworn to follow a sovereign so plighted, I am not severe enough to condemn you; because, misled by that phantom which he calls glory, you have suffered him to betray you into unjust conquests." "Once I have been so misled," returned the old man, "but I never will again. 50 years I have fought under the British standard, in Normandy and in Palestine, and now, in my old age, with 4 sons, I followed the armies of my sovereign into Scotland. My eldest I lost on the plains of Dunbar; my second fell last night, and my 2 youngest are now by my side. You have saved them and me; what can I do? Not, as your noble self says, forswear my country; but this I swear, and in the oath do you, my sons, join," as he spoke, they laid their crossed hands upon his, in token of assent, "never to lift an arm against Sir William Wallace, or the cause of injured Scotland." "To this we also subjoin," cried several other men, who comprised the whole of the English prisoners. "Noble people!" cried Wallace, "why have you not a king worthy of you?" "And yet," observed Kirkpatrick, in a surly tone, "Heselrigge was one of these people." Wallace turned upon him with a look of so tremendous a meaning, that, awed by an expression too mighty for him to comprehend, he fell back a few paces, muttering curses, but on whom could not be heard. "That man would arouse the tiger in our lion hearted chief," whispered Scrymgeour to Murray. "Ay," returned Lord Andrew, "but the royal spirit keeps the beast in awe. See how coweringly that bold spirit now bows before it." Wallace marked the impression his glance had made, but where he had struck, being unwilling to pierce also, he dispelled the thunder from his countenance, and once more looking on Sir Roger with frank serenity: "Come," said he, "my good knight. You must not be more tenacious for William Wallace than he is for himself. While he possesses such a zealous friend as Kirkpatrick of Torthorald, he need not now fear the arms of 1,000 Heselrigges." "No, nor of Edward's either!" cried Kirkpatrick, once more looking boldly up, and shaking his broad claymore. "My thistle has a point to sting all to death who would pass between this arm and my leader's breast." "May Heaven long preserve the valiant Wallace!" was the prayer of every feeble voice, as he left the hall to visit his own wounded in an upper chamber. The interview was short and satisfactory. "Ah, sir," cried one of them, "I cannot tell how it is, but when I see you I feel as if I beheld the very soul of my country, or its guardian angel, standing before me. A something I cannot describe, but it fills me with courage and comfort." "You see an honest Scot standing before you, my good Duncan," replied Wallace, "and that is no mean personage, for it is one who knows no use of his life but as it fulfills his duty to his country." "Oh, that the sound of that voice could penetrate to every ear in Scotland!" rejoined the soldier; "it would be more than the call of the trumpet to bring them to the field." "And from the summit of this rock many have already heard it, and more shall be so aroused," cried Murray, returning from the door to which one of his men had beckoned him. "Here is a man come to announce that Malcolm, Earl of Lennox, passing by the foot of this rock, saw the Scottish standard flying from its citadel, and, as overjoyed as amazed at the sight, he sends to request the confidence of being admitted." "Let me bring him hither," interrupted Kirkpatrick; "he is brave as the day, and will be a noble auxiliary." "Every true Scot must be welcome to these walls," returned Wallace. Kirkpatrick hastened from the tower to the northern side of the rock, at the foot of which stood the earl and his train. With all the pride of a freeman and a victor, Sir Roger descended the height. Lennox advanced to meet him. "What is it I see? Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, master of this citadel, and our king's colors flying from its towers! Where is the Earl de Valence? Where the English garrison?" "The English garrison," replied Kirkpatrick, "are now 1,200 men beneath the waters of the Clyde. De Valence is fled, and this fortress, manned with a few hardy Scots, shall sink into yon waves ere it again bear the English dragon on its walls." "And you, noble knight," cried Lennox, "have achieved all this? You are the dawn to a blessed day for Scotland." "No," replied Kirkpatrick, "I am but a follower of the man who has struck the blow. Sir William Wallace of Ellerslie is our chief, and with the power of his virtues he subdues not only friends, but enemies, to his command." He then exultingly narrated the happy events of the last 24 hours. The earl listened with wonder and joy. "What!" cried he, "so noble a plan for Scotland, and I ignorant of it? I, that have not waked day or night for many a month, without thinking or dreaming of some enterprise to free my country; and behold, it is achieved in a moment! I see the stroke as a bolt from heaven, and I pray Heaven it may light the sacrifice throughout the nation. Lead me, worthy knight, lead me to your chief, for he shall be mine too; he shall command Malcolm Lennox and all his clan." Kirkpatrick gladly turned to obey him, and they mounted the ascent together. Within the barbican gate stood Wallace, with Scrymgeour and Murray. The earl knew Scrymgeour well, having seen him often in the field as hereditary standard bearer of the kingdom. Of the persons of the others he was ignorant. "There is Wallace!" exclaimed Kirkpatrick. "Not one of those very young men?" interrogated the earl. "Even so," was the answer of the knight; "but his is the youth of the brave son of Ammon. Gray beards are glad to bow before his golden locks, for beneath them is wisdom." And as he spoke they entered the barbican, and Wallace, whom the penetrating eye of Lennox had already singled out for the chief, advanced to meet his guest. "Earl," said he, "you are welcome to Dumbarton Castle." "Bravest of my countrymen," returned Lennox, clasping him in his arms, "receive a soldier's embrace, receive the gratitude of a loyal heart, accept my service, my arms, my men, my all I devote to Scotland and the great cause." Wallace for a moment did not answer, but warmly straining the earl to his breast, said, as he released him, "Such support will give sinews to our power. A few months, and with the blessing of that arm which has already mowed down the ranks which opposed us, we shall see Scotland at liberty." "And may Heaven, brave Wallace," exclaimed Lennox, "grant us thine arm to wield his scythe! And how have you accomplished this? How have your few overthrown this English host?" "He strikes home when right points his sword," replied Wallace. The injuries of Scotland were my guide, and justice my companion. We feared nothing, for God was with us. We feared nothing, and in his might we conquered." "And shall yet conquer!" cried Lennox, kindling with the enthusiasm that blazed from the eyes of Wallace. "I feel the strength of our cause, and from this hour I devote myself to assert it, or to die." "Not to die, my noble lord," said Murray; "we have yet many an eve to dance over the buried fetters of Scotland; and as a beginning of our jollities, I must remind our leader that my aunt's board awaits him." Lord Lennox understood from this address it was the brave Murray who spoke to him; for he had heard sufficient from Sir Roger Kirkpatrick to explain how the Countess of Mar and her patriot husband came within those walls. The countess, having arrayed herself with all her powers to receive her deliverer, awaited the hour of his arrival with an emotion at her heart, which made it bound against her bosom, when she saw the object of her splendid toil advancing along the courtyard. All others were lost to her impatient eyes; and hastily rising from the window as the chiefs entered the porch, she crossed the room to meet them at the door. The Earl of Lennox stood amazed at sight of so much beauty and splendor in such a scene. Lady Mar had hardly attained her 35th year, but from the graces of her person, and the address with which she set forth all her charms, the enchanted gazer found it impossible to suppose her more than 3 or 4 and 20. Thus happily informed by nature, and habited in a suit of velvet, overlaid with cypress work of gold, blazing with jewels about her head, and her feet clad in silver fretted sandals, Lennox thought she looked more like some triumphant queen than a wife who had so lately shared captivity with an outlawed husband. Murray started at such unexpected magnificence in his aunt; but Wallace scarcely observed it was anything unusual, and bowing to her presented the Earl of Lennox. She smiled, and saying a few words of welcome to the earl, gave her hand to Wallace, to lead her back into the chamber. Lord Mar had risen from his seat, and leaning upon his sword, for his warlike arm refused any other staff, stood up upon their entrance. At sight of Lord Lennox he uttered an exclamation of glad surprise. Lennox embraced him. "I, too, am come to enlist under the banners of this young Leonidas." "God armeth the patriot," was all the reply that Mar made, while the big tears rolled over his cheek, and he shook him by the hand. "I have 400 stout Lennox men," continued the earl, "who by to morrow's eve shall be ready to follow our leader to the very borders." "Not so soon," interrupted the countess; "our deliverer needs repose." "I thank your benevolence, Lady Mar," returned Wallace; "but the issue of last night, and the sight of Lord Lennox this day, with the promise of so great a support, are such aliments that we must go forward." "Ay, to be sure," joined Kirkpatrick; "Dumbarton was not taken during our sleep, and if we stay loitering here, the devil that holds Stirling Castle may follow the scent of De Valence, and so I lose my prey." "What!" cried the countess, "and is my lord to be left again to his enemies? Sir William Wallace, I should have thought " "Everything, madam," rejoined he, "that is demonstrative of my devotion to your venerable lord; but with a brave garrison I hope you will consider him safe here, until a wider range of security be won, to enable you to retire to Braemar." As the apostrophe to Wallace, in the latter part of the countess's speech, had been addressed to himself in a rather low voice, his reply was made in a similar tone, so that Lord Mar did not hear any part of the answer, except the concluding words; but then he exclaimed, "Nay, my ever fearful Joanna, art thou making objections to keeping garrison here?" "I confess," replied Wallace, "that an armed citadel is not the most pleasant abode for a lady; but at present, excepting perhaps the church, it is the safest; and I would not advise your lady to remove hence until the plain be made as free as this mountain." The sewer now announced the board in the hall, and the countess, leading the way, reluctantly gave her hand to the Earl of Lennox. Lord Mar leaned on the arm of Wallace, who was followed by Edwin and the other chieftains. Chapter 25 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Scottish Chiefs, by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 25. The Citadel. During the repast, the countess often fixed her unrestrained gaze on the manly, yet youthful countenance of the heroic Wallace. His plumed helmet was now laid aside, and the heavy corselet unbuckled from his breast, disclosing the symmetry of his fine form, left its graceful movements to be displayed with advantage by the flexible folds of his simple tartan vest. Was it the formidable Wallace she looked on, bathed in the blood of Heselrigge, and breathing vengeance against the adherents of the tyrant Edward? It was, then, the enemy of her kinsmen of the house of Cummin. It was the man for whom her husband had embraced so many dangers. It was the man whom she had denounced to one of those kinsmen, and whom she had betrayed to the hazard of an ignominious death. But where now was the fierce rebel, the ruiner of her peace, the outlaw whom she had wished in his grave? The last idea was distraction. She could have fallen at his feet, and bathing them with her tears, have implored his pity and forgiveness. Even as the wish sprung in her mind, she asked herself, did he know all? Could he pardon such a weight of injuries? She cast her eyes with a wild expression upon his face. The mildness of heaven was there, and the peace, too, she might have thought, had not his eye carried a chastened sadness in its look, which told that something dire and sorrowful was buried deep within. It was a look that dissolved the soul which gazed on it. The countess felt her heart throb violently. At that moment Wallace addressed a few words to her, but she knew not what they were. Her soul was in tumults, and a mist passed over her sight, which for a moment seemed to wrap all her senses in a trance. The unconscious object of these emotions bowed to her inarticulate reply, supposing that the mingling voices of others had made him hear hers indistinctly. Lady Mar found her situation so strange, and her agitation so inexplicable, that feeling it impossible to remain longer without giving way to a burst of tears, she rose from her seat, and forcing a smile with her courtesy to the company, left the room. On gaining the upper apartment, she threw herself upon the nearest couch, and striking her breast, exclaimed, "What is this within me? How does my soul seem to pour itself out to this man? Oh, how does it extend itself, as if it would absorb his, even at my eyes! Only 12 hours, hardly 12 hours, have I seen this William Wallace, and yet my very being is now lost in his!" While thus speaking, she covered her face with her handkerchief, but no tears now started to be wiped away. The fire in her veins dried the source, and with burning blushes she rose from her seat. Fatal, fatal hour! Why didst thou come here, too infatuating Wallace, to rob me of my peace? Oh, why did I ever look on that face? Or rather, blessed saints!" cried she, clasping her hands in wild passion, "why did I ever shackle this hand? Why did I ever render such a sacrifice necessary? Wallace is now free. Had I been free? But wretch, wretch, wretch! I could tear out this betrayed heart; I could trample on that of the infatuated husband that made me such a slave." She gasped for breath, and again seating herself, reclined her beating temples against the couch. She was now silent; but thoughts not less intense, not less fraught with self reproach and anguish, occupied her mind. Should this god of her idolatry ever discover that it was her information which had sent Earl de Valence's men to surround him in the mountains; should he ever learn that at Bothwell she had betrayed the cause on which he had set his life, she felt that moment would be her last. For now, to sate her eyes with gazing on him, to hear the sound of his voice, to receive his smiles, seemed to her a joy she could only surrender with her existence. What then was the prospect of so soon losing him, even to crown himself with honor, but to her a living death? To defer his departure was all her study, all her hope; and fearful that his restless valor might urge him to accompany Murray in his intended convoy of Helen to the Tweed, she determined to persuade her nephew to set off without the knowledge of his general. She did not allow that it was the youthful beauty, and more lovely mind of her daughter in law which she feared. Even to herself she cloaked her alarm under the plausible excuse of care for the chieftain's safety. Composed by this mental arrangement, her disturbed features became smooth, and with even a sedate air she received her lord and his brave friends, when they soon after entered the chamber. But the object of her wishes did not appear. Wallace had taken Lord Lennox to view the dispositions of the fortress. Ill satisfied as she was with his prolonged absence, she did not fail to turn it to advantage; and while her lord and his friends were examining a draft of Scotland, which Wallace had sketched after she left the banqueting room, she took Lord Andrew aside to converse with him on the subject now nearest to her heart. "It certainly belongs to me alone, her kinsman and friend, to protect Helen to the Tweed, if there she must go," returned Murray. But, my good lady, I cannot comprehend why I am to lead my fair cousin such a pilgrimage. She is not afraid of heroes. You are safe in Dumbarton, and why not bring her here also?" "Not for worlds!" exclaimed the countess, thrown off her guard. Murray looked at her with surprise. It recalled her to self possession, and she resumed: "So lovely a creature in this castle would be a dangerous magnet. You must have known that it was the hope of obtaining her which attracted the Lord Soulis and Earl de Valence to Bothwell. The whole castle rung with the quarrel of these two lords upon her account, when you so fortunately effected her escape. Should it be known that she is here, the same fierce desire of obtaining her would give double incitement to De Valence to recover the place, and the consequences who can answer for?" By this argument Murray was persuaded to relinquish the idea of conveying Helen to Dumbarton; but remembering what Wallace had said respecting the safety of a religious sanctuary, he advised that she should be left at St. Fillan's till the cause of Scotland might be more firmly established. "Send a messenger to inform her of the rescue of Dumbarton, and of your and my uncle's health," continued he, "and that will be sufficient to make her happy." That she was not to be thrown in Wallace's way satisfied Lady Mar; and indifferent whether Helen's seclusion were under the Elladen tree or the Holy Rood, she approved Murray's decision. Relieved from apprehension, her face became again dressed in smiles, and with a bounding step she rose to welcome the re entrance of Wallace with the Earl of Lennox. Absorbed in one thought, every charm she possessed was directed to the same point. She played finely on the lute, and sung with all the grace of her country. What gentle heart was not to be affected by music? She determined it should be one of the spells by which she meant to attract Wallace. She took up one of the lutes, which with other musical instruments decorated the apartments of the luxurious De Valence, and touching it with exquisite delicacy, breathed the most pathetic air her memory could dictate. If on the heath she moved, her breast was whiter than the down of Canna; if on the sea beat shore, than the foam of the rolling ocean. Her eyes were two stars of light; her face was heaven's bow in showers; her dark hair flowed around it, like the streaming clouds. Thou wert the dweller of souls, white handed Strinadonna." Wallace rose from his chair, which had been placed near her. She had deigned that these tender words of the Bard of Morven should suggest to her hearer the observation of her own resembling beauties; but he saw in them only the lovely dweller of his own soul, and walking toward a window, stood there with his eyes fixed on the descending sun. "So hath set all my joys; so is life to me, a world without a sun, cold, cold and charmless." The countess vainly believed that some sensibility advantageous to her new passion had caused the agitation with which she saw him depart from her side; and intoxicated with the idea, she ran through many a melodious descant, till, toughing on the first strains of Thusa ha measg na railtun mor, she saw Wallace start from his contemplative position, and with a pale countenance leave the room. There was something in this abruptness which excited the alarm of the Earl of Lennox, who had also been listening to the songs. He rose instantly, and overtaking the chief at the threshold, inquired what was the matter. "Nothing," answered Wallace, forcing a smile, in which the agony of his mind was too truly imprinted; "but music displeased me." With this reply he disappeared. The excuse seemed strange, but it was true; for she whose notes were to him sweeter than the thrush, whose angel strains used to greet his morning and evening hours, was silent in the grave. He should no more see her white hand upon the lute; he should no more behold that bosom, brighter than foam upon the wave, to him. A soulless sound, or a direful knell, to recall the remembrance of all he had lost. Such were his thoughts, when the words of Thusa ha measg rung from Lady Mar's voice. Those were the strains which Halbert used to breathe from his heart, to call Marion to her nightly slumbers. Those were the strains with which that faithful servant had announced that she slept, to wake no more. What wonder, then, that Wallace fled from the apartment, and buried himself and his aroused grief amid the distant solitudes of the Beacon Hill. While looking over the shoulder of his uncle, on the station which Stirling held amid the Achill hills, Edwin had, at intervals, cast a sidelong glance upon the changing complexion of his commander; and no sooner did he see him hurry from the room, than, fearful of some disaster having befallen the garrison, which Wallace did not choose immediately to mention, he also stole out of the apartment. After seeking the object of his anxiety for a long time without avail, he was returning on his steps, when, attracted by the splendor of the moon silvering the Beacon Hill, he ascended, to once at least tread that acclivity in light which he had so miraculously passed in darkness. Scarce a zephyr framed the sleeping air. He moved on with a flying step, till a deep sigh arrested him. He stopped and listened. It was repeated again and again. He gently drew near, and saw a human figure reclining on the ground. The head of the apparent mourner was unbonneted, and the brightness of the moon shone on his polished forehead. Edwin thought the sound of those sighs was the same he had often heard from the object of his search. He walked forward. Again the figure sighed, but with a depth so full of piercing woe, that Edwin hesitated. A cloud had passed over the moon, but sailing off again, displayed to the anxious boy that he had indeed drawn very near his friend. "Who goes there?" exclaimed Wallace, starting on his feet. "You are Edwin," returned the youth. "I feared something wrong had happened, when I saw you look so sad, and leave the room abruptly." Wallace pressed his hand in silence. "Then some evil has befallen you?" inquired Edwin, in an agitated voice. "You do not speak." Wallace seated himself on a stone, and leaned his head upon the hilt of his sword. "No new evil has befallen me, Edwin; but there is such a thing as remembrance, that stabs deeper than the dagger's point." "What remembrance can wound you, my general? The Abbot of St. Columba has often told me that memory is a balm to every ill with the good; and have you not been good to all? The benefactor, the preserver of thousands! Surely, if man can be happy, it must be Sir William Wallace." "And so I am, my Edwin, when I contemplate the end. But in the interval, with all thy sweet philosophy, is it not written here that man was made to mourn?" He put his hand on his heart, and then, after a short pause, resumed: "Doubly I mourn, doubly am I bereaved; for had it not been for an enemy more fell than he who beguiled Adam of paradise, I might have been a father. I might have lived to have gloried in a son like thee. I might have seen my wedded angel clasp such a blessing to her bosom. But now both are cold in clay. These are the recollections which sometimes draw tears down thy leader's cheeks. And do not believe, brother of my soul," said he, pressing the now weeping Edwin to his breast, "that they disgrace his manhood. The Son of God wept over the tomb of his friend; and shall I deny a few tears, dropped in stealth, over the grave of my wife and child?" Edwin sobbed aloud. "No son could love you dearer than I do. Ah! let my duty, my affection, teach you to forget you have lost a child. I will replace all to you but your Marion; and her the pitying Son of Mary will restore to you in the kingdom of heaven." Wallace looked steadfastly at the young preacher. "Out of the mouths of babes we shall hear wisdom. Thine, dear Edwin, I will lay to heart. Thou shalt comfort me when my hermit soul shuts out all the world besides." "Then I am indeed your brother," cried the happy youth. "Admit me but to your heart, and no fraternal, no filial tie shall be more strongly linked than mine." "What tender affections I can spare from these resplendent regions," answered Wallace, pointing to the skies, "are thine. The fervors of my once ardent soul are Scotland's, or I die. But thou art too young, my brother," added he, interrupting himself, "to understand all his feelings, all the seeming contradictions of my contending heart." "Not so," answered Edwin, with a modest blush. "What was Lady Marion's, you now devote to Scotland. The blaze of those affections which were hers would consume your being, did you not pour it forth on your country. Were you not a patriot, grief would prey upon your life." "You have read me, Edwin," replied Wallace; "and that you may never love to idolatry, learn this also. Though Scotland lay in ruins, I was happy. I felt no captivity while in Marion's arms. Even oppression was forgotten when she made the sufferer's tears cease to flow. She absorbed my thoughts, my wishes, my life; and she was wrested from me that I might feel myself a slave; that the iron might enter into my soul, with which I was to pull down tyranny, and free my country. Mark the sacrifice, young man!" cried Wallace, starting on his feet. "It now even smokes, and the flames are here inextinguishable." He struck his hand upon his breast. "Never love as I have loved, and you will be a patriot without needing to taste my bitter cup." Edwin trembled; his tears were checked. "I can love no one better than I do you, my general; and is there any crime in that?" Wallace, in a moment, recovered from the transient wildness which had possessed him. "None, my Edwin," replied he. "The affections are never criminal but when by their excess they blind us to other duties. The offense of mine is judged, and I bow to the penalty. When that is paid, then may my ashes sleep in rescued Scotland. Then may the God of victory and of mercy grant that the seraph spirits of my wife and infant may meet my pardoned soul in paradise!" Edwin wept afresh. "Cease, dear boy," said he; "these presages are very comforting; they whisper that the path of glory leads thy brother to his home." As he spoke, he took the arm of the silent Edwin, whose sensibility locked up the powers of speech, and putting it through his, they descended the hill together. On the open ground before the great tower they were met by Murray. "I come to seek you," cried he; "we have had woe on woe in the citadel since you left it." "Nothing very calamitous," returned Wallace, "if we may guess by the merry aspect of the messenger." "Only a little whirlwind of my aunt's, in which we have had airs and showers enough to wet us through and blow us dry again." The conduct of the lady had been even more extravagant than her nephew chose to describe. After the knight's departure, when the chiefs entered into conversation respecting his future plans, and Lennox mentioned that when his men should arrive, for whom he had that evening dispatched Ker, it was Wallace's intention to march immediately for Stirling, whither, it could hardly be doubted, Aymer de Valence had fled. "I shall be left here," continued the earl, "to assist you, Lord Mar, in the severer duties attendant on being governor of this place." No sooner did these words reach the ears of the countess, than, struck with despair, she hastened toward her husband, and earnestly exclaimed, "You will not suffer this!" "No," returned the earl, mistaking her meaning; "not being able to perform the duties attendant on the responsibilities station with which Wallace would honor me, I shall relinquish it altogether to Lord Lennox, and be amply satisfied in finding myself under his protection." "Ah! where is protection without Sir William Wallace?" cried she. "If he go, our enemies will return. Who then will repel them from these walls? Who will defend your wife and only son from falling again into the hands of our doubly incensed foes?" Mar observed Lord Lennox color at this imputation on his bravery; and shocked at the affront which his unreflecting wife seemed to give so gallant a chief, he hastily replied, "Though this wounded arm cannot boast, yet the Earl of Lennox is an able representative of our commander." "I will die, madam," interrupted Lennox, "before anything hostile approaches you or your children." She attended slightly to this pledge, and again addressed her lord with fresh arguments for the detention of Wallace. Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, impatient under all this foolery, as he justly deemed it, abruptly said, "Be assured, fair lady, Israel's Samson was not brought into the world his duty better than allow himself to be tied to any nursery girdle in Christendom." The brave old earl was offended with this roughness; but ere he could so express himself, the object darted her own severe retort on Kirkpatrick, and then, turning to her husband with a hysterical sob, exclaimed, "It is well seen what will be my fate when Wallace is gone. Would he have stood by and beheld me thus insulted?" Distressed with shame at her conduct, and anxious to remove her fears, Lord Mar softly whispered her, and threw his arm about her waist. She thrust him from her. "You care not what may become of me, and my heart disdains your blandishments." Lennox rose in silence, and walked to the other end of the chamber. Sir Roger Kirkpatrick followed him, muttering, pretty audibly, his thanks to St. Andrew that he had never been yoked with a wife. Scrymgeour and Murray tried to allay the storm in her bosom by circumstantially detailing how the fortress must be equally safe under the care of Lennox as of Wallace; but they discoursed in vain; she was obstinate, and at last left the room in a passion of tears. On the return of Wallace, Lord Lennox advanced to meet him. "What shall we do?" said he. "Without you have the witchcraft of Hercules, and can be in two places at once, I fear we must either leave the rest of Scotland to fight for itself, or never restore peace to this castle." Wallace smiled; but before he could answer, Lady Mar, having heard his voice ascending the stairs, suddenly entered the room. She held her infant in her arms. Her air was composed, but her eyes yet shone in tears. At this sight, Lord Lennox, sufficiently disgusted with the lady, taking Murray by the arm, withdrew with him from the apartment. She approached Wallace. "You are come, my deliverer, to speak comfort to the mother of this poor babe. My cruel lord, here, and the Earl of Lennox, say you mean to abandon us in this castle?" "It cannot be abandoned," returned the chief, "while they are in it. But if so warlike a scene alarms you, would not a religious sanctuary " "Not for worlds!" cried she, interrupting him. "What altar is held sacred by the enemies of our country? Oh, wonder not, then," added she, putting her face to that of her child, "that I should wish this innocent babe never to be from under the wing of such a protector." "But that is impossible, Joanna," rejoined the earl. "Sir William Wallace has duties to perform superior to that of keeping watch over any private family. His presence is wanted in the field, and we should be traitors to the cause did we detain him." "Unfeeling Mar!" cried she, bursting into tears, "thus to echo the words of the barbarian Kirkpatrick! Thus to condemn us to die! You will see another tragedy, your own wife and child seized by the returning Southrons, and laid bleeding at your feet." Wallace walked from her much agitated. "Rather inhuman, Joanna," whispered Lord Mar to her in an angry voice, "to make such a reference to the presence of our protector. I cannot stay to listen to a pertinacity as insulting to the rest of our brave leaders as it is oppressive to Sir William Wallace. Edwin, you will come for me when your aunt consents to be guided by right reason." While yet speaking, he entered the passage that led to his own apartment. Lady Mar sat a few minutes silent. She was not to be warned from her determination by the displeasure of a husband whom she now regarded with the impatience of a bondwoman toward her taskmaster; and only solicitous to compass the detention of Sir William Wallace, she resolved, if he would not remain at the castle, to persuade him to conduct her himself to her husband's territories in the Isle of Bute. She could contrive to make the journey occupy more than one day; and for holding him longer, she would trust to chance and her own inventions. With these resolutions she looked up. Edwin was speaking to Wallace. "What does he tell you?" said she; "that my lord has left me in displeasure? Alas! he comprehends not a mother's anxiety for her sole remaining child. One of my sweet twins, my dear daughter, died on my being brought a prisoner to this horrid fortress; and to lose this also would be more than I could bear. Look at this babe!" cried she, holding it up to him; "let it plead to you for its life. Guard it, noble Wallace, whatever may become of me." The appeal of a mother made instant way to Sir William's heart. Even her weaknesses, did they point to anxiety respecting her offspring, were sacred with him. "What would you have me do, madam? If you fear to remain here, tell me where you think you would be safer, and I will be your conductor." She paused to repress the triumph with which this proposal filled her; and then, with downcast eyes, replied: "In the sea girt Bute stands Rothsay, a rude but strong castle of my lord's. It possesses nothing to attract the notice of the enemy, and there I might remain in perfect safety. Lord Mar may keep his station here until a general victory sends you, noble Wallace, to restore my child to its father." Wallace bowed his assent to her proposal; and Edwin, remembering the earl's injunction, inquired if he might inform him of what was decided. When he left the room, Lady Mar rose, and suddenly putting her son into the arms of Wallace, rose and said, "Let his sweet caresses thank you." Wallace trembled as he pressed its little mouth to his; and mistranslating this emotion, she dropped her face upon the infant's, and in affecting to kiss it, rested her head upon the bosom of the chief. There was something in this action more than maternal; it surprised and disconcerted Wallace. "Madam," said he, drawing back, and relinquishing the child, "I do not require any thanks for serving the wife and son of Lord Mar." At that moment the earl entered. Lady Mar flattered herself that the repelling action of Wallace, and his cold answer, had arisen from the expectation of this entrance; yet blushing with something like disappointment, she hastily uttered a few agitated words to inform her husband that Bute was to be her future sanctuary. Lord Mar approved it, and declared his determination to accompany her. "In my state I can be of little use here," said he; "my family will require protection, even in that seclusion; and therefore, leaving Lord Lennox sole governor of Dumbarton, I shall unquestionably attend them to Rothsay myself." This arrangement would break in upon the lonely conversations she had meditated to have with Wallace, and therefore the countess objected to the proposal. But none of her arguments being admitted by her lord, and as Wallace did not support them by a word, she was obliged to make a merit of necessity, and consent to her husband being their companion. Chapter 26. Of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 26. Renfrewshire. Toward evening the next day, Ker not only returned with the Earl of Lennox's men, but brought with them Sir Eustace Maxwell of Carlaverock, That brave knight happened to be in the neighbourhood the very same night in which De Valence fled before the arms of Wallace across the Clyde, and he no sooner saw the Scottish colours on the walls of Dumbarton, than, finding out who was their planter, his soul took fire, and stung with a generous ambition of equalling in glory his equal in years. He determined to assist, while he emulated the victor. To this end he traversed the adjoining country, striving to enlighten the understandings of the stupidly satisfied, and to excite the discontented to revolt. With most he failed. Some took upon them to lecture him on fishing in troubled waters, and warned him, if he would keep his head on his shoulders, to wear his yoke in peace. Others thought the project too arduous for men of small means. They wished well to the arms of Sir William Wallace, and should he continue successful, would watch the moment to aid him with all their little power. Those who had much property feared to risk its loss by embracing a doubtful struggle. Some were too great cowards to fight for the rights they would gladly regain by the exertions of others. And others again, who had families, shrunk from taking part in a cause which, should it fail, would put not only their lives in danger, but expose their offspring to the revenge of a resentful enemy. This was the best apology of any that had been offered. Natural affection was the pleader, and though blinded to its true interest, such weakness had an amiable source, and so was pardoned. But the other pleas were so basely selfish, so undeserving of anything but scorn, that Sir Eustace Maxwell could not forbear expressing it. "When Sir William Wallace is entering full sail, you will send your hirelings to tow him in, but if a plank could save him now, you would not throw it to him. I understand you, sirs, and shall trouble your patriotism no more." In short, none but 100 poor fellows whom outrages had rendered desperate, and a few brave spirits who would put all to the hazard for so good a cause, could be prevailed upon to hold themselves in readiness to obey Sir Eustace, when he should see the moment to conduct them to Sir William Wallace. He was trying his eloquence among the clan at Lennox, when Ker arriving, stamped his persuasions with truth, and above 500 men arranged themselves under their lord's standard. Maxwell gladly explained himself to Wallace's lieutenant, and summoning his little reserve, they marched with flying pennons through the town of Dunbarton. At sight of so much larger a power than they expected would venture to appear in arms, and sanctioned by the example of the Earl of Lennox, whose name held a great influence in those parts, several, who before had held back from doubting their own judgment, now came forward, and nearly 800 well appointed men marched into the fortress. So large a reinforcement was gratefully received by Wallace, and he welcomed Maxwell with a cordiality which inspired that young knight with an affection equal to his zeal. A council being held respecting the disposal of the new troops, it was decided that the Lennox men must remain with their earl in garrison, while those brought by Maxwell and under his command should follow Wallace in the prosecution of his conquests along with his own especial people. These preliminaries being arranged, the remainder of the day was dedicated to more mature deliberations, to the unfolding of the plan of warfare which Wallace had conceived. As he first sketched the general outline of his design, and then proceeded to the particulars of each military movement, he displayed such comprehensiveness of mind, such depths of penetration, clearness of apprehension, facility in expedients, promptitude in perceiving, and fixing on the most favorable points of attack, explaining their bearings upon the power of the enemy, and where the possession of such a castle would compel the neighboring ones to surrender, and where occupying the hills with bands of resolute Scots would be a more efficient bulwark than 1,000 towers, that Maxwell gazed on him with admiration, and Lennox with wonder. Mar had seen the power of his arms. Murray had already drunk the experience of a veteran from his genius; hence they were not surprised, on hearing that which filled strangers with amazement. Lennox gazed on his leader's youthful countenance, doubting whether he were really listening to military plans, great as general ever form, or were visited in vision by some heroic shade who offered to his sleeping fancy designs far vaster than his waking faculties could have conceived. He had thought that the young Wallace might have won Dumbarton by a bold stroke, and that when his invincible courage should be steered by graver heads, every success might be expected from his arms, and saw that when turned to any cause of policy, the Gordian knot of it he did unloose, familiar as his garter. He marveled, and said within himself, "Surely this man is born to be a sovereign." Maxwell, though equally astonished, was not so rapt. "You have made arms the study of your life?" inquired he. "It was the study of my earliest days," returned Wallace. But when Scotland lost her freedom, as the sword was not drawn in her defence, I looked not where it lay. I then studied the arts of peace. That is over, and now the passion of my soul revives. When the mind is bent on one object only, all becomes clear that leads to it. Zeal, in such cases, is almost genius." Soon after these observations, it was admitted that Wallace might attend Lord Mar and his family on the morrow to the Isle of Bute. When the dawn broke, he arose from his heather bed in the great tower, and having called forth 20 of the Bothwell men to escort their lord, he told Ireland he should expect to have a cheering account of the wounded on his return. "But to assure the poor fellows," rejoined the honest soldier, "that something of yourself still keeps watch over them, I pray you leave me the sturdy sword with which you won Dumbarton. It shall be hung up in their sight, and a good soldier's wound will heal by looking on it." This tower within the fortress of Dumbarton is still called Wallace's Tower, and a sword is shown there as the one that belonged to Wallace. Wallace smiled. "Were it our holy King David's, we might expect such a miracle. But you are welcome to it, and here let it remain till I take it hence. Meanwhile lend me yours, Stephen, for a truer never fought for Scotland." A glow of conscious valor flushed the cheek of the veteran. "There, my dear lord," said he, presenting it, "it will not dishonor your hand, for it cut down many a proud Norwegian on the field of Largs." Wallace took the sword, and turned to meet Murray with Edwin in the portal. When they reached the citadel, Lennox and all the officers in the garrison were assembled to bid their chief a short adieu. Wallace spoke to each separately, and then, approaching the countess, led her down the rock to the horses which were to convey them to the Frith of Clyde. Lord Mar, between Murray and Edwin, followed, and the servants and guard completed the suit. Being well mounted, they pleasantly pursued their way, avoiding all inhabited places, and resting in the deepest recesses of the hills. Lord Mar proposed traveling all night, but at the close of the evening his countess complained of fatigue, declaring she could not advance further than the eastern bank of the river Cart. No shelter appeared in sight, except a thick and extensive wood of hazels; but the air being mild, and the lady declaring her inability of moving on, Lord Mar at last became reconciled to his wife and son passing the night with no other canopy than the trees. Wallace ordered cloaks to be spread on the ground for the countess and her women, and seeing them laid to rest, planted his men to keep guard round the circle. The moon had sunk in the west before the whole of his little camp were asleep, but when all seemed composed, he wandered forth by the dim light of the stars to view the surrounding country, a country he had so often traversed in his boyish days. A little onward, in green Renfrewshire, lay the lands of his father, but that Ellerslie of his ancestors, like his own Ellerslie of Clydesdale, his country's enemies had levelled with the ground. He turned in anguish of heart toward the south, for there less racking remembrances hovered over the distant hills. Leaning on the shattered stump of an old tree, he fixed his eyes on the far-stretching plain, which alone seemed to divide him from the venerable Sir Ronald Crawford and his youthful haunts at Ayr. Full of thoughts of her who used to share those happy scenes, he heard a sigh behind him. He turned round, and beheld a female figure disappear among the trees. He stood motionless; again it met his view; it seemed to approach. A strange emotion stirred within him. When he last passed these borders, he was bringing his bride from Ayr. What then was this ethereal visitant? The silver light of the stars was not brighter than its airy robes, which floated in the wind. His heart paused; it beat violently; still the figure advanced. Lost in the wilderness of his imagination, he exclaimed, "Marion!" and darted forward, as if to rush into her embrace. But it fled, and again vanished. He dropped upon the ground in speechless disappointment. "'Tis false!" cried he, recovering from his first expectation. "'Tis a phantom of my own creating. The pure spirit of Marion would never fly from me; I loved her too well. She would not thus redouble my grief. But I shall go to thee, wife of my soul," cried he, "and that is comfort. Balm indeed is the Christian's hope." Such were his words, such were his thoughts, till the coldness of the hour and the exhaustion of nature putting a friendly seal upon his senses, he sunk upon the bank and fell into a profound sleep. When he awoke, the lark was caroling above his head. and to his surprise he found a plaid was laid over him. He threw it off, and beheld Edwin seated at his feet. "This has been your doing, my kind brother," said he, "but how came you to discover me?" "I missed you when the dawn broke, and at last found you here, sleeping under the dew." "And has none else been astir?" inquired Wallace, thinking of the figure he had seen. "None that I know of. All were fast asleep when I left the party." Wallace began to fancy that he had been laboring under the impressions of some powerful dream, and saying no more, he returned to the wood. Finding everybody ready, he took his station, and setting forth, all proceeded cheerfully, though slowly, through the delightful valleys of Barrachan. By sunset they arrived at the point of embarkation. The journey ought to have been performed in half the time, but the countess petitioned for long rests, a compliance with which the younger part of the cavalcade conceded with reluctance. Chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 27. The Firth of Clyde. At Gourock, Murray engaged two small vessels, one for the earl and countess, with Wallace as their escort; the other for himself and Edwin to follow with a few of the men. It was a fine evening, and they embarked with everything in their favor. The boatmen calculated on reaching Bute in a few hours; but ere they had been half an hour at sea, the wind, veering about, obliged them to woo its breezes by a traversing motion, which, though it lengthened their voyage, increased its pleasantness by carrying them often within near views of the ever varying shores. Sailing under a side wind, they beheld the huge irregular rocks of Dunoon, overhanging the ocean, while from their projecting brows hung every shrub which can live in that saline atmosphere. "There," whispered Lady Mar, gently inclining toward Wallace, "might the beautiful mermaid of Corie Vrekin keep her court. Observe how magnificently those arching cliffs overhang the hollows, and how richly they are studded with shells and sea flowers." No flower of the field or of the ocean that came within the ken of Wallace wasted its sweetness unadmired. He assented to the remarks of Lady Mar, who continued to expatiate on the beauties of the shores which they passed; and thus the hours flew pleasantly away, till, turning the southern point of the Cowal Mountains, the scene suddenly changed. The wind, which had gradually been rising, blew a violent gale from that part of the coast; and the sea, being pent between the rocks which skirt the continent and the northern side of Bute, became so boisterous, that the boatmen began to think they should be driven upon the rocks of the island, instead of reaching its bay. Wallace tore down the sails, and laying his nervous arms to the oar, assisted to keep the vessel off the breakers, against which the waves were driving her. The sky collected into a gloom; and while the teeming clouds seemed descending even to rest upon the cracking masts, the swelling of the ocean threatened to heave her up into their very bosoms. Lady Mar looked with affright at the gathering tempest, and with difficulty was persuaded to retire under the shelter of a little awning. The earl forgot his debility in the general terror, and tried to reassure the boatmen. But a tremendous sweep of the gale, driving the vessel far across the head of Bute, shot her past the mouth of Loch Fyne, toward the perilous rocks of Arran. "Here our destruction is certain!" cried the master of the bark, at the same time confessing his ignorance of the navigation on this side of the island. Lord Mar, seizing the helm from the stupefied master, called to Wallace: "While you keep the men to their duty," cried he, "I will steer." The earl being perfectly acquainted with the coast, Wallace gladly saw the helm in his hand. But he had scarcely stepped forward himself to give some necessary directions, when a heavy sea, breaking over the deck, carried two of the poor mariners overboard. Wallace instantly threw out a couple of ropes. Then, amidst a spray so blinding that the vessel appeared in a cloud, and while buffeted on each side by the raging of waves, which seemed contending to tear her to pieces, she lay to for a few minutes, to rescue the men from the yawning gulf. One caught a rope and was saved, but the other was seen no more. Again the bark was set loose to the current. Wallace, now with two rowers only, applied his whole strength to their aid. The master and the third man were employed in the unceasing toil of laying out the accumulating water. While the anxious chief tugged at the oar, and watched the thousand embattled cliffs which threatened destruction, his eye looked for the vessel that contained his friends. But the liquid mountains which rolled around him prevented all view; and with hardly a hope of seeing them again, he pursued his attempt to preserve the lives of those committed to his care. All this while Lady Mar lay in a state of stupefaction. Having fainted at the first alarm of danger, she had fallen from swoon to swoon, and now remained almost insensible upon the bosom of her maids. In a moment the vessel struck with a great shock, and the next instant it seemed to move with a velocity incredible. "The whirlpool! The whirlpool!" resounded from every lip. But again the rapid motion was suddenly checked, and the women, fancying they had struck on the Brechin rock, shrieked aloud. The cry, and the terrified words which accompanied it, aroused Lady Mar. She started from her trance, and, while the confusion redoubled, rushed toward the dreadful scene. The mountainous waves and lowering clouds, borne forward by the blast, anticipated the dreariness of night. The last rays of the setting sun had long passed away, and the deep shadows of the driving heavens cast the whole into a gloom even more terrific than absolute darkness; while the high and beetling rocks, towering aloft in precipitous walls, mocked the hopes of the sea beaten mariner, should he even buffet the waters to reach their base; and the jagged shingles, deeply shelving beneath the waves, or projecting their pointed summits upward, showed the crew where the rugged death would meet them. A little onward, a thousand massy fragments, rent by former tempests from their parent cliffs, lay at the foundations of the immense acclivities which faced the cause of their present alarm, a whirlpool almost as terrific as that of Scarba. The moment the powerful blast drove the vessel within the influence of the outward edge of the first circle of the vortex, Wallace leaped from the deck on the rocks, and, with the same rope in his hand with which he had saved the life of the seaman, he called to the two men to follow him, who yet held similar ropes, fastened like his own to the prow of the vessel; and being obeyed, they strove by towing it along, to stem the suction of the current. It was at this instant that Lady Mar rushed forward upon deck. "In for your life, Joanna!" exclaimed the earl. She answered him not, but looked wildly around her. Nowhere could she see Wallace. "Have I drowned him?" cried she, in a voice of frenzy, and striking the women from her who would have held her back; "let me clasp him, even in the deep waters!" Happily, the earl lost the last sentence in the roaring of the storm. "Wallace! Wallace!" cried she, wringing her hands, and still struggling with her women. At that moment a huge wave, sinking before her, discovered the object of her fears, straining along the surface of a rock, and followed by the men in the same laborious task, tugging forward the ropes to which the bark was attached. She gazed at them with wonder and affright; for, notwithstanding the beating of the elements, which seeming to find their breasts of iron, and their feet armed with some preternatural adhesion to the cliff, they continued to bear resolutely onward. Fortunately, they did not now labor against the wind. Sometimes they pressed forward on the level edge of the rock; then a yawning chasm forced them to leap from cliff to cliff, or to spring on some more elevated projection. Thus, contending with the vortex and the storm, they at last arrived at the doubling of Cuchran rock, the point that was clear to them of this minor Corrie Vrekin. But at that crisis the rope which Wallace held broke, and with the shock he fell backward into the sea. The foremost man uttered a dreadful cry; but ere it could be echoed by his fellows, Wallace had risen above the waves, and beating their whelming waters with his invincible arm, soon gained the vessel and jumped upon the deck. The point was doubled; but the next moment the vessel struck, and in a manner that left no hope of getting her off. All must take to the water or perish, for the second shock would scatter her piecemeal. Again Lady Mar appeared. At sight of Wallace she forgot everything but him, and perhaps would have thrown herself into his arms, had not the anxious earl caught her in his own. "Are we to die?" cried she to Wallace, in a voice of horror. "I trust that God has decreed otherwise," was his reply. "Compose yourself; all may yet be well." Lord Mar, from his yet unhealed wounds, could not swim. Wallace therefore tore up the benches of the rowers, and binding them into the form of a small raft, made it the vehicle for the earl and countess, with her two maids and the child. While the men were towing it, and buffeting it through the breakers, he too threw himself into the sea to swim by its side, and be in readiness in case of accident. Having gained the shore, or rather the broken rocks, that lie at the foot of the stupendous crags which surround the Isle of Arran, Wallace and his sturdy assistants conveyed the countess and her terrified women up their acclivities. Fortunately for the shipwrecked voyagers, though the wind raged, its violence was of some advantage, for it nearly cleared the heaven of clouds, and allowed the moon to send forth her guiding light. By her lamp one of the men discovered the mouth of a cavern, where Wallace gladly sheltered his dripping charges. The child, whom he had guarded in his own arms during the difficult ascent, he now laid on the bosom of its mother. Lady Mar kissed the hand that relinquished it, and gave way to a flood of grateful tears. The earl, as he sunk almost powerless against the side of the cave, yet had strength enough to press Wallace to his heart. "Ever preserver of me and mine!" cried he, "how must I bless thee! My wife, my child " "Have been saved to you, my friend," interrupted Wallace, "by the presiding care of Him who walked the waves. Without His especial arm, we must all have perished in this awful night; therefore let our thanksgiving be directed to Him alone." "So be it!" returned the earl; and dropping on his knees, he breathed forth so pathetic and sublime a prayer of thanks, that the countess trembled, and bent her head upon the bosom of her child. She could not utter the solemn Amen, that was repeated by every voice in the cave. Her unhappy infatuation saw no higher power in this great preservation than the hand of the man she adored. She felt that guilt was cherished in her heart, and she could not lift her eyes to join with those who, with the boldness of innocence, called on Heaven to attest the sanctity of their vows. Sleep soon sealed every weary eye, excepting those of Wallace. A racking anxiety respecting the fate of the other vessel, in which were the brave men of Bothwell and his two dear friends, filled his mind with dreadful forebodings that they had not outlived the storm. Sometimes, when wearied nature for a few minutes sunk into slumber, he would start, grief struck, from the body of Edwin floating on the briny flood; and as he awoke, a cold despondence would tell him that his dream was, perhaps, too true. "Oh, I love thee, Edwin!" exclaimed he to himself; "and if my devoted heart was to be separated from all but a patriot's love, why did I think of loving thee? Must thou, too, die, that Scotland may have no rival, that Wallace may feel himself quite alone?" Thus he sat musing, and listening with many a sigh to the yelling gusts of wind, and louder roaring of the water. At last the former gradually subsided, and the latter, obeying the retreating ride, rolled away in hoarse murmurs. Morning began to dawn, and spreading upon the mountains of the opposite shore, shed a soft light over their misty sides. All was tranquil and full of beauty. That element, which so lately in its rage had threatened to engulf them all, now flowed by the rocks at the foot of the cave in gentle undulations; and where the spiral cliffs gave a little resistance, the rays of the rising sun, striking on the bursting waves, turned their vapory showers into dropping gems. While his companions were still wrapped in sleep, Wallace stole away to seek some knowledge respecting the part of the Isle of Arran on which they were cast. Close by the mouth of the cave he discovered a cleft in the rock, into which he turned, and finding the upward footing sufficiently secure, clambered to the summit. Looking around, he found himself at the skirt of a chain of high hills, which seemed to stretch from side to side over the island, while their tops, in Alpine succession, rose in a thousand grotesque and pinnacled forms. The ptarmigan and capercailzie were screaming from those upper regions, and the nimble roes, with their fawns, bounding through the green defiles below. No trace of human habitation appeared; but from the size and known population of the island, he knew he could not be far from inhabitants; and thinking it best to send the boatmen in search of them, he retraced his steps. The morning vapors were fast rolling their snowy wreaths down the opposite mountains, whose heads, shining in resplendent purple, seemed to view themselves in the bright reflections of the now smooth sea. Nature, like a proud conqueror, appeared to have put on a triumphal garb, in exultation of the devastation she had committed the night before. Wallace shuddered, as the parallel occurred to his mind, and turned from the scene. On re entering the cave he dispatched the seamen, and disposed himself to watch by the sides of his still sleeping friends. An hour hardly had elapsed before his men returned, bringing with them a large boat and its proprietor. But, alas! no tidings of Murray and Edwin, whom he had hoped might have been driven somewhere on the island. In bringing the boat round to the creek under the rock, the men discovered that the sea had driven their wreck between two projecting rocks, where it now lay wedged. Though ruined as a vessel, sufficient held together to warrant their exertions to save the property. Accordingly they entered it, and thence drew most of the valuables which belonged to Lord Mar. While this was doing, Wallace reascended to the cave, and finding the earl awake, told him that a boat was ready for their re embarkation. "But where, my friend, are my nephews?" inquired he. "Alas! has this fatal expedition robbed me of them?" Wallace tried to inspire him with a hope he scarcely dare credit himself, that they had been saved on some more distant shore. The voices of the chiefs awakened the women, but the countess still slept. Aware that she would resist trusting herself to the waves again, Lord Mar desired that she might be moved on board without disturbing her. This was readily done, the men having only to take up the extremities of the plaid into the boat. The earl received her head on his bosom. All were then on board; the rowers struck their oars, and once more the little party found themselves launched upon the sea. While they were yet midway between the isles, with a bright sun playing its sparkling beams upon the gently rippling waves, the countess, heaving a deep sigh, slowly opened her eyes. All around glared with the light of day; she felt the motion of the boat, and raising her head saw that she was again embarked on the treacherous element on which she had lately experienced so many terrors. She grew deadly pale, and grasped her husband's hand. "My dear Joanna," cried he, "be not alarmed; we are all safe." "And Sir William Wallace has left us?" demanded she. "No, madam," answered a voice from the steerage; "not till this party is safe at Bute do I quit it." She looked round with a grateful smile. "Ever generous! How could I for a moment doubt our preserver?" Wallace bowed, but remained silent; and they passed calmly along till the vessel came in sight of a birling, which, bounding over the waves, was presently so near the earls that the figures in each could be distinctly seen. In it the chiefs, to their rapturous surprise, beheld Murray and Edwin. The latter, with a cry of joy, leaped into the sea; the next instant he was over the boat's side, and clasped in the arms of Wallace. Real transport, true happiness, now dilated the heart of the before desponding chief. He pressed the dear boy again and again to his bosom, and kissed his white forehead with all the rapture of the fondest brother. "Thank God! Thank God!" was all that Edwin could say; while at every effort to tear himself from Wallace, to congratulate his uncle on his safety, his heart overflowing toward his friend, opened afresh, and he clung the closer to his breast; till at last, exhausted with happiness, the little hero of Dumbarton gave way to the sensibility of his tender age, and the chief felt his bosom wet with the joy drawn tears of his youthful banneret. While this was passing, the birling had drawn close to the boat; and Murray, shaking hands with his uncle and aunt, exclaimed to Wallace, "That urchin is such a monopolizer, I see you have not a greeting for any one else." On this Edwin raised his face, and turned to the affectionate welcomes of Lord Mar. Wallace stretched out his hand to the ever gay Lord Andrew, and inviting him into the boat, soon learned that on the portentous beginning of the storm, Murray's company made directly to the nearest creek in Bute, being better seamen than Wallace's helmsman, who, until danger stopped him, had foolishly continued to aim for Rothsay. By this prudence, without having been in much peril, or sustained any fatigue, Murray's party had landed safely. The night came on dark and treacherous; but not doubting that the earl's rowers had carried him into a similar haven, the young chief and his companion kept themselves very easy in a fisher's hut till morning. At an early hour, they then put themselves at the head of the Bothwell men, and expecting they should come up with Wallace and his party at Rothsay, walked over to the castle. Their consternation was unutterable when they found that Lord Mar was not there, threw themselves into a birling, to seek their friends upon the seas; and when they did espy them, the joy of Edwin was so great, that not even the unfathomable gulf could stop him from flying to the embrace of his friend. While mutual felicitations passed, the boats, now nearly side by side, reached the shore; and the seamen, jumping on the rocks, moored their vessels under the projecting towers of Rothsay. The old steward hastened to receive a master who had not blessed his aged eyes for many a year; a master who had the infant in his arms that was to be the future representative of the house of Mar. He wept aloud. The earl spoke to him affectionately, and then walked on with Edwin, whom he called to support him up the bank. Murray led the countess out of the boat; while the Bothwell men so thronged about Wallace, congratulating themselves on his safety, that she saw there was no hope of his arm being then offered to her. Having entered the castle, the steward led them into a room, in which he had spread a plentiful repast. Here Murray, having recounted the adventures of his voyage, called for a history of what had befallen his friends. The earl gladly took up the tale, and with many a glance of gratitude to Wallace, narrated the perilous events of their shipwreck, and providential preservation on the Isle of Arran. Happiness now seemed to have shed her heavenly influence over every bosom. All hearts owned the grateful effects of the late rescue. The rapturous joy of Edwin burst into a thousand sallies of ardent and luxurious imagination. The high spirits of Murray turned every transient subject into a mirth moving jest. The veteran earl seemed restored to health and to youth; and Wallace felt the sun of consolation expanding in his bosom. He had met a heart, though a young one, on which his soul might repose; that dear selected brother of his affection was saved from the whelming waves; and all his superstitious dreams of a mysterious doom vanished before this manifestation of heavenly goodness. His friend, too, the gallant Murray, was spared. How many subjects had he for unmurmuring gratitude! And with an unclouded brow and a happy spirit, he yielded to the impulse of the scene. He smiled, and with an endearing graciousness, listened to every fond speaker, while his own ingenuous replies bespoke the treasure of love which sorrow, in her cruelest aspect, had locked within his heart. The complacency with which he regarded every one, the pouring out of his beneficent spirit, which seemed to embrace all, like his dearest kindred, turned every eye and heart toward him, as to the source of every bliss; as to a being who seemed made to love, and to be loved by every one. Lady Mar looked at him, listened to him, with her rapt soul seated in her eyes. In his presence all was transport. But when he withdrew for the night, what was then the state of her feelings? The overflowing of heart he felt for all, she appropriated solely for herself. The sweetness of his voice, the unutterable expression of his countenance, while as he spoke he veiled his eyes under their long brown lashes, had raised such vague hopes in her bosom, that he being gone, she hastened her adieus to the rest, eager to retire to bed, and there uninterruptedly muse on the happiness of having at last touched the heart of a man for whom she would resign the world. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 28. Isle of Bute. The morning would have brought annihilation to the countess's new fledged hopes, had not Murray been the first to meet her as she came from her chamber. While walking on the cliffs at some distance from the castle, to observe the weather, he met Wallace and Edwin. They had already been across the valley to the haven, and ordered a boat round, to convey them back to Gourock. "Postpone your flight, for pity's sake!" cried Murray, "if you would not, by discourtesy, destroy what your gallantry has preserved." He then told them that Lady Mar was preparing a feast in the glen behind the castle; "and if you do not stay to partake it," added he, "we may expect all the witches in the isle will be bribed to sink us before we reach the shore." After this the general meeting of the morning was not less cordial than the separation of the night before; and when Lady Mar withdrew to give orders for her rural banquet, the time was seized by the earl for the arrangement of matters of more consequence. In a private conversation with Murray the preceding evening, he had learned that, just before the party left Dumbarton, a letter had been sent to Helen at St. Fillan's, informing her of the taking of the castle, and of the safety of her friends. This having satisfied the earl, he did not advert to her at all in his present discourse with Wallace, but rather avoided encumbering his occupied mind with anything but the one great theme. While the earl and his friends were marshaling armies, taking towns, and storming castles, the countess, intent on other conquests, was meaning to beguile and destroy that manly spirit by soft delights, which a continuance in war's rugged scenes, she thought, was too likely to render invulnerable. When her lord and his guests were summoned to the feast, she met them at the mouth of the glen. Having tried the effect of splendor, she now left all to the power of her natural charms, and appeared simply clad in her favorite green. Morag, the pretty grandchild of the steward, walked beside her, like the fairy queen of the scene, so gayly was she decorated in all the flowers of spring. "Here is the lady of my elfin revels, holding her little king in her arms." As the countess spoke, Morag held up the infant to Lady Mar, dressed like herself, in a tissue gathered from the field. The sweet babe laughed and crowed, and made a spring to leap into Wallace's arms. The chief took him, and, with an affectionate smile, pressed his little cheek to his. Though he had felt the repugnance of a delicate mind, and the shuddering of a man who held his person consecrated to the memory of the only woman he had ever loved; though he had felt these sentiments mingle into an abhorrence of the countess, when she allowed her head to drop on his breast in the citadel, charging her to himself with anything designedly immodest, he had certainly avoided her; yet since the wreck, the danger she had escaped, the general joy of all meeting again, had wiped away even the remembrance of his former cause of dislike; and he now sat by her as by a sister, fondling her child, although at every sweet caress it reminded him of what might have been his, of hopes lost to him for ever. The repast over, the piper of the adjacent cottages appeared, and placing himself on a projecting rock, at the carol of his merry instrument, the young peasants of both sexes jocundly came forward and began to dance. At this sight Edwin seized the little hand of Morag, while Lord Andrew called a pretty lass from amongst the rustics, and joined the group. The happy earl, with many a hearty laugh, enjoyed the jollity of his people; and while the steward stood at his lord's back, describing whose sons and daughters passed before him in the reel, Mar remembered their parents, their fathers, once his companions in the chase or on the wave, and their mothers, the pretty maidens he had used to pursue over the hills in the merry time of shealing. Lady Mar watched the countenance of Wallace as he looked upon the joyous group; it was placid, and a soft complacency illuminated his eye. How different was the expression in hers, had he marked it! All within her was in tumult, and the characters were but too legibly imprinted on her face. But he did not look on her; for the child, whom the perfume of the flowers overpowered, began to cry. He rose, and having resigned it to the nurse, turned into a narrow vista of trees, where he walked slowly on, unconscious whither he went. Lady Mar, with an eager though almost aimless haste, followed him with a light step till she saw him turn out of the vista, and then she lost sight of him. To walk with him, undisturbed in so deep a seclusion; to improve the impression which she was sure she had made upon his heart; to teach him to forget his Marion, in the hope of one day possessing her; all these thoughts ran in this vain woman's head; and inwardly rejoicing that the shattered health of her husband promised her a ready freedom to become the wife of the man to whom she would gladly belong, in honor or in dishonor, she hastened forward as if the accomplishment of her wishes depended on this meeting. Peeping through the trees, she saw him standing with folded arms, looking intently into the bosom of a large lake; but the place was so thickly surrounded with willows, she could only perceive him at intervals, when the wind tossed aside the branches. Having stood for some time, he walked on. Several times she essayed to emerge and join him; but a sudden awe of him, a conviction of that saintly purity which would shrink from the guilty vows she was meditating to pour into his ear, a recollection of the ejaculation with which he had accosted her before hovering figure, when she haunted his footsteps on the banks of the cart, these thoughts made her pause. He might again mistake her for the same dear object. This image it was not her interest to recall. And to approach near him, to unveil her heart to him, and to be repulsed, there was madness in the idea, and she retreated. She had no sooner returned to the scene of festivity than she repented of having allowed what she deemed an idle alarm of overstrained delicacy to drive her from the lake. She would have hastened back, had not two or three aged female peasants almost instantly engaged her, in spite of her struggles for extrication, to listen to long stories respecting her lord's youth. She remained thus an unwilling auditor, and by the side of the dancers for nearly an hour, before Wallace reappeared. But then she sprung toward him as if a spell were broken. "Where, truant, have you been?" "In a beautiful solitude," returned he, "amongst a luxuriant grove of willows." "Ah!" cried she, "it is called Glen Shilach, and a sad scene was acted there. About 10 years ago, a lady of this island drowned herself in the lake they hang over, because the man she loved despised her." "Unhappy woman!" observed Wallace. "Then you would have pitied her?" rejoined Lady Mar. "He cannot be a man that would not pity a woman under such circumstances." "Then you would not have consigned her to such a fate?" Wallace was startled by the peculiar tone in which this simple question was asked. It recalled the action in the citadel; and unconsciously turning a penetrating look on her, his eyes met hers. He need not have heard further to have learned more. She hastily looked down, and colored; and he, wishing to misunderstand a language so disgraceful to herself, so dishonoring to her husband, gave some trifling answer. then making a slight observation about the earl, he advanced to him. Lord Mar was become tired with so gala a scene, and taking the arm of Wallace, they returned together into the house. Edwin soon followed with Murray, gladly arriving in time to see their little pinnacle drawn up under the castle, and throw out her moorings. The countess, too, descried its streamers, and hastening to the room where she knew the chiefs were yet assembled, though the wearied earl had retired to repose, inquired the reason of that boat having drawn so near the castle. "That it may take us from it, fair aunt," replied Murray. The countess fixed her eyes with an unequivocal expression upon Wallace. "My gratitude is ever due your kindness, noble lady," said he, wishing to be blind to what he could not perceive; "and that we may ever deserve it, we must keep the enemy from your doors." "Yes," added Murray, "and to keep a more insidious foe from our own. Edwin and I feel it rather dangerous to bask too long in these sunny bowers." "But surely your chief is not afraid?" said she, casting a soft glance at Wallace. "Yet nevertheless I must fly," returned he, bowing to her. "That you positively shall not," added she, with a fluttering joy at her heart, thinking she was about to succeed. "You stir not this night, else I shall brand you all as a band of cowards." "Call us by every name in the poltroon's calendar," cried Murray, seeing by the countenance of Wallace that his resolution was not to be moved; "yet I must gallop off from your black eyed Judith, as if chased by the ghost of Holofernes himself." "So, dear aunt," rejoined Edwin, smiling, "if you do not mean to play Circe to our Ulysses, give us leave to go." Lady Mar startled, confused she knew not how, as he innocently uttered these words. The animated boy snatched a kiss from her hand, when he ceased speaking, and darted after Murray, who had disappeared, to give some speedy directions respecting the boat. Left thus alone with the object of her every wish, in the moment when she thought she was going to lose him, perhaps forever, she forgot all prudence, all reserve, and laying her hand on his arm, as with a respectful bow he was also moving away, she arrested his steps. She held him fast, but her agitation prevented her speaking; she trembled violently, and weeping, dropped her head upon his shoulder. He was motionless. Her tears redoubled. He felt the embarrassment of his situation, and at last extricating his tongue, which surprise and shame for her had chained, in a gentle voice he inquired the cause of her uneasiness. "If for the safety of your nephews " "No, no!" cried she, interrupting him; "read my fate in that of the Lady of Glenshealeach." Again he was silent, astonished, fearful of too promptly understanding so disgraceful a truth. He found no words in which to answer her, and her emotions became so uncontrolled, that he expected she would swoon in his arms. "Cruel, cruel Wallace!" at last cried she, clinging to him, for he had once or twice attempted to disengage himself, and reseat her on the bench; "your heart is steeled, or it would understand mine. It would, at least, pity the wretchedness it has created. But I am despised, and I can yet find the watery grave from which you rescued me." To dissemble longer would have been folly. Wallace, now resolutely seating her, though with gentleness, addressed her: "Your husband, Lady Mar, is my friend. Had I even a heart to give a woman, not one sigh should arise in it to his dishonor. But I am lost to all warmer affections than that of friendship. I may regard man as my brother, woman as my sister, but never more can I look on female form with love." Lady Mar's tears now flowed in a more tempered current. "But were it otherwise," cried she, "only tell me, that had I not been bound with chains, which my kinsmen forced upon me; had I not been made the property of a man who, however estimable, was of too paternal years for me to love, ah! tell me, if these tears should now flow in vain?" Wallace seemed to hesitate what to answer. Wrought up to agony, she threw herself on his breast, exclaiming, "Answer! but drive me not to despair. I never loved man before, and now to be scorned! Oh, kill me, too, dear Wallace, but tell me not that you could never have loved me." Wallace was alarmed at her vehemence. "Lady Mar," returned he, "I am incapable of saying anything to you that is inimical to your duty to the best of men. I will even forget this distressing conversation, and continue through life to revere, equal with himself, the wife of my friend." "And I am to be stabbed with this?" she replied, in a voice of indignant anguish. "You are to be healed with it, Lady Mar," returned he; "for it is not a man like the rest of his sex that now addresses you, but a being whose heart is petrified to marble. I could feel no throb of yours, I should be insensible to all your charms, were I even vile enough to see no evil in trampling upon your husband's rights. Yes, were virtue lost to me, Still memory would speak, still would she urge, that the chaste and last kiss, imprinted by my wife on these lips, should live there in unblemished sanctity, till I again meet her angel embraces in the world to come!" The countess, awed by his solemnity, but not put from her suit, exclaimed, "What she was, I would be to thee, thy consoler, thine adorer. Time may set me free; oh! till then, only give me leave to love thee, and I shall be happy." "You dishonor yourself, lady," returned he, "by these petitions. And for what? You plunge your soul in guilty wishes, you sacrifice your peace, and your self esteem, to a phantom; for, I repeat, I am dead to woman, and the voice of love sounds like the funeral knell of her who will never breathe it to me again." He arose as he spoke, and the countess, pierced to the heart and almost despairing of now retaining any part in its esteem, was devising what next to say, when Murray came into the room. Wallace instantly observed that his countenance was troubled. "What has happened?" inquired he. "A messenger from the mainland with bad news from Ayr." "Of private or public import?" asked Wallace. "Of both. There has been a horrible massacre, in which the heads of many noble families have fallen." As he spoke, the paleness of his countenance revealed to his friend that part of the information he had found himself unable to communicate. "I comprehend my loss," cried Wallace. "Sir Ronald Crawford is sacrificed. Bring the messenger in." Murray withdrew; and Wallace, seating himself, remained with a fixed and stern countenance, gazing on the ground. Lady Mar durst not breathe for fear of disturbing the horrid stillness which seemed to lock up his grief and indignation. Lord Andrew re entered with the stranger. Wallace rose to meet him, and seeing Lady Mar, "Countess," said he, "these bloody recitals are not for your ears;" and waving her to withdraw, she left the room. "This gallant stranger," said Murray, "is Sir John Graham. He has just left that new theater of Southron perfidy." "I have hastened hither," cried the knight, "to call your victorious arm to take a signal vengeance on the murderers of your grandfather. He, and 18 other Scottish chiefs, have been treacherously put to death in the barns of Ayr." Graham then gave a brief narration of the direful circumstance. He and his father, Lord Dundaff, having crossed the south coast of Scotland on their way homeward, stopped to rest at Ayr. They arrived there the very day that Lord Aymer de Valence had entered it, a fugitive from Dumbarton Castle. Much as that earl wished to keep the success of Wallace a secret from the inhabitants of Ayr, he found it impossible. 2 or 3 fugitive soldiers whispered the hard fighting they had endured; and in half an hour after the arrival of the English earl, every one knew that the recovery of Scotland was begun. Elated with this intelligence, the Scots went, under night, from house to house, congratulating each other on so miraculous an interference in their favor; and many stole to Sir Ronald Crawford, to felicitate the venerable knight on his glorious grandson. The good old man listened with meek joy to their animated eulogiums on Wallace; and when Lord Dundaff, in offering his congratulations with the rest, said, "But while all Scotland lay in vassalage, where did he imbibe this spirit to tread down tyrants?" the venerable patriarch replied, "He was always a noble boy. In infancy he became the defender of every child he saw oppressed by boys of greater power; he was even the champion of the brute creation, and no poor animal was ever attempted to be tortured near him. The old looked on him for comfort, the young for protection. From infancy to manhood he has been a benefactor; and though the cruelty of our enemies have widowed his youthful years, though he should go childless to the grave, the brightness of his virtues will now spread more glories around the name of Wallace than 1,000 posterities." Other ears than those of Dundaff heard this honest exultation. The next morning this venerable old man, and other chiefs of similar consequence, were summoned by Sir Richard Arnuf, the governor, to his palace, there to deliver in a schedule of their estates, that quiet possession, the governor said, might be granted to them, under the great seal of Lord Aymer de Valence, the deputy warden of Scotland. The gray headed knight, not being so active as his compeers of more juvenile years, had happened to be the last who went to this tiger's den. Wrapped in his plaid, his silver hair covered with a blue bonnet, and leaning on his staff, he was walking along attended by 2 domestics, when Sir John Graham met him at the gate of the palace. He smiled on him as he passed, and whispered, "It will not be long before my Wallace makes even the forms of vassalage unnecessary, and then these failing limbs may sit undisturbed at home, under the fig tree and the vine of his planting." "God grant it!" returned Graham; and he saw Sir Ronald admitted within the interior gate. The servants were ordered to remain without. Sir John walked there some time, expecting the reappearance of the knight, whom he intended to assist in leading home; but after an hour, finding no signs of egress from the palace, and thinking his father might be wondering at his delay, he turned his steps toward his own lodgings. While passing along he met several Southron detachments hurrying across the streets. In the midst of some of these companies he saw one or two Scottish men of rank, strangers to him, but who, by certain indications, seemed to be prisoners. He did not go far before he met a chieftain in these painful circumstances whom he knew; but as he was hastening toward him, the noble Scot raised his manacled hand and turned away his head. This was a warning to the young knight, who darted into an obscure alley which led to the gardens of his father's lodgings, and was hurrying forward when he met one of his own servants running in quest of him. Panting with haste, he informed his master that a party of armed men had come, under De Valence's warrant, to seize Lord Dundaff and bear him to prison, to lie there with others who were charged with having taken part in a conspiracy with the grandfather of the insurgent Wallace. The officer of the band who took Lord Dundaff told him, in the most insulting language, that Sir Ronald, his ringleader, with 18 nobles, his accomplices, had already suffered the punishment of their crime, and were lying headless trunks in the judgment hall. "Haste, therefore," replied the man; "my lords bid you haste to Sir William Wallace, and require his hand to avenge his kinsman's blood, and to free his countrymen from prison. These are your father's commands; he directed me to seek you and give them to you." Alarmed for the life of his father, Graham hesitated how to act on the moment. To leave him seemed to abandon him to the death the others had received; and yet only by obeying him could he have any hopes of averting his threatened fate. Once seeing the path he ought to pursue, he struck immediately into it, and giving his signet to the servant, to assure Lord Dundaff of his obedience, he mounted a horse, which had been brought to the town end for that purpose, and setting off full speed, allowed nothing to stay him till he reached Dumbarton Castle. There, hearing that Wallace had gone to Bute, he threw himself into a boat, and plying every oar, reached that island in a shorter space of time than the voyage had ever before been completed. Being now conducted into the presence of the chief, he narrated his dismal tale with a simplicity and pathos which would have instantly drawn the retributive sword of Wallace, had he no kinsman to avenge, no friend to release from the Southron dungeons. But as the case stood, his bleeding grandfather lay before his eyes, and the axe hung over the heads of the most virtuous nobles of his country. He heard the chieftain to an end, without speaking or altering the stern attention of his countenance. But at the close, with an augmented suffusion of blood in his face, and his brows denouncing some tremendous fate, he rose. "Sir John Graham," said he, "I attend you." "Whither?" demanded Murray. "To Ayr," answered Wallace. "This moment I will set out for Dumbarton, to bring away the sinews of my strength. God will be our speed, and then this arm shall show how I loved that good old man." "Your men," interrupted Graham, "are already awaiting you on the opposite shore. I presumed to command for you. For on entering Dumbarton, and finding you were absent, after having briefly recounted my errand to Lord Lennox, I dared to interpret your mind, and to order Sir Alexander Scrymgeour and Sir Robert Kirkpatrick, with all your own force, to follow me to the coast of Renfrew." "Thank you, my friend!" cried Wallace, grasping his hand. "May I ever have such interpreters! I cannot stay to bid your uncle farewell," said he, to Lord Andrew; "remain to tell him to bless me with his prayers; and then, dear Murray, follow me to Ayr." Ignorant of what the stranger had imparted, at the sight of the chiefs approaching from the castle gate, Edward hastened with the news, that all was ready for embarkation. He was hurrying out his information, when the altered countenance of his general checked him. He looked at the stranger; his features were agitated and severe. He turned toward his cousin; all there was grave and distressed. Again he glanced at Wallace; no word was spoken, but every look threatened; and Edwin saw him leap into the boat, followed by the stranger. The astonished boy, though unnoticed, would not be left behind, and stepping in also, sat down beside his chief. "I shall follow you in an hour," exclaimed Murray. The seamen pushed off; then giving loose their swelling sail, in less than 10 minutes the light vessel was wafted out of the little harbor, and turning a point, those in the castle saw it no more. Chapter XXIX. Of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 29. The Barns of Ayr. While the little bark bounded over the waves towards the mainland, the poor pilgrims of earth who were its freightage, with heavy hearts bent toward each other, intent on the further information they were to receive. "Here is a list of the murdered chiefs, and of those who are in the dungeons expecting the like treatment," continued Graham, holding out a parchment; "it was given to me by my faithful servant." Wallace took it; but seeing his grandfather's name at the top, he could look no further. Closing the scroll, "Gallant Graham," said he, "I want no stimulus to urge me to the extirpation I meditate. If the sword of Heaven be with us, not one perpetrator of this horrid massacre shall be alive to morrow to repeat the deed." "What massacre?" Edwin ventured to inquire. Wallace put the parchment into his hand. "A list of the Scottish chiefs murdered on the 18th of June, 1297, in the judgment hall of the English barons at Ayr." His cheek, paled by the suspense of his mind, now reddened with the hue of indignation; but when the venerated name of his general's grandfather met his sight, his horror struck eye sought the face of Wallace. It was dark as before, and he was now in earnest discourse with Graham. Forbearing to interrupt him, Edwin continued to read over the blood registered names. In turning the page, his eye glanced to the opposite side, and he saw at the head of a list of prisoners in the dungeons of Ayr, the name of Lord Dundaff, and immediately afterward that of Lord Ruthven. He uttered a piercing cry, and extending his arms to Wallace, who turned round at so unusual a sound, the terror struck boy exclaimed, "My father is in their hands! Oh, if you are indeed my brother, fly to Ayr and save him!" Wallace took up the list which Edwin had dropped; he saw the name of Lord Ruthven amongst the prisoners, and folding his arms round this affectionate son, "Compose yourself," said he; "it is to Ayr I am going; and if the God of justice be our speed, your father and Lord Dundaff shall not see another day in prison." Edwin threw himself on the neck of his friend. "My benefactor!" was all he could utter. Wallace pressed him silently to his bosom. "Who is this youth?" inquired Graham; "to which of the noble companions of my captive father is he son?" "To William Ruthven," answered Wallace, "the valiant lord of the Carse of Gowrie; and it is a noble scion from that glorious root. He it was that enabled me to win Dumbarton. Look up, my brother!" cried Wallace, trying to regain so tender a mind from the paralyzing terrors which had seized it; "look up, and hear me recount the first fruits of your maiden arms to our gallant friend." Covered with blushes, arising from anxious emotion, as well as from a happy consciousness of having won the praises of his general, Edwin rose from his breast, and bowing to Sir John, still leaned his head upon the shoulder of Wallace. That amiable being, who, when seeking to wipe the tear of affliction from the cheek of others, minded not the drops of blood which were distilling in secret from his own heart, began the recital of his first acquaintance with his young Sir Edwin. He enumerated every particular; his bringing the detachment from Bothwell, through the enemy encircled mountains, to Glenfinlass; his scaling the walls of Dumbarton to make the way smooth for the Scots to ascend; and his after prowess in that well defended fortress. As Wallace proceeded, the wonder of Graham was raised to a pitch, only to be equaled by his admiration; and taking the hand of Edwin, "Receive me, brave youth," said he, "as your second brother. Sir William Wallace is your first; but this night we shall fight side by side for our fathers, and let that be our bond of kindred." Edwin pressed the young chief's cheek with his innocent lips. "Let us together free them," cried he, "and then we shall be born twins in happiness." "So be it," cried Graham; "and Sir William Wallace be the sponsor of that hour." Wallace smiled on them; and turning his head toward the shore, when the vessel doubled a certain point, he saw the beach covered with armed men. To be sure they were his own, he drew his sword, and waved it in the air. At that moment 100 falchions flashed in the sunbeams, and the shouts of "Wallace!" came loudly on the breeze. Graham and Edwin started on their feet; the seamen plied their oars; the boat dashed into the breakers; and Wallace, leaping on shore, was received with acclamations by his eager soldiers. He no sooner landed than he commenced his march. Murray joined him on the banks of the Irwin; and as Ayr was no very great distance from the river, at 2 hours before midnight the little army entered Laglane Wood, where they halted, while Wallace, with his chieftains, proceeded to reconnoiter the town. The wind swept in gusts through the trees, and seemed by its dismal yellings to utter warnings of the dreadful retributions he was about to inflict. He had already declared his plan of destruction; and Graham, as a first measure, went to the spot he had fixed on with Macdougal, his servant, as a place of rendezvous. He returned with the man, who informed Wallace, that in honor of the sequestrated lands of the murdered chiefs having been that day partitioned by De Valence amongst Southron lords, a grand feast was going on in the governor's palace. Under the very roof where they had shed the blood of the trusting Scots, they were now keeping this carousal. "Now, then, is our time to strike!" cried Wallace; and ordering detachments of his men to take possession of the avenues to the town, he set forth with others, to reach the front of the castle gates, by a less frequented path than the main street. The darkness being so great that no object could be distinctly seen, they had not gone far, before Macdougal, who had undertaken to be their guide, discovered by the projection of a hill on the right that he had lost the road. "Our swords will find one!" exclaimed Kirkpatrick. Unwilling to miss any advantage, in a situation where so much was at stake, Wallace gladly hailed a twinkling light, which gleamed from what he supposed the window of a distant cottage. Kirkpatrick, with Macdougal, offered to go forward, and explore what it might be. In a few minutes they arrived at a thatched building, from which, to their surprise, issued the wailing strains of the coronach. Kirkpatrick paused. Its melancholy notes were sung by female voices. Hence, there being no danger in applying to such harmless inhabitants, to learn the way to the citadel, he proceeded to the door; when, intending to knock, the weight of his mailed arm burst open its slender latch, and discovered two poor women in an inner apartment, wringing their hands over a shrouded corpse. While the chief entered, his friends came up. Murray and Graham, struck with sounds never breathed over the vulgar dead, lingered at the porch wondering what noble Scot could be the subject of lamentation in so lowly an abode. The stopping of these two chieftains impeded the steps of Wallace, who was pressing forward, without eye or ear for anything but the object of his search. Kirkpatrick at that moment appeared on the threshold, and without a word, putting forth his hand, seized the arm of his commander, and pulled him into the cottage. Before Wallace could ask the reason of this, he saw a woman run forward with a light in her hand, the beams of which falling on the face of the knight of Ellerslie, with a shriek of joy she rushed toward him, and threw herself upon his neck. He instantly recognized Elspa, his nurse, the faithful attendant on his grandfather's declining years. The happy matron who had decked the bridal bed of his Marion; and, with an anguish of recollections that almost unmanned him, he returned her affectionate embrace. "Here he lies!" cried the old woman, drawing him toward the rushy bier; and before he had time to demand "Who?" she pulled down the shroud and disclosed the body of Sir Ronald Crawford. Wallace gazed on it, with a look of such dreadful import that Edwin, whose anxious eyes then sought his countenance, trembled with a nameless horror. "Oh!" thought he, "to what is this noble soul reserved? Is he alone doomed to extirpate the enemies of Scotland, that every ill falls direct upon his head?" "Sorry, sorry bier for the good Lord Ronald!" cried the old woman; "a poor wake to mourn the loss of him who was the benefactor of all the country round! But had I not brought him here, the salt sea must have been his grave." Here sobs prevented her utterance; but after a short pause, with many vehement lamentations over the virtues of the dead, and imprecations on his murderers, she related that, as soon as the woful tidings were brought to Monktown Kirk, and brought too by the Southron who was to take it in possession, she and the clansfolk would not swear fidelity to the new lord, were driven from the house. She hastened to the bloody theater of massacre, and there beheld the bodies of the murdered chiefs drawn on sledges to the sea shore. Elspa knew that of her master by the scar on his breast, which he had received in the battle of Largs. When she saw corpse after corpse thrown, with a careless hand, into the waves, and the man approached who was to cast the honored chief of Monktown to the same unhallowed burial, she threw herself frantically on the body, and so moved the man's compassion, that, taking advantage of the time when his comrades were out of sight, he permitted her to wrap the dead Sir Ronald in her plaid, and so carry him away between her sister and herself. But ere she had raised her sacred burden, the man directed her to seek the venerable head from amongst the others, which lay mingled in a sack. Drawing it forth, she placed it beside the body, and then hastily retired with both, to the hovel where Wallace had found her. It was a shepherd's hut, from which the desolation of the times having long ago driven away its former inhabitant, she had hoped that in so lonely an obscurity she might have performed without notice a chieftain's rites, till the remains of the murdered lord of the very lands on which she wept him. These over, she meant he should be interred in secret by the fathers of a neighboring church, which he had once richly endowed. With these intentions, she and her sister were chanting over him the sad dirge of their country, when Sir Roger Kirkpatrick burst open the door. "Ah!" cried she, as she closed the dismal narrative, "though two lonely women were all they had left of the lately thronged household of Sir Ronald Crawford, to raise the last lament over his reverend body, yet in that and midnight hour our earthly voices were not alone; the wakeful spirits of his daughters hovered in the air, and joined the deep coronach." Wallace sighed heavily as he looked on the animated face of the aged mourner. Attachment to the venerable dead seemed to have inspired her with thoughts beyond her station; but the heart is an able teacher, and he saw that true affection speaks but one language. As her ardent eyes withdrew from their heavenward gaze, they fell upon the shrouded face of her master. A napkin concealed the wound of decapitation. "Chiefs," cried she, in a burst of recollection, "ye have not seen all the cruelty of these murderers!" At these words she suddenly withdrew the linen, and lifting up the pale head, held it wofully toward Wallace. "Here," cried she, "once more kiss these lips; they have often kissed yours, when you were a babe, and as insensible to his love, as he is now to your sorrow." Wallace received the head in his arms; the long silver beard, thick with gouts of blood, hung over his hands. He gazed on it, intently, for some minutes. An awful silence pervaded the room; every eye was riveted upon him. Looking round on his friends, with a countenance whose deadly hue gave a sepulchral fire to the gloomy denunciation of his eyes, "Was it necessary," said he, "to turn my heart to iron, that I was brought to see this sight?" All the tremendous purpose of his soul was read in his face, while he laid the head back upon the bier. His lips again moved, but none heard what he said. He rushed from the hut, and with rapid strides proceeded in profound silence toward the palace. He well knew that no honest Scot could be under that roof. The building, though magnificent, was altogether a structure of wood. To fire it, then, was his determination. To destroy all, at once, in the theater of their cruelty; to make an execution, not engage in a warfare of man to man, was his resolution; for they were not soldiers he was seeking, but assassins; and to pitch his brave Scots in the open field against such unmanly wretches would be to dishonor his men, to give criminals a chance for the lives they had forfeited. All being quiet in the streets through which he passed, and having set strong bodies of men at the mouth of every sally port of the citadel, he made a bold attack upon the guard at the barbican gate; and, ere they could give the alarm, all being slain, he and his chosen troop entered the portal, and made direct to the palace. The lights which blazed through the windows of the banqueting hall showed him to the spot; and having detached Graham and Edwin to storm the keep, where their fathers were confined, he took the half intoxicated sentinels at the palace gates by surprise, and striking them into a sleep from which they would wake no more, he fastened the doors upon the assassins. His men surrounded the building with hurdles filled with combustibles, which they had prepared according to his directions; and when all was ready, Wallace, with the mighty spirit of retribution nerving every limb, mounted to the roof, and tearing off the shingles, with a flaming brand in his hand, showed himself to the affrighted revelers beneath; and as he threw it blazing among them, he cried aloud, "The blood of the murdered calls for vengeance, and it comes!" At that instant the matches were put to the fagots which surrounded the building, and the party within, springing from their seats, hastened toward the doors. All were fastened on them, and retreating into the midst of the room, they fearfully looked toward the tremendous figure above, which, like a supernatural being, seemed indeed to rain fire upon their guilty heads. Some shook with superstitious dread; others, driven to atheistical despair, with horrible execrations, again strove to force a passage through the doors. A second glance told De Valence whose was the hand which had launched the thunderbolt at his feet; and, turning to Sir Richard Arnulf, he cried, in a voice of horror, "My arch enemy is there!" Thick smoke rising from within and without the building now obscured his terrific form. The shouts of the Scots as the fire covered its walls, and the streaming flames licking from the windows, and pouring into every opening of the building, raised such a terror in the breasts of the wretches within, that, with the most horrible cries, they again and again flew to the doors to escape. Not an avenue appeared; almost suffocated with smoke, and scorched by the blazing rafters which fell from the burning roof, they at last made a desperate attempt to break a passage through the great portal. Arnuf was at their head, and sunk to abjectness by his despair, in a voice which terror rendered piercing, he called aloud for mercy. The words reached the ear of Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, who stood near to the door. In a voice of thunder he replied, "That ye gave ye shall receive! Where was mercy when our fathers and our brothers fell beneath your murderous axes?" Aymer de Valence came up at this moment with a wooden pillar, which he and his strongest men in the company had torn from under the gallery that surrounded the room; and with all their strength dashing it against the great door, they at last drove it from its bolts. But now a wall of men opposed them. Desperate at the sight, and with a burning furnace in the rear, it was not the might of men that could prevent their escape; and with the determination of despair, rushing forward, the foremost rank of Scots fell. But ere the exulting Southrons could press out into the open space, Wallace himself had closed upon them, and Arnuf, the merciless Arnuf, whose voice had pronounced the sentence of death upon Sir Ronald Crawford, died beneath his hand. Wallace was not aware that he had killed the governor of Ayr till the terror struck exclamations of his enemies informed him that the ruthless instigator of the massacre was slain. This event was welcome news to the Scots; and hoping that the next death would be that of De Valence, they pressed on with redoubled energy. Aroused by so extraordinary a noise, and alarmed by the flames of the palace, the soldiers quartered near hastened half armed to the spot. But their presence rather added to the confusion than gave assistance to the besieged. They were without leaders; and not daring to put themselves to action, for fear of being afterwards punished, in the case of a mischance, for having presumed to move without their officers, they stood dismayed and irresolute, while those very officers, who had been all at the banquet, were falling in heaps under the swords of the exterminating Scots. Meanwhile the men who guarded the prisoners in the keep, having their commanders with them, made a stout resistance there; and one of the officers, seeing a possible advantage, stole out, and gathering a company of the scattered garrison, suddenly taking Graham in flank, made no inconsiderable havoc amongst that part of his division. Edwin blew the signal for assistance. Wallace heard the blast, and seeing the day was won at the palace, he left the finishing of the affair to Kirkpatrick and Murray; drawing off a small party to reinforce Graham, he took the Southron officer by surprise. The enemy's ranks fell around him like corn beneath the sickle; and grasping a huge battering ram which his men had found, he burst open the door of the keep. Graham and Edwin rushed in; and Wallace, sounding his own bugle with the notes of victory, his reserves, whom he had placed at the ends of the streets, entered in every direction, and received the flying soldiers of De Valence upon their pikes. Dreadful was now the carnage; for the Southrons, forgetting all discipline, fought every man for his life, which the furious Scots driving them into the far spreading flames, what escaped the sword would have perished in the fire, had not the relenting heart of Wallace pleaded for bleeding humanity, and he ordered the trumpet to sound a parley. He was obeyed; and standing on an adjacent mound, in an awful voice he proclaimed that, whoever had not been accomplices in the horrible massacre of the Scottish chiefs, if they would ground their arms, and take an oath never to serve again against Scotland, their lives should be spared. Hundreds of swords fell to the ground; and their late holders, kneeling at his feet, took the oath prescribed. At the head of those who surrendered appeared the captain who had commanded at the prison. He was the only officer of all the late garrison who survived; all else had fallen in the conflict or perished in the flames; and when he saw that not one of his late numerous companions existed to go through the same humiliating ceremony, with an aghast countenance he said to Wallace, as he presented his sword, "Then I must believe that, with this weapon, I am surrendering to Sir William Wallace the possession of this castle, and the government of Ayr. I see not one of my late commanders; all must be slain; and for me to hold out longer would be to sacrifice my men, not to redeem that which has been so completely wrested from us. But I serve severe exactors; and I hope that your testimony, my conqueror, will assure my king that I fought as became his standard." Wallace gave him a gracious answer; and committing him to the generous care of Murray, he turned to give orders to Ker respecting the surrendered and the slain. During these momentous events, Graham had deemed it prudent that, exhausted by anxiety and privations, the noble captives should not come forth to join in the battle; and not until the sound of victory echoed through the arches of their dungeons, would he suffer the eager Dundaff to see and thank his deliverer. Meanwhile, the young Edwin appeared before the eyes of his father, like the angel who opened the prison gates to Peter. After embracing him with all a son's fondness, in which for the moment he lost the repressing idea that he might have offended by his truancy, after recounting in a few hasty sentences the events which had brought him to be a companion of Sir William Wallace, and to avenge the injuries of Scotland in Ayr, he knocked off the chains of his amazed father. Eager to perform the like service to all who had suffered in like manner, and accompanied by the happy Lord Ruthven, who gazed with delight on his son, treading so early the path of glory, he hastened around to the other dungeons, and gladly proclaimed to the astonished inmates freedom and safety. Having rid them all of their shackles, he had just entered with his noble company into the vaulted chamber, which contained the released Lord Dundaff, when the peaceful clarion sounded. At the joyful tidings, Graham started on his feet. "Now, my father, you shall see the bravest of men!" Chapter XXX. Chapter XXX of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter XXX. The Barns of Ayr. Morning was spreading in pale light over the heavens, and condensing with its cold breath the lurid smoke which still ascended in volumes from the burning ruins, when Wallace, turning round at the glad voice of Edwin, beheld the released nobles. This was the first time he had ever seen the Lords Dundaff and Ruthven; but several of the others he remembered having met at the fatal decision of the crown; and while welcoming to his friendship those to whom his valor had given freedom, how great was his surprise to see, in the person of a prisoner suddenly brought before him, Sir John Monteith, the young chieftain whom he had parted with a few months ago at Douglas, and from whose fatal invitation to that castle he might date the ruin of his dearest happiness, and all the succeeding catastrophe. "We found Sir John Monteith amongst the slain before the palace," said Ker. "He, of the whole party, alone breathed. I knew him instantly. How he came there I know not; but I have brought him hither to explain it himself." Ker withdrew, to finish the interment of the dead. Monteith, still leaning on the arm of a soldier, grasped Wallace's hand. "My brave friend," cried he, "to owe my liberty to you is a twofold pleasure; for," added he, in a lowered voice, "I see before me the man who is to verify the words of Baliol, and be not only the guardian but the possessor of the treasure he committed to our care." Wallace, who had never thought on the coffer, since he knew it was under the protection of St. Fillan, shook his head. "A far different need do I seek, my friend," said he; "to behold these happy countenances of my liberated countrymen is greater reward to me than would be the development of all the splendid mysteries which the head of Baliol could devise." "Ay!" cried Dundaff, who overheard this part of the conversation, "we invited the usurpation of a tyrant by the docility with which we submitted to his minion. Had we rejected Baliol, we had never been ridden by Edward. But the rowel has gored the flanks of us all; and who amongst us will not lay himself and fortune at the foot of him who plucks away the tyrant's heel?" "If all held our cause in the light that you do," returned Wallace, "the blood which these Southrons have sown would rise up in 10,000 legions to overwhelm the murderers. But how," inquired he, turning to Monteith, "did you happen to be in Ayr at this period? And how, above all, amongst the slaughtered Southrons at the palace?" Sir John Monteith readily replied, "My adverse fate accounts for all." He then proceeded to inform Wallace, that on the very night in which they parted at Douglas, Sir Arthur Heselrigge was told the story of the box, and accordingly sent to have Monteith brought prisoner to Lanark. He lay in the dungeons of the citadel at the very time Wallace entered that town and destroyed the governor. Though the Scots did not pursue the advantage offered by the transient panic into which the retribution threw their enemies, care was immediately taken by the English lieutenant to prevent a repetition of the same disasters; and, in consequence, every suspected person was seized, and those already in confinement loaded with chains. Monteith, being known as a friend of Wallace, was sent under a strong guard toward Stirling, there to stand his trial before Cressingham and the English justiciary, Ormsby. "By a lucky chance," said he, "I made my escape; but I was soon retaken by another party, and conveyed to Ayr, where the Lieutenant Governor Arnuf, discovering my talents for music, compelled me to sing at his entertainments. For this purpose, he last night confined me in the banqueting room at the palace; and thus, when the flames surrounded that building, I found myself exposed to die the death of a traitor, though then as much oppressed as any other Scot. Snatching up a sword, and striving to join my brave countrymen, the Southrons impeded my passage, and I fell under their arms." Happy to have rescued his old acquaintance from further indignities, Wallace committed him to Edwin to lead into the citadel. Then taking the colors of Edward from the ground, where the Southron officer had laid them, he gave them to Sir Alexander Scrymgeour, with orders to fill their former station on the citadel with the standard of Scotland. This action he considered as the seal of each victory; as the beacon which, seen from afar, would show the desolate Scots where to find a protector, and from what ground to start when courage should prompt them to assert their rights. The standard was no sooner raised than the proud clarion of triumph was blown from every warlike instrument in the garrison, and the Southron captain, placing himself at the head of his disarmed troops, under the escort of Murray, marched out of the castle. He announced his design to proceed immediately to Newcastle, and thence embark with his men to join their king at Flanders. Not more than 200 followed their officer in this expedition, for not more were English; the rest, to nearly double that number, being, like the garrison of Dumbarton, Irish and Welsh, were glad to escape enforced servitude. Some parted off in divisions to return to their respective countries; while a few, whose energetic spirits preferred a life of warfare in the cause of a country struggling for freedom, before returning to submit to the oppressors of their own, enlisted under the banners of Wallace. Some other necessary regulations being then made, he dismissed his gallant Scots, to find refreshment in the well stored barracks of the dispersed Southrons, and retired himself to join his friends in the citadel. Chapter 31. Of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 31. Berwick and the Tweed. In the course of an hour Murray returned from having seen the departing Southrons beyond the barriers of the township. But he did not come alone; he was accompanied by Lord Auchinleck, the son of one of the betrayed barons who had fallen in the palace of Ayr. This young chieftain, at the head of his vassals, hastened to support the man whose dauntless hand had thus satisfied his revenge; and when he met Murray at the north gate of the town, and recognized in his flying banners a friend of Scotland, he was happy to make himself known to an officer of Wallace, and to be conducted to that chief. While Lord Andrew and his new colleague were making the range of the suburbs, the glad progress of the victor Scots had turned the whole aspect of that gloomy city. Doors and windows, so recently closed in deep mourning, for the sanguinary deeds done in the palace, now opened teeming with smiling inhabitants. The general joy penetrated to the most remote recesses. Mothers now threw their fond arms around the necks of the children whom just before they had regarded with the averted eyes of despair; in the one sex, they then beheld the victims of, perhaps, the next requisition for blood; and in the other, the hapless prey of passions, more felt than the horrid rage of the beast of the field. But now all was secure again. These terrific tyrants were driven hence; and the happy parent, embracing her offspring, as if restored from the grave, implored a thousand blessings on the head of Wallace, the gifted agent of all this good. Sons who in secret had lamented the treacherous death of their fathers, and brothers of their brothers, now opened their gates, and joined the valiant troops in the streets. Widowed wives and fatherless daughters almost forgot they had been bereaved of their natural protectors, when they saw Scotland rescued from her enemies, and her armed sons once more walking in the broad day, masters of themselves and of their country's liberties. Thus, then, with every heart rejoicing, every house teeming with numbers to swell the ranks of Wallace, did he, the day after he had entered Ayr, see all arranged for its peaceful establishment. But ere he bade that town adieu, in which he had been educated, and where almost every man, remembering its preserver's boyish years, thronged round him with recollections of former days, one duty yet demanded his stay: to pay funeral honors to the remains of his beloved grandfather. Accordingly, the time was fixed, and with every solemnity due to his virtues and his rank, Sir Ronald Crawford was buried in the chapel of the citadel. It was not a scene of mere ceremonious mourning. As he had been the father of the fatherless, he was followed to the grave by many an orphan's tears; and as he had been the protector of the distressed of every degree, a procession, long and full of lamentation, conducted his shrouded corpse to its earthly rest. The mourning families of the chiefs who had fallen in the same bloody theatre with himself, clothed the sad retinue; and while the holy rites committed his body to the ground, the sacred mass was extended to those who had been plunged into the weltering element. While Wallace confided the aged Elspa and her sister to the care of Sir Reginald Crawford, to whom he also resigned the lands of his grandfather, "Cousin," said he, "you are a valiant and a humane man. I leave you to be the representative of your venerable uncle; to cherish these poor women whom he loved; to be the protector of his people and the defender of the town. The citadel is under the command of the Baron of Auchinleck; he, with his brave followers, being the first to hail the burning of the accursed Barns of Ayr." After this solemnity, and these dispositions, Wallace called a review of his troops, and found that he could leave 500 men at Ayr, and march an army of at least 2,000 out of it. His present design was to take his course to Berwick, and by seizing every castle of strength in his way, form a chain of works across the country, which would not only bulwark Scotland against any further inroads from its enemies, but render the subjugation of the interior Southron garrisons more certain and easy. On the third morning after the conflagration of the palace, Wallace quitted Ayr, and marching over its far stretching hills, manned every watch tower on their summits. For now, whithersoever he moved, he found his victories had preceded him; and all, from hall to hovel, turned out to greet and offer him their services. Thus heralded by fame, the panic struck Southron governors fled at the distant view of his standards; the flames of Ayr seemed to menace them all; and castle and fortalice, from Muirkirk to the walls of Berwick, opened their gates before him. Arrived under those blood stained towers which had so often been the objects of dispute between the powers of England and of Scotland, he prepared for their immediate attack. Berwick being a valuable fortress to the enemy, not only as a key to the invaded kingdom, but a point whence by their ships they commanded the whole of the eastern coast of Scotland, Wallace expected that a desperate stand would be made here to stop the progress of his arms. But being aware that the most expeditious mode of warfare was the best adapted to promote his cause, he first took the town by assault; and then, having driven the garrison into the citadel, assailed it by a vigorous siege. After 10 days' hard duty before the walls, Wallace devised a plan to obtain possession of the English ships which commanded the harbor. He found among his own troops many men who had been used to a seafaring life; these he disguised as fugitive Southrons from the late defeats, and sent in boats to the enemy's vessels, which lay in the roads. The feint took; and by these means getting possession of those nearest the town, he manned them with his own people; and going out with them himself, in 3 days made himself master of every ship on the coast. By this maneuver the situation of the besieged was rendered so hopeless that no mode of escape was left but by desperate sallies. They made them, but without other effect than weakening their strength and increasing their miseries. Wallace was for them to do in their situation; he needed no better spy over their actions than his own judgment. Foiled in every attempt, as their opponent, guessing their intentions, was prepared at every point to meet their different essays, and losing men at every encounter, their governor stood without resource. Without provisions, without aid of any kind for his wounded men, and hourly annoyed by the victorious Scots, who continued day and night to throw showers of arrows and other missile weapons from the towers and springalls with which they had overtopped the walls, the unhappy Earl of Gloucester seemed ready to rush on death, to avoid the disgrace of surrendering the fortress. Every soul in the garrison was reduced to similar despair. Wallace even found means to dam up the spring which had supplied the citadel with water. The common men, famished with hunger, smarting with wounds, and now perishing with inextinguishable thirst, threw themselves at the feet of their officers, imploring them to represent to their royal governor that if he held out longer he must defend the place alone, for they could not exist another day under their present sufferings. The earl, indeed, repented the rashness with which he had thrown himself unprovisioned into the citadel. He now saw that expectation was of no apology for want of precaution. When his first division had been overpowered in the assault on the town, his evil genius then suggested that it was best to take the second unbroken into the citadel, and there await the arrival of a reinforcement by sea. But he thence beheld the ships which had defended the harbor seized by Wallace before his eyes. Hope was then crushed, and nothing but death or dishonor seemed to be his alternative. Crushed to the soul at the consequences of his want of judgment, he determined to retrieve his fame by washing out that error with his blood. To fall under the ruins of Berwick Castle was his resolution. Such was the state of his mind when his officers appeared with the petition from his men. In proportion as they had felt the extremities into which they were driven, the offence he had committed glared with tenfold enormity in his eyes; and, in a wild despair, he told them they might do as they would, but, for his part, the moment they opened the gates to the enemy, that moment should be the last of his life. He, that was the son in law of King Edward, would never yield his sword to a Scottish rebel. Terrified at these threats on himself, the soldiers, who loved their general, declared themselves willing to die with him, and, as a last effort, proposed making a mine under the principal tower of the Scots, and, by setting fire to it, at least destroy the means by which they feared their enemies might storm the citadel. As Wallace gave his orders from this commanding station, he observed the besieged passing in numbers behind a mound, in direction of the tower where he stood. He concluded what was their design, and, ordering a countermine to be made, what he anticipated happened; and Murray, at the head of his miners, encountered those of the castle at the very moment they would have set fire to the combustibles laid to consume the tower. The instant struggle was violent, but short; for the impetuous Scots drove their amazed and enfeebled adversaries through the aperture, back into the citadel. At this crisis, Wallace, with a band of resolute men, sprung from the tower upon the wall; and it being almost deserted by its late guards, who had quitted their post to assist in repelling the foe below, he leaped into the midst of the conflict, and the battle became general. It was decisive; for, beholding the undaunted resolution with which the weakened and dying were supporting the cause their governor was determined to defend to the last, Wallace found his admiration and pity alike excited; and, even while his followers seemed to have each his foe's life in his hands, when one instant more would make him the undisputed master of the castle (for not a Southron would then breathe to dispute it), he resolved to stop the carnage. At the moment when a gallant officer, who, having assaulted him with the vehemence of despair, now lay disarmed under him; in that moment when the discomfited knight exclaimed, "In mercy strike, and redeem the honor of Ralph de Mortemar!" Wallace raised his bugle and sounded the note of peace. Every sword was arrested, and the universal clangor of battle was hushed in expecting silence. [Footnote: Ralph de Monthermer, a noble knight who married Jane of Acre, the daughter of King Edward I. He was created Earl of Gloucester on his marriage with that princess.] "Rise, brave earl!" cried Wallace to the governor; "I revere virtue too sincerely to take an unworthy advantage of my fortune. The valor of this garrison commands my respect; and, as proof of my sincerity, I grant to it what I have never yet done to any, that yourself and these dauntless men march out with the honors of war, and without any bonds on your future conduct toward us. We leave it to your own hearts to decide whether you will ever again be made instruments to enchain a free and brave people." While he was speaking, De Monthermer leaned gloomily on the sword he had returned to him, with his eyes fixed on his men. They answered his glance with looks that said they understood him; and, passing a few words in whispers to each other, one at last spoke aloud: "Decide for us, earl. We are as ready to die as to live, so that in neither we may be divided from you." At this generous declaration the proud despair of De Monthermer gave way to nobler feelings; and, while a big tear stood in each eye, he turned to Wallace, and, stretching out his hand to him, "Noble Scot," said he, "your unexampled generosity, and the invincible fidelity of these heroic men, have compelled me to accept the life I had resolved to lose under these walls, rather than resign them. But virtue is resistless, and to it do I surrender that pride of soul which made existence insufferable under the consciousness of having erred. When I became the husband of King Edward's daughter, I believed myself pledged to victories or to death. But there is a conquest, and I feel it greater than over hosts in the field, and here taught to make it. The husband of the Princess of England, the proud Earl of Gloucester, consents to live to be a monument of Scottish nobleness, and of the inflexible fidelity of English soldiers." "You live, illustrious and virtuous Englishman," returned Wallace, "to redeem that honor of which too many rapacious sons of England have robbed their country. Go forth, therefore, as my conqueror; for you have on this spot extinguished that burning antipathy with which the outraged heart of William Wallace had vowed to extirpate every Southron from off this ravaged land. Honor, brave earl, makes all men brethren; and, as a brother, I open these gates for you, to repass into your country. When there, if you ever remember William Wallace, let it be as a man who fights, not for conquest or renown, but to restore Scotland to her rights, and then resign his sword to peace." "I shall remember you, Sir William Wallace," returned De Monthermer; "and as a pledge of it, you shall never see me again in this country till I come an ambassador of that peace for which you fight. But meanwhile, in the moment of hot contention for the rights which you believe wrested from you, do you remember that they have not been so much the spoil of my royal father's ambition, as the traffic of your own venal nobles. Had I not believed that Scotland was unworthy of freedom, I should never have appeared upon her borders; but now that I see that she has brave hearts within her, who not only resist oppression, but know how to wield power, I detest the zeal with which I volunteered to rivet her chains; and I repeat, that never again shall my hostile foot impress this land." These sentiments were answered in the same spirit by his soldiers; and the Scots, following the example of their leader, treated them with every kindness. After dispensing amongst them provisions, and appointing means to convey the wounded in comfort, Wallace bade a cordial farewell to the Earl of Gloucester, and his men conducted their reconciled enemies over the Tweed. There they parted. The English bent their course toward London, and the Scots returned to their victorious general. Chapter 32 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 32. Stirling. The happy effects of these rapid conquests were soon apparent. The fall of Berwick excited such a confidence in the minds of the neighboring chieftains, that every hour brought fresh recruits to Wallace. Every mouth was full of the praises of the young conqueror; every eye was eager to catch a glimpse of his person; and while the men were emulous to share his glory, the women in their secret bowers put up prayers for the preservation of one so handsome and so brave. Amongst the many of every rank and age who hastened to pay their respects to the deliverer of Berwick, was Sir Richard Maitland, of Thirlestane, the stalwart knight of Lauderdale. Sir Richard Maitland, of the castle of Thirlestane on the Leader, is noted in Scottish tradition for his bravery. His valiant defense of his castle against the English in his extreme old age, is still the subject of enthusiasm amongst the people of Lauderdale. Wallace was no sooner told of the approach of the venerable chief, than he set forth to bid him welcome. At sight of the champion of Scotland, Sir Richard threw himself off his horse with a military grace that might have become even youthful years, and hastening toward Wallace, clasped him in his arms. "Let me look on thee!" cried the old knight; "let me feast my eyes on the true Scot, who again raises this hoary head, so long bent in shame for its dishonored country." While he spoke, he viewed Wallace from head to foot. "I knew Sir Ronald Crawford, and thy valiant father," continued he. "Oh, had they lived to see this day! But the base murder of the one thou hast nobly avenged, and the honorable grave of the other, on Loudon Hill, thou wilt cover with a monument of thine own glories. Low are laid my own children, in this land of strife; but in thee I see a son of Scotland that is to dry all our tears." Sir Malcolm Wallace, the father of Sir William Wallace, was killed in the year 1295, on Loudon Hill, in a battle with the English. He embraced Wallace again and again; and as the veteran's overflowing heart rendered him garrulous, he expatiated on the energy with which the young victor had pursued his conquests, and paralleled them with the brilliant actions he had seen in his youth. While he thus discoursed, Wallace drew himself toward the castle, and there presented to him the two nephews of the Earl of Mar. He paid some warm compliments to Edwin on his early success in the career of glory; and then turning to Murray, "Ay," said he, "it is joy to me to see the valiant house of Bothwell in the third generation. Thy grandfather and myself were boys together at the coronation of Alexander II., and that is 80 years ago. Since then, what have I not seen! The death of two noble Scottish kings; our blooming princes ravished from us by untimely fates; the throne sold to a coward, and at last seized by a foreign power. Then, in my own person, I have been the father of as brave and beauteous a family as ever blessed a parent's eye; but they are all torn from me. Two of my sons sleep on the plains of Dunbar; my third, my dauntless William, since that fatal day, has been kept a prisoner in England. And my daughters, the tender blossoms of my aged years, they grew around me, the fairest lilies of the land, but they too are passed away. The one, scorning the mere charms of youth, and preferring a union with a soul that had long conversed with superior regions, loved the sage of Ercildown. But my friend lost this rose of his bosom, and I the child of my heart, ere she had been a year his wife. Then was my last and only daughter married to the Lord Mar, and in giving birth to my dear Isabella she too died. Ah, my good young knight, were it not for that sweet child, the living image of her mother, who in the very spring of youth was cropped and fell, I should be alone; my hoary head would descend to the grave, unwept, unregretted." The joy of the old man having recalled such melancholy remembrances, he wept upon the shoulder of Edwin, who had drawn so near that the story "was begun to Murray, was ended to him." To give the mourning father time to recover himself, Wallace was moving away, when he was met by Ker, bringing information that a youth had just arrived in breathless haste from Stirling, with a sealed packet, which he would not deliver into any hands but those of Sir William Wallace. Wallace requested his friends to show every attention to the Lord of Thirlestane, and then withdrew to meet the messenger. On his entering the anteroom, the youth sprung forward, but suddenly checking himself, he stood as if irresolute whom to address. "This is Sir William Wallace, young man," said Ker; "deliver your embassy." At these words the youth pulled a packet from his bosom, and putting it into the chief's hand, retired in confusion. Wallace gave orders to Ker to take care of him, and then turned to inspect its contents. He wondered from whom it would come, aware of no Scot in Stirling who would dare to write him while that town was possessed by the enemy. But not losing a moment in conjecture, he broke the seal. How was he startled at the first words! And how was every energy of his heart roused to redoubled action when he turned to the signature! The first words in the letter were these: "A daughter, trembling for the life of her father, presumes to address Sir William Wallace." The signature was Helen Mar. He began the letter again: "A daughter, trembling for the life of her father, presumes to address Sir William Wallace. Alas! it will be a long letter, for it is to tell of our countless distresses. You have been his deliverer from the sword, from chains, and from the waves. Refuse not to save him again to whom you have so often given life, and hasten, brave Wallace, to preserve the Earl of Mar from the scaffold. A cruel deception brought him from the Isle of Bute, where you imagined you had left him in security. Lord Aymer de Valence, escaping a second time from your sword, fled under rapacious robber of all our castles, found in him an apt coadjutor. They concerted how to avenge your late successes; and Cressingham, eager to enrich himself, while he flattered the resentments of his commander, suggested that you, Sir William Wallace, our deliverer, and our enemy's scourge, would most easily be made to feel through the bosoms of your friends. These cruel men have therefore determined, by a mock trial, to condemn my father to death; and thus, while they distress you, put themselves in possession of his lands, with the semblance of justice. The substance of this most unrighteous debate was communicated to me by De Valence himself, thinking to excuse his part in the affair by proving to me how insensible he is to the principles which move alike a patriot and a man of honor. Having learned from some too well informed spy that Lord Mar had retired in peaceful obscurity to Bute, these arch enemies to our country sent a body of men disguised as Scots to Gourock. There they dispatched a messenger into the island to inform Lord Mar that Sir William Wallace was on the banks of the Frith waiting to converse with him. My noble father, unsuspicious of treachery, hurried to the summons. Lady Mar accompanied him, and so both fell into the snare. They were brought prisoners to Stirling, where another affliction awaited him: he was to see his daughter and his sister in captivity. After I had been betrayed from Sir Filian's monastery by the falsehoods of one Scottish knight, and were rescued from his power by the gallantry of another, I sought the protection of my aunt, Lady Ruthven, who then dwelt at Alloa, on the banks of the Forth. Her husband had been invited to Ayr by some treacherous requisition of the governor, Arnuf, and with many other lords was thrown into prison. Report says, bravest of men, that you have given freedom to my betrayed uncle. The moment Lord Ruthven's person was secured, his estates were seized, and my aunt and myself being found at Alloa, were carried prisoners to this city. Alas! we had then no valiant arm to preserve us from our enemies. Lady Ruthven's first born son was slain on the fatal day of Dunbar, and in terror of the like fate, she placed her eldest surviving boy in a convent. Some days after our arrival, my dear father was brought to Stirling. Though a captive in the town, I was not then confined to any closer durance than the walls. While he was yet passing through the streets, Rumour told my aunt that the Scottish lord then leading to prison was her beloved brother. She flew to me in agony to tell me the dreadful tidings. I heard no more, saw no more, till having rushed into the streets, and bursting through every obstacle of crowd and soldiers, I found myself clasped in my father's arms, in his shackled arms! What a moment was that! Where was Sir William Wallace in that hour? Where the brave unknown knight, who had sworn to me to seek my father, and defend him with his life? Both were absent, and he was in chains. My grief and distraction baffled the attempts of the guards to part us; and what became of me I know not until I found myself lying on a couch, attended by many women, and supported by my aunt. When I had recovered to lamentation and to tears, my aunt told me I was in the apartments of the deputy warden. He with Cressingham having gone out to meet the man they had so basely drawn into their toils, De Valence himself saw the struggles of paternal affection contending against the men who would have torn a senseless daughter from his arms; and yet, merciless man, he separated us, and sent me, with my aunt, a prisoner to his house. The next day a packet was put into my aunt's hands, containing a few precious lines from my father to me; also a letter from the countess to Lady Ruthven, full of your goodness to her and to my father, and narrating the cruel manner in which they had been ravished from the asylum in which you had placed them. She then said that could she find means of apprising you of the danger to which she and her husband are now involved, she would be sure of a second rescue. Whether she has blessedly found these means I know not, for all communication between us, since the delivery of that letter, has been rendered impracticable. The messenger that brought the packet was a good Southron, who had been won by Lady Mar's entreaties; but on his quitting our apartments, he was seized by a servant of De Valence, and on the same day put publicly to death, to intimidate all others from the like compassion to the sufferings of unhappy Scotland. O, Sir William Wallace, will not your sword reach these men of blood?" Earl de Valence compelled my aunt to yield the packet to him. We had already read it, therefore did not regret it on that head, but feared the information it might give relative to you. In consequence of this circumstance I was made a closer prisoner. But captivity could have no terrors for me, did it not divide me from my father. And, grief on grief! what words have I to write it? They have condemned him to die! That fateful letter of my stepmother's was brought out against him; and as your adherent, Sir William Wallace, they have sentenced him to lose his head. I have knelt to Earl de Valence, I have implored my father's life at his hands, but to no purpose. He tells me that Cressingham, at his side, and Ormsby, by letters from Scone, declare it necessary that an execution of consequence should be made to appall all the discontented Scots; and that as no lord is more esteemed in Scotland than the Earl of Mar, he must be the sacrifice. Hasten, then, my father's preserver and friend! Hasten to save him! Oh, fly, for the sake of the country he loves, for the sake of the hapless beings dependent on his protection! I shall be on my knees till I hear your trumpet before the walls; for in you and Heaven now rest all the hopes of Helen Mar." A cold dew stood on the limbs of Wallace as he closed the letter. It might be too late! The sentence was passed on the earl, and his executioners were prompt as cruel; the axe might already have fallen. He called to Ker, for the messenger to be brought in. He entered. Wallace inquired how long he had been from Stirling. "Only 34 hours," replied the youth, adding that he had traveled night and day for fear the news of the risings in Annandale, and the taking of Berwick, should precipitate the earl's death. "I accompany you this instant," cried Wallace. "Ker, see that the troops get under arms." As he spoke, he turned into the room where he had left the knight of Thirlestane. "Sir Richard Maitland," said he, willing to avoid exciting his alarm, "there is more work for us at Stirling. Lord Aymer de Valence has again escaped the death we thought had overtaken him, and is now in that citadel. I have just received a summons thither, which I must obey." At these words, Sir Roger Kirkpatrick gave a shout and rushed from the apartment. Wallace looked after him for a moment, and then continued: "Follow us with your prayers, Sir Richard, and I shall not despair of sending blessed tidings to the banks of the Lauder." "What has happened?" inquired Murray, who saw that something more than the escape of De Valence had been imparted to his general. "We must spare this good old man," returned he, "and have him conducted to his home before I declare it publicly; but the Earl of Mar is again a prisoner, and in Stirling." Murray, who instantly comprehended his uncle's danger, speeded the departure of Sir Richard; and as Wallace held his stirrup, the chief laid his hand on his head and blessed him. "The Seer of Ercildown is too ill to bring his benediction himself, but I breathe it now over this heroic brow." Wallace bowed his head in silence; and the bridle being in the hand of Lord Andrew, he led the horse out of the eastern gate of the town, where, taking leave of the veteran knight, he soon rejoined his commander, whom he found in the midst of his chieftains. He had informed them of the Earl of Mar's danger, and the policy as well as justice of rescuing so powerful and patriotic a nobleman from the threatened execution. Lord Ruthven needed no arguments to precipitate him to the assistance of his brother and his wife; and the anxieties of the affectionate Edwin were all awake when he knew that his mother was a prisoner. Lord Andrew smiled proudly when he returned his cousin's letter to Wallace. "We shall have the rogue on the nail yet!" cried he; "my uncle's brave head is not ordained to fall by the stroke of such a coward." "So I believe," replied Wallace; and then, turning to Lord Dundaff, "My lord," said he, "I leave you governor of Berwick." The veteran warrior grasped Wallace's hand. "To be your representative in this fortress is the proudest station this war worn frame hath ever filled. My son must be my representative with you in the field." He waved Sir John Graham toward him; the young knight advanced; and Lord Dundaff, placing his son's hands upon his target, continued: "Swear that as this defends the body, you will ever strive to cover Scotland from her enemies; and that from this hour you will be the faithful friend and follower of Sir William Wallace." "I swear," returned Graham, kissing the shield. Wallace pressed his hand. "I have brothers around me, rather than what the world calls friends. And with such valor, such fidelity, to aid me, how can I be otherwise than a victor? Heaven's anointed sword is with such fellowship." Edwin, who stood near this rite of generous enthusiasm, softly whispered to Wallace, as he turned toward his troops: "But amongst all these brothers, cease not to remember Edwin, the youngest and the least. Ah, my beloved general, what Jonathan was to David, I would be to thee." Wallace looked on him with penetrating tenderness; his heart was suddenly wrung by a recollection, which the words of Edwin had recalled. "But thy love, Edwin, passes not the love of woman." "But it equals it," replied he. "What has been done for thee I would do; only love me as David did Jonathan, and I shall be the happiest of the happy." "Be happy, then, dear boy," answered Wallace; "for all that ever beat in human breast, for friend or brother, lives in my heart for thee." At that moment Sir John Graham rejoined them, and some other captains coming up. Wallace made the proper military dispositions, and every man took his station at the head of his division. Until the men had marched far beyond the chance of rumors reaching Thirlestane, they were not informed of the Earl of Mar's danger. They conceived their present errand was the recapture of De Valence. "But at a proper moment," said Wallace, "they shall know the whole truth. For," added he, "it is as a law of equity, that what concerns all, should be approved by all; and that common dangers should be repelled by united efforts; the people who follow our standards, not as hirelings, but with willing spirits, ought to know our reasons for requiring their services." "They who follow you," said Graham, "have too much confidence in their leader, to require any reasons for his movements." "It is to place that confidence on a sure foundation, my brave friends," returned Wallace, "that I explain what there is no just reason to conceal. Should policy ever compel me to strike a blow without previously telling my agents wherefore, I should then draw on their faith, and expect that confidence in my honor in arms which I now place on their discretion and fidelity." Exordiums were not requisite to nerve every limb, and to strengthen every heart in the toilsome journey. Mountains were climbed, vast plains traversed, rivers forded, and precipices crossed, without one man in the ranks lingering on its steps, or dropping his head upon his pike, to catch a moment's slumber. Those who had fought with Wallace longed to redouble their fame, under his command; and they who had recently embraced his standard, panted with a virtuous ambition to rival those first born in arms. Sir Roger Kirkpatrick had been the first to fly to arms, on the march to Stirling being mentioned; and when Wallace stood forward to declare that rest should be dispensed with till Stirling fell, full of a fierce joy, the ardent knight darted over every obstacle to reach his aim. He flew to the van of his troops, and hailing them forward, "Come on," cried he, "and in the blood of Cressingham let us forever sink King Edward's Scottish crown." The shouts of the men, who seemed to drink in the spirit that blazed from Kirkpatrick's eyes, made the echoes of Lomermoor ring with a long estranged noise. It was the voice of liberty. Leaping every bound, the eager van led the way; and with prodigious perseverance, dragging their war machines in the rear, the rest pressed on, till they reached the Carron side. At the moment the foaming steed of Wallace, smoking with the labors of a long and rapid march, was plunging into the stream to take the form, Ker snatched the bridle of the horse. "My lord," cried he, A man on full speed from Douglas Castle has brought this packet." In his march to Ayr, Wallace had left Sir Eustace Maxwell governor of that castle, and Monteith as his lieutenant. Wallace opened the packet, and read as follows: "The patriots in Annandale have been beaten by Lord de Warenne. Sir John Monteith, who volunteered to head them, is taken prisoner, with 1200 men. Earl de Warenne comes to resume his arrogant title of Lord Warden of Scotland, and thereby to relieve his deputy, Aymer de Valence, who is recalled to take possession of the lordship of Pembroke. In pursuance of his usurping commission, the earl is now marching rapidly toward the Lothians, in the hope of intercepting you in your progress. Thanks to the constant information you send us of your movements, for being able to surprise you of this danger. I should have attempted to have checked the Southron, by annoying his flanks, had not his numbers rendered such an enterprise on my part hopeless. But his aim being to come up with you, if you meet him in the van, we shall have him in the rear; and so surrounded, he must be cut to pieces. Surely the tree you planted in Dumbarton is not now to be blasted. Ever your general's and Scotland's truest servant, "Eustace Maxwell." "What answer?" inquired Ker. Wallace hastily engraved with his dagger's point upon his gauntlet, "Reviresco, our sun is above;" and desiring it to be given to the messenger to carry to Sir Eustace Maxwell, he refixed himself in his saddle, and spurred over the Carron. Reviresco means "I bud again." This encouraging word is now the reuto of the Maxwell arms. The moon was near her meridian as the wearied troops halted on the deep shadows of the Carse of Stirling. All around them was desolation; the sword and the fire had been there, not in open declared warfare, but under the darkness of midnight; and impelled by rapacity and wantonness, hence from the base of the rock, even to the foot of the Clackmannan hills, all lay a smoking wilderness. An hour's rest was sufficient to restore every exhausted power to the limbs of the determined followers of Wallace; and as the morning dawned, the sentinels on the ramparts of the town were not only surprised to see a host below, but that, by the most indefatigable labor and a silence like death, had not merely passed the ditch, but, having gained the counterscarp, had fixed their movable towers, and were at that instant overlooking the highest bastions. The mangonels and petraries, and other implements for battering walls, and the ballista, with every efficient means of throwing missive weapons, were ready to discharge their artillery upon the heads of the besieged. At a sight so unexpected, which seemed to have arisen out of the earth like an exhalation, with such muteness and expedition had the Scottish operations been carried on, the Southrons, struck with dread, fled a moment from the walls; but immediately recovering their presence of mind, they returned, and discharged a cloud of arrows upon their assailants. A messenger, meanwhile, was sent into the citadel to apprise De Valence and the Governor Cressingham of the assault. The interior gates now sent forth thousands to the walls; but in proportion to the numbers which approached, the greater was the harvest of death prepared for the terrible arm of Wallace, whose tremendous war wolves throwing prodigious stones, and lighter springalls, casting forth brazen darts, swept away file after file of the reinforcements. It grieved the noble heart of the Scottish commander to see so many valiant men urged to inevitable destruction; but still they advanced; and that his own might be preserved, they must fall. To shorten the bloody contest, his direful weapons were worked with redoubled energy; and so mortal a shower fell that the heavens seemed to rain iron. The crushed and stricken enemy, shrinking under the mighty tempest, forsook their ground. The ramparts deserted, Wallace sprung from his tower upon the walls. At that moment De Valence opened one of the gates, and, at the head of a formidable body, charged the nearest Scots. A good soldier is never taken unawares, and Murray and Graham were prepared to receive him. Furiously driving him to a retrograde motion, they forced him back into the town. But there all was confusion. Wallace, with his resolute followers, had already put Cressingham and his legions to flight; and, closely pursued by Kirkpatrick, they threw themselves into the castle. Meanwhile the victorious Wallace surrounded the amazed De Valence, who, caught in double toils, called to his men to fight for their king, and neither give nor take quarter. The brave fellows too strictly obeyed; and while they fell on all sides, he supported them with a courage which horror of Wallace's vengeance for his grandfather's death, and the attempt on his life in the hall at Dumbarton, rendered desperate. At last he encountered the conquering chief, arm to arm. Great was the dismay of De Valence at this meeting; but as death was now all he saw before him, he resolved, if he must die, that the soul of his enemy should attend him to the other world. He fought, not with the steady valor of a warrior determined to vanquish or die, but with the fury of despair; with the violence of a hyena thirsting for the blood of his opponent. Drunk with rage, he made a desperate plunge at the heart of Wallace, a plunge armed with execrations, and all his strength; but his sword missed its aim, and entered the side of a youth who at that moment had thrown himself before his general. Wallace saw where the deadly blow fell, and instantly closing on the earl, with a vengeance in his eyes, which reminded his now determined victim of the horrid vision he had seen in the burning barns of Ayr, with one grasp of his arm, the incensed chief hurled him to the ground, and setting his foot upon his breast, would have buried his dagger there, had not De Valence dropped his uplifted sword, and with horror in every feature, raised his clasped hands in speechless supplication. Wallace suspended the blow, and De Valence exclaimed, "My life, this once again, gallant Wallace, by your hopes of Heaven, grant me mercy!" Wallace looked on the trembling recreant with a glare, which, had he possessed the soul of a man, would have made him grasp at death, rather than deserve a second. "And hast thou escaped me again?" cried Wallace. Then turning his indignant eyes from the abject earl to his bleeding friend, "I yield him his life, Edwin, and you, perhaps, are slain?" "Forget not our own bright principal to avenge me," said Edwin, as brightly smiling; "he has only wounded me. But you are safe, and I hardly feel a smart." Wallace replaced his dagger in his girdle. "Rise, Lord de Valence; it is my honor, not my will, that grants your life. You threw away your arms; I cannot strike even a murderer who bares his breast. I give you that mercy you denied to 19 unoffending, defenseless old men, whose hoary heads your ruthless ax brought with blood to the ground. Let memory be the sword I have withheld." While he spoke, De Valence had risen, and stood conscience stricken before the majestic mien of Wallace. There was something in this denunciation that sounded like the irreversible decree of a divinity; and the condemned wretch quaked beneath the threat, while he panted for revenge. The whole of the survivors in De Valence's train having surrendered themselves when their leader fell, in a few minutes Wallace was surrounded by his chieftains, bringing in the colors and the swords of their prisoners. "Sir Alexander Ramsay," said he, to a brave and courteous knight, who, with his kinsman William Blair, had joined him in the Lothians, "I confide Earl de Valence to your care. See that he is strongly guarded, and has every respect according to the honor of him to whom I commit this charge." The town was now in possession of the Scots; and Wallace, having sent off the rest of his prisoners to safe quarters, reiterated his persuasions to Edwin, to have the ground, and submit his wounds to the surgeon. "No, no," replied he; "the same hand that gave me this inflicted a worse on my general at Dumbarton. He kept the field then; and shall I retire now, and disgrace my example? No, my brother, you would not have me so disprove my kindred." "Do as you will," answered Wallace with a grateful smile, "so that you preserve a life that must never again be risked to save mine. While it is necessary for me to live, my almighty Captain will shield me; but when his word goes forth that I shall be recalled, it will not be in the power of friendship, nor of hosts, to turn the steel from my breast. Therefore, dearest Edwin, throw not yourself away, in defending what is in the hands of Heaven, to be lent or to be withdrawn at will." Edwin bowed his modest head, having suffered a balsam to be poured into his wound, braced his brigandine over his breast, and was again at the side of his friend, just as he had joined Kirkpatrick before the citadel. The gates were firmly closed, and the dismayed Cressingham was panting behind its walls, as Wallace commanded the parley to be sounded. Afraid of trusting himself within arrow shot of an enemy who he believed had conquered by witchcraft, the terrified governor sent his lieutenant up on the walls to answer the summons. The herald of the Scots demanded the immediate surrender of the place. Cressingham was at that instant informed by a messenger, who had arrived too late the preceding night to be allowed to disturb his slumbers, that De Warenne was approaching with an immense army. Inflated with new confidence, he mounted the wall himself, and in haughty language, returned for answer, that he would fall under the towers of the citadel before he would surrender to a Scottish rebel. "And as an example of the fate which such a delinquent merits," continued he, "I will change the milder sentence passed on Lord Mar, and immediately hang him, and all his family, on these ramparts, in sight of your insurgent army." "Then," cried the herald, "thus says Sir William Wallace: If even one hair on the heads of the Earl of Mar and his family falls with violence to the ground, every Southron soul who has this day surrendered to the Scottish arms shall lose his head by the ax." "We are used to the blood of traitors," cried Cressingham, "and mind not its scent. But the army of Earl de Warenne is at hand, and it is at the peril of all your necks, for the rebel, your master, to put his threat in execution. Withdraw, or you shall see the dead bodies of Donald Mar and his family fringing these battlements; for no terms do we keep with man, woman, or child who is linked with treason." At these words an arrow, winged from a hand behind Cressingham, flew directly to the unvisored face of Wallace; but it struck too high, and ringing against his helmet fell to the ground. "Treachery!" resounded from every Scottish lip; while, indignant at so villainous a rupture of the parley, every bow was drawn to the head, and a flight of arrows, armed with retribution, flew toward the battlements. All hands were now at work, to bring the towers to the wall; and mounting on them, while the archers by their rapid showers drove the men from the ramparts, soldiers below, with pickaxes, dug into the wall to make a breach. Cressingham began to fear that his boasted auxiliaries might arrive too late; but determining to gain time at least, he shot flights of darts, and large stones, from 1,000 engines; also discharged burning combustibles over the ramparts, in hopes of setting fire to the enemy's attacking machines. But all his promptitude proved of no effect. The walls were giving way in parts, and Wallace was mounting by scaling ladders, and clasping the parapets with bridges from his towers. Driven to extremity, Cressingham resolved to try the attachment of the Scots for Lord Mar; and even at the moment when their chief had seized the barbican and outer ballium, this sanguinary politician ordered the imprisoned earl to be brought out upon the wall of the interballia. A rope was around his neck, which was instantly run through a groove, that projected from the nearest tower. At this sight, horror froze the ardent blood of Wallace. But the intrepid earl, descrying his friend on the ladder which might soon carry him to the summit of the battlement, exclaimed: "Forward! Let not my span of life stand between my country and this glorious day for Scotland's freedom!" "Execute the sentence!" cried the infuriate Cressingham. At these words, Murray and Edwin precipitated themselves upon the ramparts, and mowed down all before them, in a direction toward their uncle. The lieutenant who held the cord, aware of the impolicy of the cruel mandate, hesitated to fulfill it; and now, fearing a rescue from the impetuous Scots, hurried his victim off the works, back to his prison. Meanwhile, Cressingham, perceiving that all would be lost should he suffer the enemy to gain this wall also, sent such numbers upon the brave Scots who had followed the cousins, that, overcoming some, and repelling others, they threw Murray, with a sudden shock, over the ramparts. Edwin was surrounded, and his successful adversaries were bearing him off, struggling and bleeding, when Wallace, springing like a lioness on hunters carrying away her young, rushed in singly amongst them. He seized Edwin, and while his falchion flashed terrible threatenings in their eyes, with a backward step he fought his passage to one of the wooden towers he had fastened to the wall. Cressingham, being wounded in the head, commanded a parley to be sounded. "We have already taken Lord de Valence and his host prisoners," returned Wallace; "and we grant you no cessation of hostilities till you deliver up the Earl of Mar and his family, and surrender the castle into our hands." "Think not, proud boaster," cried the herald of Cressingham, "that we ask a parley to conciliate. It was to tell you that if you do not draw off directly, not only the Earl of Mar and his family, but every Scottish prisoner within these walls, shall perish in your sight." While he yet spoke, the Southrons uttered a great shout; and the Scots, looking up, beheld several high poles erected on the roof of the keep, and the Earl of Mar, as before, was led forward. But he seemed no longer the bold and tranquil patriot. He was surrounded by shrieking female forms, clinging to his knees; and his trembling hands were lifted to heaven as if imploring its pity. "Stop!" cried Wallace, in a voice whose thundering mandate rung from tower to tower. "The instant he dies, Lord Aymer de Valence shall perish." He had only to make the sign, and in a few minutes that nobleman appeared between Ramsay and Kirkpatrick. "Earl," exclaimed Wallace, "though I granted your life in the field with reluctance, yet here I am ashamed to put it to danger. But your own people compel me. Look at that spectacle! A venerable father, in the midst of his family; he and they doomed to an ignominious and instant death, unless I betray my country and abandon these walls. Were I weak enough to purchase their lives at such an expense, they could not survive that disgrace. But that they shall not die, while I have the power to preserve them, is my resolve and my duty. Life, then, for life; yours for this family." Wallace, directing his voice toward the keep: "The moment," cried he, "in which that vile cord presses too closely on the neck of the Earl of Mar, or any of his blood, the axe shall sever the head of Lord de Valence from his body." De Valence was now seen on the top of one of the besieging towers. He was pale as death. He trembled, but not with dismay only; 10,000 varying emotions tore his breast. To be thus set up as a monument of his own defeat, to be threatened with execution by an enemy he had contemned, to be exposed to such indignities by the unthinking ferocity of his colleague, filled him with such contending passions of revenge against friends and foes, that he forgot the present fear of death in turbulent wishes to deprive of life all by whom he suffered. Cressingham became alarmed on seeing the retaliating menace of Wallace brought so directly before his view; and dreading the vengeance of De Valence's powerful family, he ordered a herald to say that if Wallace would draw off his troops to the outer ballium, and the English chief along with them, the Lord Mar and his family should be taken from their perilous situation, and he would consider on terms of surrender. Aware that Cressingham only wanted to gain time until De Warenne should arrive, Wallace determined to foil him with his own weapons, and make the gaining of the castle the consequence of vanquishing the earl. He told the now perplexed governor that he should consider Lord de Valence as the hostage of safety for Lord Mar and his family; and therefore he consented to withdraw his men from the inner ballium till the setting of the sun, at which hour he should expect a herald with the surrender of the fortress. Thinking that he had caught the Scottish chief in a snare, and that the lord warden's army would be upon him long before the expiration of the armistice, Cressingham congratulated himself upon this maneuver; and resolving that the moment Earl de Warenne should appear, Lord Mar should be secretly destroyed in the dungeons, he ordered them to their security again. Wallace fully comprehended what were his enemy's views, and what ought to be his own measures, as soon as he saw the unhappy group disappear from the battlements of the keep. He then recalled his men from the inner ballium wall, and stationing several detachments along the ramparts and in the towers of the outer wall, committed De Valence to the stronghold of the Barbican, under the especial charge of Lord Ruthven, who was, indeed, eager to hold the means in his own hand that were to check the threatened danger of relatives so dear to him as were the prisoners in the castle. Chapter 33.
Chapter 33 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 33. Cambus Kenneth. Having secured the advantages he had gained in the town and on the works of the castle, by manning all the strong places, Wallace set forward with his chosen troops to intercept De Warenne. He took his position on a commanding ground about half a mile from Stirling, near to the abbey of Cambus Kenneth. The Forth lay before him, crossed by a wooden bridge, over which the enemy must pass to reach him, the river not being fordable in that part. He ordered the timbers which supported the bridge to be sawed at the bottom, but not displaced in the least, that they might stand perfectly firm for as long as he should deem it necessary. To these timbers were fastened strong cords, all of which he entrusted to the sturdiest of his Lanark men, who were to lie concealed amongst the flags. These preparations being made, he drew up his troops in order of battle. Kirkpatrick and Murray commanded the flanks. In the centre stood Wallace himself, with Ramsay on one side of him, and Edwin with Scrymgeour on the other, awaiting with steady expectation the approach of the enemy, who, by this time, could not be far distant. Cressingham was not less well informed of the advance of De Warenne, and burning with revenge against Wallace, and earnest to redeem the favour of De Valence by some act in his behalf, he first gave secret orders to his lieutenant, then set forth alone to seek an avenue of escape, never divulged to any but to the commanders of the fortress. He soon discovered it, and by the light of a torch, making his way through a passage bored in the rock, emerged at its western base, screened from sight by the surrounding bushes. He had disguised himself in a shepherd's bonnet and plaid, in case of being observed by the enemy, but fortune favoured him, and unseen he crept along through the thickets till he descried the advance of De Warenne's army on the skirts of Tor Wood. Having missed Wallace in West Lothian, De Warenne divided his army into 3 divisions to enter Stirlingshire by different routes, and so he hoped certainly to intercept him in one of them. The Earl of Montgomery led the first, of 20,000 men, the Barons Hilton and Blenkinsop the second of 10,000, and De Warenne himself the third of 30,000. It was the first of these divisions that Cressingham encountered in Tor Wood, and revealing himself to Montgomery, he recounted how rapidly Wallace had gained the town, and in what jeopardy the citadel would be if he were not instantly attacked. The Earl advised waiting for a junction with Hilton or the Lord Warden, which, said he, must happen in the course of a few hours. "In the course of a few hours," returned Cressingham, "you will have no Stirling Castle to defend. The enemy will seize it at sunset, in pursuance of the very agreement by which I warded him off, to give us time to annihilate him before that hour. Therefore no hesitation, if we would not see him lock the gates of the north of Scotland upon us, even when we have the power to hurl him to perdition." By arguments such as these, the young earl was induced to give up his judgment, and, accompanied by Cressingham, whose courage revived amid such a host, he proceeded to the southern bank of the Forth. The bands of Wallace were drawn up on the opposite shore, hardly 5,000 strong, but so disposed the enemy could not calculate their numbers, though the narrowness of their front suggested to Cressingham that they could not be numerous, and he recollected that many must have been left to occupy the outworks of the town and the citadel. "It will be easy to surround the rebel," cried he, "and that we may effect our enterprise before the arrival of the warden robs us of the honour, let us about it directly and cross the bridge." Montgomery proposed a herald being sent to inform Wallace that, besides the long line of troops he saw, De Warenne was advancing with double hosts, and if he would now surrender, a pardon should be granted to him and his, in the king's name, for all their late rebellions. Cressingham was vehement against this measure, but Montgomery being resolute, the messenger was dispatched. In a few minutes he returned, and repeated to the Southron commanders the words of Wallace. "Go," said he, "tell your masters we came not here to treat for a pardon of what we shall never allow to be an offence. We came to assert our rights to set Scotland free. Till that is effected, all negotiation is vain. Let them advance, they will find us prepared." "Then onward!" cried Montgomery, and spurring his steed, he led the way to the bridge. His eager soldiers followed, and the whole of his centre ranks passed over. The flanks advanced, and the bridge, from end to end, was filled with archers, cavalry, men at arms, and war carriages. Cressingham, in the midst, was hallooing in proud triumph to those who occupied the rear of the straining beams, when the blast of a trumpet sounded from the till now silent and immovable Scottish phalanx. It was re-echoed by shouts from behind the passing enemy, and in that moment the supporting piers of the bridge were pulled away, and the whole of its male throng was precipitated into the stream. Note: this historical fact relating to the bridge is yet exultantly repeated on the spot, and the number of the Southrons who fell beneath the arms of so small a band of Scots is not less the theme of triumph. 1809. The cries of the maimed and the drowning were joined by the terrific slogan of 2 bands of Scots, the one with Wallace toward the head of the river, while the other, under the command of Sir John Graham, rushed from its ambuscade on the opposite bank upon the rear of the dismayed troops, and both divisions sweeping all before them, drove those who fought on land into the river, and those who had just escaped the flood to meet its waves again, a bleeding host. In the midst of this conflict, which rather seemed a carnage than a battle, Kirkpatrick, having heard the proud shouts of Cressingham on the bridge, now sought him amidst its shattered timbers. With the ferocity of a tiger hunting its prey, he ran from man to man, and as the struggling wretches emerged from the water, he plucked them from the surge. But even while his glaring eyeballs and uplifted axe threatened destruction, he only looked on them, and with imprecations of disappointment rushed forward on his chase. Almost in despair that the waves had cheated his revenge, he was hurrying on in another direction, when he perceived a body moving through a hollow on his right. He turned, and saw the object of his search crawling among the mud and sedges. "Ha!" cried Kirkpatrick, with a triumphant yell. "Art thou yet mine? Damned villain!" cried he, springing upon his breast. "Behold the man you dishonoured! Behold the hot cheek your dastard hand defiled! Thy blood shall obliterate the stain, and then Kirkpatrick may again front the proudest in Scotland." "For mercy!" cried the horror-struck Cressingham, struggling with preternatural strength to extricate himself. "Hell would be my portion did I grant any to thee!" cried Kirkpatrick, and with one stroke of the axe he severed the head from its body. "I am a man again!" shouted he, as he held its bleeding veins in his hand, and placed it on the point of his sword. "Thou ruthless priest of Moloch and of Mammon, thou shalt have thine own blood to drink, while I show my general how proudly I am avenged." As he spoke he dashed among the victorious ranks, and reached Wallace at the very moment he was freeing himself from his fallen horse, which a random arrow had shot under him. Murray at the same instant was bringing up the wounded Montgomery, who came to surrender his sword and to beg quarter for his men. The earl turned deadly pale, for the first object that struck his sight was the fierce knight of Torthorald, walking under the stream of blood which continued to flow from the ghastly head of Cressingham as he held it exultingly in the air. "If that be your chief," cried Montgomery, "I have mistaken him much. I cannot yield my sword to him." Murray understood him. "If cruelty be an evil spirit," returned he, "it has fled every breast in this army to shelter with Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, and its name is Legion. That is my chief," added he, pointing to Wallace, with an evident consciousness of deriving honor from his command. The chief rose from the ground, dyed in the same ensanguined hue which had excited the abhorrence of Montgomery, though it had been drawn from his own veins and those of his horse. All indeed of blood about him seemed to be on his garment; none was in his eyes, none in his heart, but what warmed it to mercy and to benevolence for all mankind. His eyes momentarily fell on the approaching figure of Kirkpatrick, who, waving the head in the air, blew from his bugle the triumphal notes of the prize, and then cried to his chief: "I have slain the Wolf of Scotland! My brave clansmen are now casing my target with his skin, which, when I strike its bossy sides, will cry aloud, 'So perishes thy dishonor! So perish all the enemies of Scotland!'" [Footnote: It is recorded that the memory of Cressingham was so odious to the Scots, they did indeed flay his dead body, and made saddles and girths and other things of his skin. 1809.] "And with the extinction of that breath, Kirkpatrick," cried Wallace, looking serenely from the head to him, "let your fell revenge perish also. For your own honor commit no indignities on the body you have slain." "'Tis for you to conquer like a god," cried Kirkpatrick. "I have felt as a man, and like a man I revenge. This head shall destroy in death. It shall vanquish its friends for me. For I will wear it like a Gorgon on my sword, to turn to stone every Southron who looks on it." While speaking, he disappeared amongst the thickening ranks; and as the victorious Scots hailed him in passing, Montgomery, thinking of his perishing men, suffered Murray to lead him to the scene of his humility. The ever comprehensive eye of Wallace perceived him as he advanced, and guessing by his armor and dignified demeanor who he was, with a noble grace he raised his helmed bonnet from his head when the earl approached him. Montgomery looked on him. he felt his soul, even more than his arms, subdued. But still there was something about a soldier's heart that shrunk from yielding his power of resistance. The blood mounted into his before pale cheeks. He held out his sword in silence to the victor, for he could not bring his tongue to pronounce the word surrender. Wallace understood the sign, and holding up his hand to a herald, the trumpet of peace was raised. It sounded, and where, the moment before, were the horrid clashing of arms, the yell of savage conquest, and direful cries for mercy, all was hushed as death. Not that death which had passed, but that which is approaching. None spoke, not a sound was heard, but the low groans of the dying, who lay, overwhelmed and perishing, beneath the bodies of the slain, and the feet of the living. The voice of Wallace rose from this awful pause. Its sound was ever the harbinger of glory, or of goodwill to men. "Soldiers," cried he, "God has given victory. Let us show our gratitude by moderation and mercy. Gather the wounded into quarters, and bury the dead." Wallace then turned to the extended sword of the earl. He put it gently back with his hand. "Ever wear what you honor," said he; "but, gallant Montgomery, when you draw it next, let it be in a better cause. Learn, brave earl, to discriminate between a warrior's glory and his shame, between the defender of his country and the unprovoked ravager of other lands." Montgomery blushed scarlet at these words, but it was not with resentment. He looked down for a moment. "Ah," thought he, "perhaps I ought never to have drawn it here." Then, raising his eyes to Wallace, he said, "Were you not the enemy of my king, who, though a conqueror, sanctions none of the cruelties that have been committed in his name, I would give you my hand, before the remnant of his brave troops, whose lives you grant. But you have a heart that knows no difference between friend or foe, when the bonds of virtue would unite what only civil dissensions hold separate." "Had your king possessed the virtues you believe he does," replied Wallace, "my sword might have become a pruning hook. But that is past. We are in arms for injuries received and to drive out a tyrant. For believe me, noble Montgomery, that monarch has little pretensions to virtue who suffers the oppressors of his people, or of his conquests, to go unpunished. To connive at cruelty is to practice it. And as Edward ever frowned on one of those despots who in his name have for these 2 years past laid Scotland in blood and ashes." The appeal was too strong for Montgomery to answer. He felt its truth, and bowed, with an expression in his face that told more than, as a subject of England, he dared declare. The late respectful silence was turned into the clamorous activity of eager obedience. The prisoners were conducted to the rear of Stirling, while the major part of the Scots, leaving a detachment to unburden the earth of its bleeding load, returned in front to the gates, just as De Warenne's division appeared on the horizon, like a moving cloud gilded by the now setting sun. At this Wallace sent Edwin into the town with Lord Montgomery, and marshalling his line, prepared to bear down upon the approaching earl. But the Lord Warden had received information which fought better for the Scots than a host of swords. When advanced a very little onward on the Carse of Stirling, one of his scouts brought intelligence that having approached the south side of the Forth, he had seen that river floating with dead bodies, and soon after met Southron horns blowing the notes of victory. From what he learned from the fugitives, he also informed his lord, that not only the town and citadel of Stirling were in the possession of Sir William Wallace, but the 2 detachments under Montgomery and Hilton had both been discomfited, and their leaders slain or taken. At this intelligence Earl de Warenne stood aghast, for while he was still doubting that such disgrace to King Edward's arms could be possible, 2 or 3 fugitives came up, and witnessed to its truth. One had seen Kirkpatrick, with the bloody head of the Governor of Stirling on his sword. Another had been near Cressingham in the wood, when he told Montgomery of the capture of De Valence, and concluding that he meant the leader of the 3rd Division, he corroborated the scout's information of the 2 defeats, adding, for terror magnified the objects of fear, that the Scots army was incalculable, but was so disposed by Sir William Wallace as to be inconsiderable, that he might ensnare his enemies by filling them with hopes of an easy conquest. These accounts persuaded De Warenne to make a retreat, and intimidated by the exaggerated representations of those who had fled, his men, with no little precipitation, turned to obey. Wallace perceived the retrograde motion of his enemy's lines, and while a stream of arrows from his archers poured upon them like hail, he bore down upon the rear guard with his cavalry and men-at-arms, and sent Graham round by the wood to surprise the flanks. All was executed with promptitude, and the tremendous slogan shouting from side to side, the terrified Southrons, before in confusion, now threw away their arms to lighten themselves for escape. Sensible that it was not the number of the dead, but the terror of the living, which gives the finishing stroke to conquest, De Warenne saw the effects of this panic in the total disregard of his orders, and dreadful would have been the carnage of his troops had he not sounded a parley. The bugle of Wallace instantly answered it. De Warenne sent forward his herald. He offered to lay down his arms, provided he might be exempted from relinquishing the royal standard, and that he and his men might be permitted to return without delay to England. Wallace accepted the first article, granted the second, but with regard to the third, it must be on condition that he, the Lord de Warenne, and the officers taken in his army, or in other engagements lately fought in Scotland, should be immediately exchanged for the like number of noble Scots Wallace should name, who were prisoners in England, and that the common men of the army, now about to surrender their arms, should take an oath never to serve again against Scotland. These preliminaries being agreed to, their very boldness arguing the conscious advantage which seemed to compel the assent, the Lord Warden advanced at the head of his 30,000 troops, and first laying down his sword, which Wallace immediately returned to him, the officers and soldiers marched by with their heads uncovered, throwing down their weapons as they approached their conqueror. Wallace extended his line while the procession moved, for he had too much policy to show his enemies that 30,000 men had yielded, almost without a blow, to scarce 5,000. The oath was afterward administered to each regiment by heralds, sent for that purpose into the Strath of Monteith, whither Wallace had directed the captured legions to assemble and refresh themselves, previous to their departure next morning for England. The privates thus disposed of, to release himself from the commanders also, Wallace told De Warenne that duty called him away, but every respect would be paid to them by the Scottish officers. He then gave directions to Sir Alexander Ramsay to escort De Warenne and the rest of the noble prisoners to Stirling. Wallace himself turned with his veteran band to give a conqueror's greeting to the Baron of Hilton, and so ended the famous battles of Cambuskenneth and the Carse of Stirling. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 34. Stirling Castle. The prisoners who had been taken with Montgomery were lodged behind the town, and the wounded carried into the abbey of Cambus Kenneth. But when Edwin came to move that earl himself, he found him too faint with loss of blood to sit a horse to Snawdoun. He therefore ordered a litter, and so conveyed his brave prisoner to that palace of the kings of Scotland in Stirling. The priests in Wallace's army not only exercised the Levitical but the Good Samaritan's functions, and they soon obeyed the young knight's summons to dress the wounds of Montgomery. Messengers, meanwhile, arrived from Wallace, acquainting his chieftains in Stirling with the surrender of De Warenne's army. Hence no surprise was created in the breast of the wounded earl when he saw his commander enter the palace as the prisoner of the illustrious Scot. Montgomery held out his hand to the Lord Warden in silence, and with a flushed cheek. "Blush not, my noble friend," cried De Warenne. "These wounds speak more eloquently than 1,000 tongues, the gallantry with which you maintain the sword that fate compelled you to surrender. But I, without a scratch, how can I meet the unconquered Edward? And yet it was not for myself I feared. My brave and confiding soldiers were in all my thoughts, for I saw it was not to meet an army that I led them, but against a whirlwind, a storm of war, with which no strength that I commanded could contend." While the English generals thus conversed, Edwin's impatient heart yearned to be again at the side of Wallace, and gladly resigning the charge of his noble prisoner to Sir Alexander Ramsay, as soon as he observed a cessation in the conversation of the two earls, he drew near Montgomery to take his leave. "Farewell, till we meet again," said the young earl, pressing his hand. "You have been a young brother rather than an enemy to me." "Because," returned Edwin, "I follow the example of my general, who would willingly be the friend of all mankind." Warenne looked at him with surprise. "And who are you, who, in that stripling form, utters gallant sentiments which might grace the maturest years?" With a sweet dignity Edwin replied, "I am Edwin Ruthven, the adopted brother of Sir William Wallace." "And the son of him," asked De Warenne, "who, with Sir William Wallace, was the first to mount Dumbarton walls?" At these words the cheeks of Edwin were suffused with a more animated bloom. At the moment when his courage was distinguished on the heights of Dumbarton by the vowed friendship of Wallace, he had found himself beloved by the bravest and most amiable of beings, and in his light he felt both warmth and brightness. But this question of De Warenne conveyed to him that he had found fame himself, that he was there publicly acknowledged to be an object not unworthy of being called the brother of Sir William Wallace, and casting down his eyes, beaming with exultation, from the fixed gaze of De Warenne, he answered, "I am that happy Ruthven who had the honor to mount Dumbarton Rock by the side of my general, and from his hand there received the stroke of knighthood." De Warenne rose, much agitated. "If such be the boys of Scotland, need we wonder, when the spirit of resistance is roused in the nation, that our strength should wither before its men?" "At least," said Montgomery, whose admiration of what passed seemed to reanimate his languid faculties, "it deprives defeat of its sting, when we are conscious we yielded to power that was irresistible. But, my lord," added he, "if the courage of this youth amazes you, what will you say ought to be the fate of this country? What to be the crown of Sir William Wallace's career, when you know the chain of brave hearts by which he is surrounded? Even tender woman loses the weakness of her sex when she belongs to him." Earl de Warenne, surprised at the energy with which he spoke, looked at him with an expression that told him so. "Yes," continued he, "I witnessed the heroism of Lady Wallace, when she defended the character of her husband in the midst of an armed host, and preserved the secret of his retreat inviolate. I saw that loveliest of women, whom the dastard Heselrigge slew." "Disgrace to knighthood!" cried Edwin, with indignant vehemence. "If you were a spectator of that bloody deed, retire from this house. Go to Cambus Kenneth anywhere, but leave this city before the injured Wallace arrives. Blast not his eyes with a second sight of one who could have beheld his wife murdered." Every eye was now fixed on the commanding figure of the young Edwin, who stood with the determination of being obeyed breathing in every look. De Warenne then at once saw the possibility of so gentle a creature being transformed into the soul of enterprise, into the fearless and effective soldier. Lord Montgomery held out his hand to Edwin. "By this right arm I swear, noble youth, that had I been on the spot where Heselrigge lifted his sword against the breast of Lady Wallace, I would have sheathed my sword in his. It was before then that I saw that matchless woman, and offended with my want of severity in the scrutiny I had made at Ellerslie for its chief. Heselrigge sent me back to Ayr. Arnulf quarrelled with me there on the same subject, and I immediately retired in disgust to England." "Then how? You ought to be Sir Gilbert Hambledon," replied Edwin. "But whoever you are, as you were kind to the Lady Marion, I cannot but regret my late hasty charge, and for which I beseech your pardon." Montgomery took his hand and pressed it. "Generous Ruthven, your warmth is too honorable to need forgiveness. I am that Sir Gilbert Hambledon, and had I remained so, I should not now be in Scotland. But in my first interview with the Prince of Wales, after my accession to the earldom of Montgomery, his highness told me it had been rumored from Scotland that I was disloyal in my heart to my king. And to prove the falsehood of such calumniators," continued the prince, "I appoint you second in command there to the Earl de Warenne. To have refused to fight against Sir William Wallace would have been to have accused myself of treason. And while I respected the husband of the murdered Lady Marion, I yet condemned him as an insurgent, and with the same spirit you follow him in the field, I obeyed the commands of my sovereign." "Lord Montgomery," returned Edwin, "I am rejoiced to see one who proves to me what my general, wronged as he has been, yet always inculcates, that all the Southrons are not base and cruel. When he knows who is indeed his prisoner, what recollections will it awaken! But till you and he again meet, I shall not intimate to him the melancholy satisfaction he is to enjoy; for, with the remembrances it will arouse, your presence must bring the antidote." The brave youth then telling Ramsay in what parts of the palace the rest of the lords were to be lodged, with recovered composure descended to the courtyard to take horse for Tor Wood. He was galloping along under the bright light of the moon, when he heard a squadron on full speed approaching, and presently Murray appeared at its head. "Hurrah, Edwin!" cried he, "well met! We are come to demand the instant surrender of the citadel. Hilton's division has surrendered." The two barons had indeed come up about half an hour after Earl de Warenne's division was discomfited. Sir William Wallace had sent forward to the advancing enemy two heralds, bearing the colours of De Valence and Montgomery, with the captive banner of De Warenne, and requiring their present division to lay down its army also. The sight of these standards was sufficient to assure Hilton that there was no deceit in the embassy. The nature of his position precluded retreat, and not seeing any reason for 10,000 men disputing the day with a power to whom 50,000 had just surrendered, he and his compeer, with the reluctance of veterans, embraced the terms of surrender. The instant Hilton put his argent banner [Footnote: The arms of Hilton are argent, 2 bars azure. The charge on those of Blenkinsop are 3 wheat sheaves, crest a lion rampant, grasping a rose. The ruins of the patrimonial castles of these 2 ancient barons are still to be seen in the north of England. The author's revered mother was a descendant from the latter venerable name, united with that of the brave and erudite race of Adamson, of further north. Into the victor's hand. Wallace knew that the castle must now be his. He had discomfited all who could have maintained it against him. Impatient to apprise Lord Mar and his family of their safety, he dispatched Murray with a considerable escort to demand its surrender. Murray gladly obeyed, and now, accompanied by Edwin, with the standards of Cressingham and De Warenne trailing in the dust, he arrived before the castle, and summoned the lieutenant to the walls. But that officer, well aware of what was going to happen, feared to appear. From the battlements of the keep he had seen the dreadful conflict on the banks of the Forth. He had seen the thousands of De Warenne pass before the conqueror. To punish his treachery, in not only having suffered Cressingham to steal out under the armistice, but upholding also the breaking of his word to surrender at sunset, the terrified officer believed that Wallace was now come to put the whole garrison to the sword. At the first sight of Murray's approaching squadron, the lieutenant hurried to Lord Mar, to offer him immediate liberty if he would go forth to Wallace and treat with him to spare the lives of the garrison. Closed up in a solitary dungeon, the earl knew naught of what was happening without, and when the Southron entered, he expected it was to lead him again to the death which had been twice averted. But the pale and trembling lieutenant had no sooner spoken the first word than Mar discerned it was a suppliant, not an executioner, he saw before him, and he was even promising that clemency from Wallace which he knew dwelt in his heart, when Murray's trumpet sounded. The lieutenant started, horror-struck. "It is now too late. We have not made the first overture, and there sounds the death knell of this garrison." "I saved your life, earl," cried he, imploringly, to Lord Mar, "when the enraged Cressingham commanded me to pull the cord which would have launched you into eternity. I disobeyed him. For my sake, then, preserve this garrison, and accompany me to the ramparts." The chains were immediately knocked off the limbs of Lord Mar, and the lieutenant presenting him with a sword, they appeared together on the battlements. As the declining moon shone on their backs, Murray did not discern that it was his uncle who mounted the walls, but calling to him in a voice which declared there was no appeal, pointed to the humbled colours of Edward, and demanded the instant surrender of the citadel. "Let it be, then, with the pledge of Sir William Wallace's mercy!" cried the venerable earl. "With every pledge, Lord Mar," returned Murray, now joyfully recognizing his uncle, "which you think safe to give." "Then the keys of the citadel are yours," cried the lieutenant. "I only ask the lives of my garrison." This was granted, and immediately preparations were made for the admission of the Scots. As the enraptured Edwin heard the heavy chains of the portcullis drawn up, and the massy bolts of the huge doors grating in their guards, he thought of his mother's liberty, of his father's joy in pressing her again in his arms, and hastening to the tower where Lord Ruthven held watch over the now sleeping De Valence, he told him all that had happened. "Go, my father," added he, "enter with Murray, and be the first to open the prison doors of my mother." Lord Ruthven embraced his son. "My dear Edwin, this sacrifice to my feelings is worthy of you. But I have a duty to perform, superior even to the tenderest private ones. I am planted here by my commander, and shall I quit my station for any gratification till he gives me leave? No, my son, be you my representative to your mother, and while my example teaches you, above all earthly considerations, to obey your honor, those tender embraces will show her what I sacrifice to duty." Edwin no longer urged his father, and leaving his apartment, flew to the gate of the inner ballium. It was open, and Murray already stood guard on the platform before the keep, receiving the keys to the garrison. "Blessed sight!" cried the earl to his nephew. "When I put the banner of Mar into your unpractised hand, little could I expect that, in the course of 4 months, I should see my brave Andrew receive the keys of proud Stirling from its commander." Murray smiled, while his plumed head bowed gratefully to his uncle, and turning to the lieutenant, "Now," said he, "lead me to the ladies Mar and Ruthven, that I may assure them they are free." The gates of the keep were now unclosed, and the lieutenant conducted his victors along a gloomy passage to a low door, studded with knobs of iron. As he drew the bolt, he whispered to Lord Mar, "These severities are the hard policy of Governor Cressingham." He pushed the door slowly open, and discovered a small, miserable cell, its walls of rugged stone, having no other covering than the incrustations which time, and many a dripping winter, had strewn over their vaulted surface. On the ground, on a pallet of straw, lay a female figure in a profound sleep; but the light which the lieutenant held, streaming full upon the uncurtained slumberer, she started, and with a shriek of terror at the sight of so many armed men, discovered the pallid features of the Countess of Mar. With an anguish which hardly the freedom he was going to bestow could ameliorate, the earl rushed forward, and throwing himself beside her, caught her in his arms. "Are we then to die?" cried she, in a voice of horror. "Has Wallace abandoned us? Are we to perish? Heartless, heartless man!" Overcome by his emotions, the earl could only strain her to his breast in speechless agitation. Edwin saw a picture of his mother's sufferings in the present distraction of the countess, and he felt his powers of utterance locked up. But Lord Andrew, whose ever light heart was gay, the moment he was no longer unhappy, jocosely answered, "My fair aunt, there are many hearts to die by your eyes before that day; and meanwhile I come from Sir William Wallace to set you free." The name of Wallace, and the intimation that he had sent to set her free, drove every former thought of death and misery from her mind; and again the ambrosial gales of love seemed to breathe around her. She saw not her prison walls; she felt herself again in his presence, and in a blissful trance, rather enjoyed than participated in the warm congratulations of her husband on their mutual safety. Edwin and Murray turned to follow the lieutenant, who, preceding them, stopped at the end of the gallery. "Here," said he, "is Lady Ruthven's habitation, and, alas, not better than the countess." While he spoke, he threw open the door, and discovered its sad inmate also asleep. But when the glad voice of her son pierced her ear, when his fond embraces clung to her bosom, Her surprise and emotions were almost insupportable. Hardly crediting her senses that he whom she had believed was safe in the cloisters of St. Columba could be within the dangerous walls of Stirling, that it was his mailed breast that pressed against her bosom, that it was his voice she heard exclaiming, "Mother, we come to give you freedom," all appeared to her like a dream of madness. She listened, she felt him, she found her cheek wet with his rapturous tears. "Am I in my right mind?" cried she, looking at him with a fearful yet overjoyed countenance. "Am I not mad? Oh, tell me," cried she, turning to Murray and the lieutenant, "is this my son that I see, or has terror turned my brain?" "It is indeed your son, your Edwin, my very self," returned he, alarmed at the expression of her voice and countenance. Murray gently advanced, and kneeling down by her, respectfully took her hand. "He speaks truth, my dear madam. It is your son Edwin. He left his convent to be a volunteer with Sir William Wallace. He has covered himself with honour on the walls of Dumbarton, and here also, a sharer in his leader's victories, he is come to set you free." At this explanation, which, being given in the sober language of reason, Lady Ruthven believed, she gave way to the full happiness of her soul, and falling on the neck of her son, embraced him with a flood of tears. "And thy father, Edwin, where is he? Did not the noble Wallace rescue him from Ayr?" "He did, and he is here." Edwin then repeated to his mother the affectionate message of his father, and the particulars of his release. Perceiving how happily they were engaged, Murray, now with a flutter in his own bosom, rose from his knees, and requested the lieutenant to conduct him to Lady Helen Mar. His guide led the way by a winding staircase into a stone gallery, where, letting Lord Andrew into a spacious apartment, divided in the middle by a vast screen of carved cedar wood, he pointed to a curtained entrance. "In that chamber," said he, "lodges the Lady Helen." "Ah, my poor cousin!" exclaimed Murray. "Though she seems not to have tasted the hardships of her parents, she has shared their misery, I do not doubt." While he spoke, the lieutenant bowed in silence, and Murray entered alone. The chamber was magnificent, and illumined by a lamp which hung from the ceiling. He cautiously approached the bed, fearing too hastily to disturb her, and gently pulling aside the curtains, beheld vacancy. An exclamation of alarm had almost escaped him when, observing a half open door at the other side of the apartment, he drew toward it, and there beheld his cousin, with her back to him, kneeling before a crucifix. She spoke not, but the fervor of her action manifested how earnestly she prayed. He moved behind her, but she heard him not. Her whole soul was absorbed in the success of her petition, and at last, raising her clasped hands in a paroxysm of emotion, she exclaimed, "If that trumpet sounded the victory of the Scots, then, Power of goodness, receive thy servant's thanks. But if De Warenne have conquered, where De Valence has failed, if all whom I love be lost to me here, take me then to thyself, and let my freed spirit fly to thy embraces in heaven." "Ay, and on earth too, thou blessed angel!" cried Murray, throwing himself toward her. She started from her knee, and with such a cry as the widow of Sarepta uttered when she embraced her son from the dead, Helen threw herself on the bosom of her cousin, and closed her eyes in a blissful swoon; for even while every outward sense seemed fled, the impression of joy played about her heart, and the animated throbbing of Murray's breast, while he pressed her in his arms, at last aroused her to recollection. Her glistening and uplifted eyes told all the happiness, all the gratitude of her soul. "My father, all are safe?" demanded she. "All, my best beloved," answered Murray, forgetting in his powerful emotions of his heart that what he felt and what he uttered were beyond even a cousin's limits. "My uncle, the countess, Lord and Lady Ruthven, all are safe." "And Sir William Wallace?" cried she. "You do not mention him. I hope no ill." "He is conqueror here," interrupted Murray. "He has subdued every obstacle between Berwick and Stirling, and has sent me hither to set you and the rest of the dear prisoners free." Helen's heart throbbed with a new tumult as he spoke. She longed to ask whether the unknown knight from whom she had parted in the hermit's cell had ever joined Sir William Wallace. She yearned to know that he yet lived. At the thought of the probability of his having fallen in some of these desperate conflicts, her soul seemed to gasp for existence, and dropping her head on her cousin's shoulder, "Tell me, Andrew," said she, and there she paused, with an emotion for which she could not account to herself. "Of what would my sweet cousin inquire?" asked Murray, partaking her agitation. "Nothing particular," said she, covered with blushes. "But did you fight alone in these battles? Did no other knight but Sir William Wallace?" "Many, dearest Helen," returned Murray, enraptured of a solicitude which he appropriated to himself. "Many knights joined our arms; all fought in a manner worthy of their leader, and thanks to Heaven none have fallen." "Thanks indeed!" cried Helen, and with a hope she hardly dared whisper to herself, of seeing the unknown knight in the gallant train of the Conqueror, she falteringly said, "Now, Andrew, lead me to my father." Murray would perhaps have required a second bidding, had not Lord Mar, impatient to see his daughter, appeared with the countess at the door of the apartment. Hastening toward them, she fell on the bosom of her father, and while she bathed his face and hands with her glad tears, he too wept and mingled blessing with his caresses. No coldness here met his paternal heart. No distracting confusions tore her from his arms. No averted looks, by turns, alarmed and chilled the bosom of tenderness. All was innocence and duty in Helen's breast, and every ingenuous action showed its affection and its joy. The estranged heart of Lady Mar had closed against him, and though he suspected not its wanderings, he felt the unutterable difference between the warm transports of his daughter and the frigid gratulations forced from the lips of his wife. Lady Mar gazed with a weird frown on the lovely form of Helen, as she wound her exquisitely turned arms round the earl in filial tenderness. Her bosom, heaving in the snowy whiteness of virgin purity, her face, radiant with the softest blooms of youth, all seemed to frame an object which malignant fiends had conjured up to blast her stepdame's hope. "Wallace will behold these charms!" cried her distracted spirit to herself. "And then, where am I?" While her thoughts thus followed each other, she unconsciously darted looks at Helen, which, if an evil eye had any bewitching power, would have withered all her beauties. At one of these portentous moments, the glad eyes of Helen met her glance. She started with horror. It made her remember how she had been betrayed, and all that she had suffered from Soulis. But she could not forget that she had also been rescued; and with that blessed recollection, the image of her preserver rose before her. At this gentle idea, her alarmed countenance took a softer expression, and, tenderly sighing, she turned to her father's question of how she came to be with Lady Ruthven, when he had been taught by Lord Andrew to believe her safe at St. Fillan's. "Yes," cried Murray, throwing herself on a seat beside her, "I found in your letter to Sir William Wallace that you had been betrayed from your asylum by some traitor Scot, and but for the fullness of my joy at our present meeting, I should have inquired the name of the villain." Lady Mar felt a deadly sickness at her heart on hearing that Sir William Wallace was already so far acquainted with her daughter as to have received a letter from her, and in amazed despair she prepared to listen to what she expected would bring a death stroke to her hopes. They had met, but how, where? They wrote to each other. Then far indeed had proceeded that communication of hearts which was now the aim of her life, and she was undone. Helen glanced at the face of Lady Mar, and observing its changes, regarded them as corroborations of her having been the betrayer. "If conscience disturbs you thus," thought Helen, "let it rend your heart, and perhaps remorse may follow." As the tide of success seemed so full for the patriot Scots, Helen no longer feared that her cousin would rashly seek a precarious vengeance on the traitor Soulis, when he might probably soon have an opportunity of making it certain at the head of an army. She therefore commenced her narrative from the time of Murray's leaving her at the Priory, and continued it to the hour in which she had met her father, a prisoner in the streets of Stirling. As she proceeded, the indignation of the Earl and of Murray against Soulis became vehement. The nephew was full of immediate personal revenge, but the father, with arguments similar to those which had suggested themselves to his daughter, calmed the lover's rage, for Murray now felt that fire as well as a kinsman's, and reseated himself with repressed though burning resentment to listen to the remainder of her relation. The quaking conscience of Lady Mar did indeed vary her cheeks with 1,000 dyes, when, as Helen repeated part of her conversation with MacGregor's wife, Murray abruptly said, "Surely that woman could name the traitor who betrayed us into the hands of our enemies. Did she not hint it?" Helen cast down her eyes, that even a glance might not overwhelm with insupportable shame the already trembling countess. Lady Mar saw that she was acquainted with her guilt, and expecting no more mercy than she knew she would show to Helen in the like circumstances, she hastily rose from her chair, internally vowing vengeance against her triumphant daughter and hatred of all mankind. But Helen thought she might have so erred, from a wife's alarm for the safety of the husband she professed to dote on, and this dutiful daughter determined never to accuse her. While all the furies raged in the breast of the guilty woman, Helen simply answered, "Lord Soulis would be weak as he is vile, to trust a secret of that kind with a servant," then hurried on to the relation of subsequent events. The countess breathed again, and almost deceiving herself with the idea that Helen was indeed ignorant of her treachery, listened with emotions of another kind, when she heard of the rescue of her daughter-in-law. She saw Wallace in that brave act; but as Helen, undesignedly to herself, passed over the parts in their conversation which had most interested her, and never named the graces of his person, Lady Mar thought that to have viewed Wallace with so little notice would have been impossible, and therefore was glad of such a double conviction, that he and her daughter had never met, which seemed verified when Helen said that the unknown chief had promised to join his arms with those of Wallace. Murray had observed Helen while she spoke, with an impression at his heart which made it pause. Something in this interview had whispered to him what he had never dreamed before, that she was dearer to him than 50,000 cousins. And while the blush flushed and retreated in the complexion of Helen, and her downcast eyes refused to show what was passing there, while she hastily ran over the circumstances of her acquaintance with the stranger knight, Murray's own emotions declared the secret of hers, and with a lip as pale as her own, he said, "But where is this brave man? He cannot have yet joined us, for surely he would have told Wallace or myself that he came from you." "I warned him not to do so," replied she, "for fear that your indignation against my enemies, my dear cousin, might have precipitated you into dangers to be incurred for our country alone." "Then, if he had joined us," replied Murray, rising from his seat, "you will probably soon know who he is. Tomorrow morning Sir William Wallace will enter the citadel, attended by his principal knights; and in that gallant company you must doubtless discover the man who had laid such obligations on us all by your preservation." Murray's feelings told him that glad should he be if the utterance of that obligation would repay it. Helen herself knew not how to account for the agitation which shook her whenever she adverted to her unknown preserver. At the time of the hermit's friend, the good lay brother, having brought her to Alloa, when she explained to Lady Ruthven the cause of her strange arrival, she had then told her story with composure, till she mentioned her deliverer. But in that moment, for the first time, she felt a confusion which disordered the animation with which she described his patriotism and his bravery. But it was natural, she thought, that gratitude for a recent benefit should make her heart beat high. It was something like the enthusiasm she had felt for Wallace on the rescue of her father, and she was satisfied. But a few days of quiet at Alloa had recovered her health from the shock it had received in the recent scenes, and she proposed to her aunt to send some trusty messenger to inform the imprisoned earl at Dumbarton of her happy refuge; and Lady Ruthven in return had urged the probability that the messenger would be intercepted, and so her asylum be discovered, saying, "Let it alone, till this knight of yours, by performing his word, calls you to declare his honourable deeds. Till then, Lord Mar, ignorant of your danger, needs no assurance of your safety." This casual reference to the knight had then made the tranquilized heart of Helen renew its throbbings, and turning from her aunt with an acquiescing reply, she retired to her own apartment to quell the unusual and painful blushes she felt burning on her cheeks. Why she should feel thus she could not account, "unless," said she to herself, "I fear that my suspicion may be guessed at, and should my words or looks betray the royal Bruce to any harm, that moment of undesigned ingratitude would be the last of my life." This explanation seemed ample to herself, and henceforth avoiding all mention of her preserver in her conversations with Lady Ruthven, she had confined the subject to her own breast; and thinking that she thought of him more, by her intention to speak of him less, she wondered not that whenever she was alone his image immediately rose in her mind, his voice seemed to sound in her ears, and even as the summer air wafted its soft fragrance over her cheek, she would turn as if she felt that breath which had so gently brushed her to repose. She would then start and sigh, and repeat his words to herself, but all was serene in her bosom; for it seemed as if the contemplation of so much loveliness of soul in so noble a form, soothed instead of agitated her heart. What a king will he be, thought she; with what transport would the virtuous Wallace set the Scottish crown on so noble a brow! Such were her meditations and feelings when she was brought a prisoner to Stirling; and when she heard of the victories of Wallace, she could not but think that the brave arm of her knight was there, and that he, with the renowned champion of Scotland, would fly, on the receipt of her letter, to Stirling, there to repeat the valiant deeds of Dumbarton. The first blast of the Scottish trumpet under the walls found her, as she had said, upon her knees, and kept her there, for hardly with any intermission, with fast and prayer, did she kneel before the altar of heaven, till the voice of Andrew Murray at midnight called her to freedom and to happiness. Wallace, and perhaps her nameless hero with him, had again conquered. His idea dwelt in her heart, and faltered on her tongue; and yet, in reciting the narrative of her late sufferings to her father, when she came to the mentioning of the stranger's conduct to her, with an apprehensive embarrassment she felt her growing emotions as she drew near the subject; and, hurrying over the event, she could only excuse herself from such new perturbations by supposing that the former treason of Lady Mar now excited her alarm, with fear she should fix it on a new object. Turning cold at an idea so pregnant with horror, she hastily passed from the agitating theme to speak of De Valence, and the respect with which he had treated her during her imprisonment. His courtesy had professed to deny nothing to her wishes, except her personal liberty, and any conference with her parents or aunt. Her father's life, he declared it was altogether out of his power to grant; he might suspend the sentence, but he could not abrogate it. "Yes," cried the earl, "though false and inflexible, I must not accuse him of having been so barbarous in his tyranny as Cressingham; for it was not until De Valence was taken prisoner that Joanna and I were divided. Till then we were lodged in decent apartments, but on that event Cressingham tore us from each other, and threw us into different dungeons. My sister Janet I never saw since the hour we were separated in the street of Stirling, until the awful moment in which we met on the roof of this castle, the moment when I expected to behold her and my wife die before my eyes." Helen now learned, for the first time, the base cruelties which had been exercised on her father and his family since the capture of De Valence. She had been exempted from sharing them by the fears of Cressingham, who, knowing that the English earl had particular views with regard to her, durst not risk offending him by outraging one whom he had declared himself determined to protect. During part of this conversation, Murray withdrew to bring Lady Ruthven and her son to share the general joy of full domestic reunion. The happy Edwin and his mother, having embraced these dear relatives, with yet more tender affections yearning in their bosoms, accompanied Murray to the door of the barbican, which contained Lord Ruthven. They entered on the wings of conjugal and filial love; but the for once pensive Lord Andrew, with a slow and musing step, returned into the castle to see that all was safely disposed for the remainder of the night. Chapter 34. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts.
Chapter 35 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Easton. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 35. Stirling Citadel. At noon next day, Murray received a message from Wallace, desiring him to acquaint the Earl of Mar that he was coming to the citadel to offer the palace of Snawdoun to the ladies of Mar, and to request the earl to take charge of the illustrious prisoners he was bringing to the castle. Each member of the family hastened to prepare for an interview which excited different expectations in each different breast. Lady Mar, well satisfied that Helen and Wallace had never met, and clinging to the vague words of Murray that he had sent to give her liberty, called forth every art of the tiring room to embellish her still fine person. Lady Ruthven, with the respectable eagerness of a chaste matron, in prospect of seeing the man who had so often been the preserver of her brother, and who had so lately delivered her husband from a loathsome dungeon, was the first who joined the earl in the great gallery. Lady Mar soon after entered like Juno in all her plumage of majesty and beauty. But the trumpet of Wallace had sounded in the gates before the trembling Helen could leave her apartment. It was the herald of his approach, and she sunk breathless into a seat. She was now going to see for the first time the man for whose woes she had so often wept, the man who had incurred them all for objects dear to her. He whom she had mourned as one stricken in sorrows, and feared for as an outlaw doomed to suffering and to death, was now to appear before her, not in the garb of woe, which excuses the sympathy its wearer excites, but arrayed as a conqueror, as the champion of Scotland, giving laws to her oppressors, and entering in triumph over fields of their slain. Awful as this picture was to the timidity of her gentle nature, it alone did not occasion that inexpressible sensation which seemed to check the pulses of her heart. Was she, or was she not, to recognize in his train the young and noble Bruce? Was she to be assured that he still existed? Or, by seeking him everywhere in vain, ascertain that he, who could not break his word, had perished, lonely and unknown? While these ideas thronged into her mind, the platform below was filling with the triumphant Scots; and, her door suddenly opening, Edwin entered in delighted haste. "Come, cousin," cried he, "Sir William Wallace has almost finished his business in the great hall. He has made my uncle governor of this place, and has committed nearly 1,000 prisoners of rank to his care. If you be not expeditious, you will allow him to enter the gallery before you." Hardly observing her face, from the happy emotions which dazzled his own eyes, he seized her hand and hurried her to the gallery. Only her aunt and stepmother were yet there. Lady Ruthven sat composedly on a tapestried bench, awaiting the arrival of the company; but Lady Mar was near the door, listening impatiently to the voices beneath. At sight of Helen she drew back; but she smiled exultingly when she saw that all the splendor of beauty she had so lately beheld and dreaded was flown. Her unadorned garments gave no particular attraction to the simple lines of her form. The effulgence of her complexion was gone. Her cheek was pale, and the tremulous motion of her step deprived her of the elastic grace which was usually the charm of her nymph like figure. Triumph now sat in the eyes of the countess; and, with an air of authority, she waved Helen to take a seat beside Lady Ruthven. But Helen, fearful of what might be her emotion when the train should enter, had just placed herself behind her aunt, when the steps of many a mailed foot sounded upon the oaken floor of the outward gallery. The next moment the great doors of the huge screen opened, and a crowd of knights in armor flashed upon her eyes. A strange dimness overspread her faculties, and nothing appeared to her but an indistinct throng approaching. She would have given worlds to have been removed from the spot, but was unable to stir; and on recovering her senses, she beheld Lady Mar, who, exclaiming "Ever my preserver!" had hastened forward, now leaning on the bosom of one of the chiefs. His head was bent as if answering her in a low voice. By the golden locks, which hung down upon the jeweled tresses of the countess, and obscured his face, she judged it must indeed be the deliverer of her father, the knight of her dream. But where was he who had delivered herself from a worse fate than death? Where was the dweller of her daily thoughts, the bright apparition of her unslumbering pillow? Helen's sight, now clearing to as keen a vision as before it had been dulled and indistinct, with a timid and anxious gaze glanced from face to face of the chieftains around; but all were strange. Then, withdrawing her eyes with the sad conviction that their search was indeed in vain, in the very moment of that despair, they were arrested by a glimpse of the features of Wallace. He had raised his head, he shook back his clustering hair, and her secret was revealed. In that godlike countenance she recognized the object of her devoted wishes; and with a gasp of overwhelming surprise, she must have fallen from her seat, had not Lady Ruthven, hearing a sound like the sigh of death, turned round and caught her in her arms. The cry of her aunt drew every eye to the spot. Wallace immediately relinquished the countess to her husband, and moved toward the beautiful and senseless form that lay on the bosom of Lady Ruthven. The earl and his agitated wife followed. "What ails my Helen?" asked the affectionate father. "I know not," replied his sister; "she sat behind me, and I knew nothing of her disorder till she fell as you see." Murray instantly supposed that she had discovered the unknown knight; and looking from countenance to countenance amongst the train, to try if he could discern the envied cause of such emotions, he read in no face an answering feeling with that of Helen's. and turning away from his unavailing scrutiny, on hearing her draw a deep sigh, his eyes fixed themselves on her, as if they would have read her soul. Wallace, who, in the pale form before him, saw not only the woman whom he had preserved with a brother's care, but the compassionate saint who had given a hallowed grave to the remains of an angel, pure as herself, now hung over her with anxiety so eloquent in every feature, that the countess would willingly at that moment have stabbed her in every vein. Lady Ruthven had sprinkled her niece with water; and as she began to revive, Wallace motioned to his chieftains to withdraw. Her eyes opened slowly; but recollection returning with every reawakened sense, she dimly perceived a press of people around her; and fearful of again encountering that face, which declared the Bruce of her secret meditations and the Wallace of her declared veneration were one, she buried her blushes in the bosom of her father. In that short point of time, images of past, present, and to come, rushed before her; and without confessing to herself why she thought it necessary to make the vow, her soul seemed to swear on the sacred altar of a parent's heart, never more to think on either idea. Separate, it was sweet to muse on her own deliverer; it was delightful to dwell on the virtues of her father's preserver; but when she saw both characters blended in one, her feelings seemed sacrilege, and she wished even to bury her gratitude, where no eye but Heaven's could see its depth and fervor. Trembling at what might be the consequences of this scene, Lady Mar determined to hint to Wallace that Helen loved some unknown knight; and bending to her daughter, said in a low voice, yet loud enough for him to hear: "Retire, my child; you will be better in your own room. Whether pleasure or disappointment about the person you wish to discover in Sir William's train have occasioned these emotions." Helen recovered herself at this indelicate remark, and raising her head with that modest dignity which only belongs to the purest mind, gently but firmly said: "I obey you, madam, and he whom I have seen will be too generous not to pardon the effects of so unexpected a weight of gratitude." As she spoke, her turning eye met the fixed gaze of Wallace. His countenance became agitated, and dropping on his knee beside her, "Gracious lady," cried he, "mine is the right of gratitude; but it is dear land precious to me, a debt that my life will not be able to repay. I was ignorant of all your goodness when we parted in the hermit's cave; but the spirit of an angel like yourself, Lady Helen, will whisper to you all her widowed husband's thanks." He pressed her hand fervently between his, and rising, left the room. Helen looked on with an immovable eye, in which the heroic vow of her soul spoke in every beam; but as he arose, even then she felt its frailty, for her spirit seemed leaving her; and as he disappeared from the door, her world seemed shut from her eyes. Not to think of him was impossible; how to think of him was in her own power. Her heart felt as if suddenly made a desert. But heroism was there. She had looked upon the heaven dedicated Wallace, on the widowed mourner of Marion, the saint and the hero, the being of another world; and as such she would regard him, till in the realms of purity she might acknowledge the brother of her soul. A sacred inspiration seemed to illuminate her features, and to brace with the vigor of immortality those limbs which before had sunk under her. She forgot she was still of earth, while a holy love, like that of the dove in paradise, sat brooding on her heart. Lady Mar gazed on her without understanding the ethereal meaning of those looks. Judging from her own impassioned feelings, she could only resolve the resplendent beauty which shone from the now animated face and form of Helen into the rapture of finding herself beloved. Had she not heard Wallace declare himself to be the unknown knight who had rescued Helen? She had heard him devote his life to her, and was not his heart included in that dedication? She had then heard that love vowed to another, which she would have sacrificed her soul to win. Murray too was confounded; but his reflections were far different from those of Lady Mar. He saw his newly self discerned passion smothered in its first breath. At the moment in which he found that he loved his cousin above all of woman's mold, an unappealable voice in his bosom made him crush every fond desire. That heart which, with the chaste transports of a sister, had throbbed so entrancingly against his, was then another's, was become the captive of Wallace's virtues, of the only man who, his judgment would have said, deserves Helen Mar. But when he clasped her glowing beauties in his arms only the night before, his enraptured soul then believed that the tender smile he saw on her lips was meant as the sweet earnest of the happier moment when he might hold her there forever. That dream was now past. "Well, be it so," said he to himself; "if this too daring passion must be clipped on the wing, I have at least the consolation that it soared like the bird of Jove. But, loveliest of created beings," thought he, looking on Helen with an expression which, had she met it, would have told her all that was passing in his soul, "if I am not to be thy love, I will be thy friend, and live for thee and Wallace." Believing that she had read her sentence in what she thought the triumphant glances of a happy passion, Lady Mar turned from her daughter in law, with such a hatred kindling in her heart, she durst not trust her eyes to the inspection of the bystanders; but her tongue could not be restrained beyond the moment in which the object of her jealousy left the room. As the door closed upon Helen, who retired leaning on the arms of her aunt and Edwin, the countess turned to her lord; his eyes were looking with doting fondness toward the point where she withdrew. This sight augmented the angry tumults in the breast of his wife; and with a bitter smile she said, "So, my lord, you find the icy bosom of your Helen can be thawed." "How do you mean, Joanna?" returned the earl, doubting her words and looks. "You surely cannot blame our daughter for being sensible of gratitude." "I blame all young women," replied she, "who give themselves airs of unnatural coldness, and then, when the proof comes, behave in a manner so extraordinary, so indelicately, I must say." "My Lady Mar!" ejaculated the earl, with an amazed look; "what am I to think of you from this? How has my daughter behaved indelicately? She did not lay her head on Sir William Wallace's bosom, and weep there till he replaced her on her natural pillow, mine. Have a care, madam, that I do not see more in this spleen than would be honorable to you for me to discover." Fearing nothing so much as that her husband should really suspect the passion which possessed her, and so remove her from the side of Wallace, she presently recalled her former duplicity, and with a surprised and uncomprehending air, replied, "I do not understand what you mean, Donald." Then turning to Lord Ruthven, who stood uneasily viewing this scene, "How," cried she, "can my lord discover spleen in my maternal anxiety respecting the daughter of the husband I love and honor above all the earth? But men do not properly estimate female reserve. Any woman would say with me, that to faint at the sight of Sir William Wallace was declaring an emotion not to be revealed before so large a company, a something from which men might not draw the most agreeable inferences." "It only declared surprise, madam," cried Murray; "the surprise of a modest and ingenuous mind that did not expect to recognize its mountain friend in the person of the Protector of Scotland." Lady Mar put up her lip, and turning to the still silent Lord Ruthven, again addressed him: "Stepmothers, my lord," said she, "have hard duties to perform; and when we think we fulfill them best, our suspicious husband comes with the magician's wand, and turns all our good to evil." "Array your good in a less equivocal garb, my dear Joanna," answered the Earl of Mar, rather ashamed of the hasty words which indeed the suspicion of a moment had drawn from his lips. "Judge my child by her usual conduct, not by an accidental appearance of inconsistency, and I shall ever be grateful for your solicitude. But in this instance, though she might betray the weakness of an enfeebled constitution, it was certainly not the frailty of a lovesick heart." "Judge me by your own rule, dear Donald," cried his wife, blandishly kissing his forehead, "and you will not again wither the mother of your boy with such a look as I just now received." Glad to see this reconciliation, Lord Ruthven made a sign to Murray, and they withdrew together. Meanwhile, the honest earl surrendering his whole heart to the wiles of his wife, poured into her not inattentive ear all his wishes for Helen, all the hopes to which her late meeting with Wallace, and their present recognition had given birth. "I had rather have that man my son," said he, "than see my beloved daughter placed on an imperial throne." "I do not doubt it," thought Lady Mar, "for there are many emperors, but only one William Wallace." However, her sentiments she confined to herself, neither assenting nor dissenting, but answering so as to secure the confidence by which she hoped to traverse his designs. According to the inconsistency of the wild passion that possessed her, one moment she saw nothing but despair before her, and in the next it seemed impossible that Wallace should in heart be proof against her tenderness and charms. She remembered Murray's words, that he was sent to set her free, and that recollection reawakened every hope. Sir William had placed Lord Mar in a post as dangerous as honorable. Should the Southrons return in any force into Scotland, Stirling must be one of the first places they would attack. The earl was brave, but his wounds had robbed him of much of his martial vigor. Might she not then be indeed set free? And might not Wallace, on such an event, mean to repay her for all those sighs he now sought to repress, from ideas of a virtue which she could admire, but had not the courage to imitate? These wicked meditations passed even at the side of her husband; and, with a view to further every wish of her intoxicated imagination, she determined to spare no exertion to secure the support of her own family, which, when agreeing in one point, was the most powerful of any in the kingdom. Her father, the Earl of Strathearn, was now a misanthrope recluse in the Orkneys. She therefore did not calculate on his assistance; but she resolved on requesting Wallace to put the names of her cousins, Athol and Badenoch, into the exchange of prisoners, for by their means she expected to accomplish all she hoped. On Mar's probable speedy death she so long thought that she regarded it as a certainty, and so pressed forward to the fulfillment of her love and ambition with as much eagerness as if he were already in his grave. She recollected that Wallace had not this time thrown her from his bosom; when in the transports of her joy she cast herself upon it, he only gently whispered, "Beware, lady, there are those present who may think my services too richly paid." With these words he had relinquished her to her husband; but in them she saw nothing inimical to her wishes; it was a caution, not a reproof; and had not his warmer address to Helen conjured up all the fiends of jealousy, she would have been perfectly satisfied with these grounds of hope, slippery though they were, like the sands of the sea. Eager, therefore, to break away from Lord Mar's projects relating to his daughter, at the first decent opportunity she said, "We will consider more of this, Donald. I now resign you to the duties of your office, and shall pay mine to her whose interest is our own." Lord Mar pressed her hand to his lips, and they parted. Prior to Wallace's visit to the citadel, which was to be at an early hour the same morning, a list of the noble prisoners was put into his hand. Edwin pointed to the name of Lord Montgomery. "That," said he, "is the name of the person you already esteem; but how will you regard him when I tell you who he was?" Wallace turned on him an inquiring look. "You have often spoken to me of Sir Gilbert Hambledon." "And this be he?" interrupted Wallace. Edwin recounted the manner of the earl discovering himself, and how he came to bear that title. Wallace listened in silence, and when his young friend ended, sighed heavily. "I will thank him," was all he said; and rising, he proceeded to the chamber of Montgomery. Even at that early hour it was filled with his officers come to inquire after their late commander's health. Wallace advanced to the couch, and the Southrons drew back. The expression of his countenance told the earl that he now knew him. "Noblest of Englishmen," cried Wallace in a low voice, "I come to express a gratitude to you, as lasting as the memory of the action which gave it birth. Your generous conduct to all that was dearest to me on earth was that night in the garden of Ellerslie witnessed by myself. I was in the tree above your head; and nothing but a conviction that I should embarrass the honor of my wife's protector, could at that moment have prevented my springing from my covert, and declaring my gratitude on the spot. Receive my thanks now, inadequate as they are to express what I feel. But you offered me your heart on the field of Cambus Kenneth; I will take that as a generous intimation how I may best acknowledge my debt. Receive then my never dying friendship, the eternal gratitude of my immortal spirit." The answer of Montgomery could not but refer to the same subject; and by presenting the tender form of his wife and her devoted love, almost visibly again before her widowed husband, nearly forced open the fountain of tears which he had buried deep in his heart; and rising suddenly, for fear his emotions might betray themselves, he warmly pressed the hand of his English friend, and left the room. In the course of the same day the Southron nobles were transported into the citadel, and the family of Mar removed from the fortress, to take up their residence in the palace of Snawdoun. Chapter 36 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Easton. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. The Carse of Stirling. The fame of these victories, the seizure of Stirling, the conquest of above 60,000 men, and the Lord Warden with his late deputy taken prisoners, all spread through the country on the wings of the wind. Messengers were dispatched by Wallace, not only to the nobles who had already declared for the cause by sending him their armed followers, but to the clans who yet stood irresolute. To the chiefs who had taken the side of Edward he sent no exhortation. And when Lord Ruthven advised him to do so, "No, my lord," said he, "we must not spread a snare under our country; and as they had the power to befriend her, they would not have colleagued with her enemies. They remember her happiness under the rule of our Alexanders; they see her sufferings beneath the sway of a usurper; and if they can know these things, and require arguments to bring them to their duty, should they then come to it, it would not be to fulfill, but to betray. Ours, my dear Lord Ruthven, is a commission from heaven; the truth of our cause is God's own signet, and it is so clear, that it need only be seen to be acknowledged. All honest minds will come to us of themselves; and those who are not so, had better be avoided, than shown the way, by which treachery may effect what open violence cannot accomplish." This reasoning, drawn from the experience of nature, neither encumbered by the subtleties of policy, nor the sophistry of the schools, was evident to every honest understanding, and decided the question. Lady Mar, unknown to any one, again applied to her fatal pen, but with other views than for the ruin of the cause, or the destruction of Wallace. It was to strengthen his hands with the power of all her kinsmen; and finally, by the crown which they should place on his head, exalt her to the dignity of a queen. She wrote first to John Cummin, Earl of Buchan, enforcing 1,000 reasons why he should now leave a sinking cause, and join the rising fortunes of his country. "You see," said she, "that the happy star of Edward is setting. The King of France not only maintains possession of that monarch's territory at Guienne, but he holds him in check on the shores of Flanders. Baffled abroad, an insurrection awaits him at home. The priesthood, whom he has insulted, trample name with anathemas. The nobles, whom he has insulted, trample on his prerogative; and the people, whose privileges he has invaded, call aloud for redress. The proud barons of England are ready to revolt; and the Lords Hereford and Norfolk, those two earls whom, after madly threatening to hang, he sought to bribe to their allegiance by leaving them in the full powers of constable and marshal of England, they are now conducting themselves with such domineering consequence, that even the Prince of Wales submits to their directions, and the throne of the absent tyrant is shaken to its center." [Footnote: Edward intended to send out forces to Guienne, under the command of Humphrey Earl of Hereford, the constable, and Roger Earl of Norfolk, the marshal of England, when these two powerful nobles refused to execute his commands. A violent altercation ensued; and the king, in the height of his passion, exclaimed to the constable, "Sir Earl, by you shall either go or hang." "By Sir King," replied Hereford, "I will neither go nor hang;" and he immediately departed with the marshal, and their respective trains. Sir William Wallace has rescued Scotland from his yoke. The country now calls for her ancient lords, those who made her kings and supported them. Come, then, my cousin, espouse the cause of right, the cause that is in power, the cause that may aggrandize the house of Cummin with still higher dignities than any with which it has hitherto been blazoned." With these arguments, and with others more adapted to his belial mind, she tried to bring him to her purpose; to awaken what ambition he possessed, and to entice his baser passions, by offering security, in a rescued country, to the indulgence of senses to which he had already sacrificed the best properties of man. She dispatched her letter by a messenger, whom she bribed to secrecy, and added in her postscript, that the answer she should hope to receive would be an offer of his services to Sir William Wallace. While the Countess of Mar was devising her plans, for the gaining of Lord Buchan was only a preliminary measure, the dispatches of Wallace had taken effect. Their simple details, and the voice of fame, had roused a general spirit throughout the land; and in the course of a very short time, after the different messengers had left Stirling, the plain around the city was covered with a mixed multitude. All Scotland seemed pressing to throw itself at the feet of its preserver. A large body of men brought from Mar by Murray, according to his uncle's orders, were amongst the first encamped on the Carse; and that part of Wallace's own particular band which he had left at Dumbarton to recover their wounds, now, under the command of Stephen Ireland, rejoined their lord at Stirling. Neil Campbell, the brave lord of Loch Awe, and Lord Bothwell, the father of Lord Andrew Murray, with a strong reinforcement, arrived from Argyleshire. The chiefs of Ross, Dundas, Gordon, Lockhart, Logan, Elphinstone, Scott, Erskine, Lindsay, Cameron, and of almost every noble family in Scotland, sent their sons at the heads of detachments from their clans, to swell the ranks of Sir William Wallace. When this patriotic host assembled on the Carse of Stirling, every inmate of the city, who had not duty to confine him within the walls, turned out to view the glorious sight. Mounted on a rising ground, they saw each little army, and the emblazoned banners of all the chivalry of Scotland floating afar over the lengthened ranks. At this moment, the lines which guarded the outworks of Stirling opened from right to left, and discovered Wallace advancing on a white charger. When the conqueror of Edward's hosts appeared, the deliverer of Scotland, a mighty shout, from the thousands around, rent the skies, and shook the earth on which they stood. Wallace raised his helmet from his brow, as by an instinctive motion every hand bent the sword or banner it contained. "He comes in the strength of David!" cried the venerable Bishop of Dunkeld, who appeared at the head of his church's tenantry. "Scots, behold the Lord's anointed!" The exclamation, which burst like inspiration from the lips of the bishop, struck to every heart. "Long live our William the Lion, our Scottish king!" was echoed with transport by every follower on the ground. And while the reverberating heavens seemed to ratify the voice of the people, the lords themselves, believing that he who won had the best right to enjoy, joined in the glorious cry. Galloping up from the front of their ranks, they threw themselves from their steeds; and before Wallace could recover from the surprise into which this unexpected salutation had thrown him, Lord Bothwell and Lord Loch awe, followed by the rest, had bent their knees, and acknowledged him to be their sovereign. The Bishop of Dunkeld, at the same moment, drawing from his breast a silver dove of sacred oil, poured it upon the unbonneted head of Wallace. "Thus, O king," cried he, "do I consecrate on earth what has already received the unction of heaven." Wallace, at this action, was awestruck, and raising his eyes to that heaven, his soul in silence breathed its unutterable devotion. Then looking on the bishop, "Holy father," said he, "this unction may have prepared my brows for a crown, but it is not of this world, and divine mercy must bestow it. Rise, lords!" And as he spoke, he flung himself from his horse, and taking Lord Bothwell by the hand, as the eldest of the band, "Kneel not to me," cried he; "I am to you what Gideon was to the Israelites, your fellow soldier. I cannot assume the scepter you would bestow; for he who rules us all has yet preserved to you a lawful monarch. Bruce lives; and were he extinct, the blood royal flows in too many noble veins in Scotland for me to usurp its rights. The rights of the crown lie with the only man in Scotland who knows how to defend them, else reason is blind, or the nation abandons its own prerogative. What we have this moment vowed is not to be forsworn. Baliol has abdicated our throne; the Bruce deserted it; all our nobles slept till you awoke; and shall we bow to men who may follow, but will not lead? No, bravest Wallace, from the moment you drew the first sword for Scotland, you made yourself her lawful king." Wallace turned to the veteran lord of Loch awe, who uttered this with a blunt determination that meant to say, the election which had passed should not be recalled. "I made myself her champion, to fight for her freedom, not my own aggrandizement. Were I to accept the honor with which this too grateful nation would repay my service, I should not bring it that peace for which I contend. Struggling for liberty, the toils of my brave countrymen would be redoubled; for they would have to maintain the rights of an unallied king, against a host of enemies. The circumstances of a man from the private stations of life being elevated to such a dignity would be felt as an insult by every royal house, and foes and friends would arm against us. On these grounds of policy alone, even were my heart not loyal to the vows of my ancestors, I should repel the mischief you would bring upon yourselves by making me your king. As it is, my conscience, as well as my judgment, compels me to reject it. As your general, I may serve you gloriously. As your monarch, in spite of myself, I shall incur your ultimate destruction." "From whom, noblest of Scots?" asked the Lord of Bothwell. "From yourselves, my friends," answered Wallace, with a gentle smile. "Could I take advantage of the generous enthusiasm of a grateful nation? Could I forget the duty I owe to the blood of our Alexanders, and leap into the throne, there are many who would soon revolt against their own election. You cannot be ignorant that there are natures who would endure no rule, did it not come by the right of inheritance; a right by dispute, lest they teach their inferiors the same refractory lesson. But to bend with voluntary subjection, to long obey a power raised by themselves, would be a sacrifice abhorrent to their pride. After having displayed their efficiency in making a king, they would prove their independence by striving to pull him down the moment he made them feel his scepter. Such would be the fate of this election. Jealousies and rebellions would mark my reign, till even my closest adherents, seeing the miseries of civil war, would fall from my side, and leave the country again open to the inroads of her enemies. These, my friends and countrymen, would be my reasons for rejecting the crown, did my ambition point that way. But as I have no joy in titles, no pleasure in any power that does not spring hourly from the heart, let my reign be in your bosoms, and with the appellation of your fellow soldier, your friend, I will fight for you, I will conquer for you, I will live or die." "This man," whispered Lord Buchan, who, having arrived in the rear of the troops on the appearance of Wallace, advanced within hearing of what he said, "this man shows more cunning in repulsing a crown than most are capable of exerting to obtain one." "Ay, but let us see," returned the Earl of March, who accompanied him, "whether it be not Caesar's coyness? He thrice refused the purple, and yet he died Emperor of the Romans." "He that offers me a crown," returned Buchan, "shall never catch me playing the coquette with its charms. I warrant you, I would embrace the lovely mischief in the first presentation." A shout rent the air. "What is that?" cried he, interrupting himself. "He has followed your advice," answered March, with a satirical smile. "It is the preliminary trumpet to 'Long live King William the Great.'" Lord Buchan spurred forward to Scrymgeour, whom he knew, and inquired where the new king was to be crowned. "We have not yet to thank him for the possession of Scone." "True," cried Sir Alexander, comprehending the sarcasm; "but did Sir William Wallace accept the prayers of Scotland, neither Scone nor any other spot in the kingdom would refuse the place of his coronation." "Not accept them!" replied Buchan; "then why the shout? Do the changelings rejoice in being refused?" "When we cannot gain the altitude of our desires," returned the knight, "it is yet subject for thankfulness when we reach a step toward it. Sir William Wallace has consented to be considered as the protector of the kingdom, to hold it for the rightful sovereign, under the name of regent." "Ay," cried March, "he has only taken a mistress instead of a wife; and trust me, when once he has got her into his arms, it will not be all the gray beards in Scotland that can wrest her thence again. I marvel to see how men can be cajoled, and call the visor virtue." Scrymgeour had not waited for this reply of the insolent earl, and Buchan answered him. "I care not," said he; "whoever keeps my castle over my head, and my cellars full, is welcome to reign over John of Buchan. So onward, my gallant Cospatrick, to make our bow to royalty in masquerade." When these scorners approached, they found Wallace standing uncovered in the midst of his happy nobles. There was not a man present to whom he had not given proofs of his divine commission. Each individual was snatched from a state of oppression and disgrace, and placed in security and honor. With overflowing gratitude, they all thronged around him; and the young, the isolated Wallace found a nation waiting on his nod, the hearts of 500,000 people offered to his hand to turn and wind them as he pleased. No crown sat on his brows, but the bright halo of true glory beamed from his godlike countenance. It even checked the arrogant smiles with which the haughty March and the voluptuous Buchan came forward to mock him with their homage. As the near relations of Lady Mar, he received them with courtesy; but one glance of his eye penetrated to the hollowness of both; and then, remounting his steed, the stirrups of which were held by Edwin and Ker, he touched the head of the former with his hand. "Follow me, my friend; I now go to pay my duty to your mother. For you, my lords," said he, turning to the nobles around, "I shall hope to meet you at noon in the citadel, where we must consult together on further prompt movements. Nothing with us can be considered as won till all is gained." The chieftains, with bows, acquiesced in his mandate, and fell back toward their troops. But the foremost ranks of those brave fellows, having heard much of what had passed, were so inflamed with admiration of their regent, that they rushed forward, and collecting in crowds around his horse, and in his path, some pressed to kiss his hand, and others his way, shouting and calling down blessings upon him, till he stopped at the gate of Snawdoun. Chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 37. Snawdoun Palace. Owing to the multiplicity of affairs which engaged Wallace's attention after the capture of Stirling, the ladies of Mar had not seen him since his first visit to the citadel. The countess passed this time in writing her dispatches to the numerous lords of her house, both in Scotland and in England; and by her subtle arguments she completely persuaded her husband of the cogency of putting the names of Lord Athol and Lord Badenoch into the list of noble prisoners he should request. When this was proposed to Wallace, he recollected the conduct of Athol at Montrose, and being alone with Lord Mar, he made some objections against inviting him back into the country. But the earl, who was prepared by his wife to overcome every obstacle in the way of her kinsman's return, answered, "That he believed, from the representations he had received of the private opinions both of Badenoch and Athol, that their treason was more against Baliol than the kingdom, and that now that prince was irretrievably removed, he understood they would be glad to take part in its recovery." "That may be the case with the Earl of Badenoch," replied Wallace; "but something less friendly to Scotland must be in the breast of the man who could betray Lord Douglas into the hands of his enemies." "So I should have thought," replied the earl, "had not the earnestness with which my wife pleads his cause convinced me she knows more of his mind than she chooses to entrust with me; and therefore I suppose his conduct to Douglas arose from personal pique." Though these explanations did not at all raise the absent lords in his esteem, yet to appear hostile to the return of Lady Mar's relations would be a violence to her, which, in proportion as Wallace shrunk from the guilty affection she was so eager to lavish upon him, he was averse to committing. Wishing, by showing her every proper consideration, to lead her to apprehend the turpitude of her conduct, by convincing her that his abhorrence of her advances had its origin in principle rather than from personal repugnance to herself, and so she might see the foulness of her crime, and be recalled to virtue. He was, therefore, not displeased to have this opportunity of obliging her; and as he hoped that amongst so many warm friends a few cool ones could not do much injury, he gave in the names of Badenoch and Athol, with those of Lord Douglas, Sir William Maitland, the only son of the venerable knight of Thirlestane, Sir John Monteith, and many other brave Scots. For these, The Earls de Warenne, de Valence, and Montgomery, the Barons Hilton and Blenkinsop, and others of note, were too exchanged. Those of lesser consequence, man for man, were to be returned for Scots of the same degree. In arranging preliminaries to effect the speedy return of the Scots from England, who must be known to have arrived on the borders before the English would be permitted to cross them, in writing dispatches on the subject, and on others of equal moment, had passed the time between the surrender of Stirling and the hour when Wallace was called to the plain, to receive the offered homage of his grateful country. Impatient to behold again the object of her fond machinations, Lady Mar hastened to the window of her apartment, when the shouts in the street informed her of the approach of Wallace. The loud huzzas, accompanied by the acclamations of "Our Protector and Prince," seemed already to bind her brows with her anticipated diadem, and for a moment vanity lost the image of love in the purple with which she enveloped it. Her ambitious vision was disturbed by the crowd rushing forward. The gates were thronged with people of every age and sex, and Wallace himself appeared on his white charger, with his helmet off, bowing and smiling upon the populace. There was a mild effulgence in his eye, a divine benevolence in his countenance, as his parted lips showed the brightness of his smile, which seemed to speak of happiness within, of joy to all around. She hastily snatched a chaplet of flowers from her head, and threw it from the window. Wallace looked up. His brow and his smile were then directed to her, but they were altered. The moment he met the congratulation of her eager eyes, he remembered what would have been the soft welcome of his Marion's under the like circumstance. But that tender eye was closed, that ear was shut, to whom he would have wished these plaudits to have given rapture, and they were now as nothing to him. The countess saw not what was passing in his mind, but kissing her hand to him, disappeared from the window when he entered the palace. Another eye beside Lady Mar's had witnessed the triumphant entry of Wallace. Triumphant in the true sense of the word, for he came a victor over the hearts of men. He came, not attended by his captives won in the war, but by the people he had blessed, by throngs calling him preserver, father, friend, and prince; by every title which can inspire the soul of man with the happy consciousness of fulfilling his embassy here below. Helen was this witness. She had passed the long interval since she had seen Wallace, in the state of one in a dream. The glance had been so transient, that every succeeding hour seemed to lessen the evidence of her senses that she had really beheld him. It appeared impossible to her that the man whom her thoughts had hitherto dwelt on as the widowed husband of Marion, as the hero whom sorrow had wholly dedicated to patriotism and to heaven, should ever awaken in her breast feelings which would seem to break, like a sacrilegious host, upon the holy consecration of his. Once she had contemplated this idea with the pensive impressions of one leaning over the grave of a hero, and she could then turn, as if emerging from the glooms of sepulchral monuments to upper day, to the image of her unknown knight. She could then blamelessly recollect the matchless graces of his figure, the noble soul that breathed from his every word and action, the sweet though thoughtful serenity that sat on his brow. There, whispered she to herself, are the lofty meditations of a royal mind, devising the freedom of his people. When that is effected, how will the perfect sunshine break out from that face! Ah, how blessed must Scotland be under his reign, when all will be light, virtue, and joy! Bliss hovered like an angel over the image of this imaginary Bruce, while sorrow, in mourning weeds, seemed ever dropping tears, when any circumstance recalled that of the real Wallace. Such was the state of Helen's thoughts, when in the moment, beholding the chief Ellerslie in the citadel, she recognized, in his expected melancholy form, the resplendent countenance of him whom she supposed the Prince of Scotland. That two images so opposite should at once unite, that in one bosom should be mingled all the virtues she had believed peculiar to each, struck her with overwhelming amazement. But when she recovered from her short swoon, and found Wallace at her feet, when she felt that all the devotion her heart had hitherto paid to the simple idea of virtue alone would now be attracted to that glorious mortal, in whom all human excellence appeared summed up, she trembled under an emotion that seemed to rob her of herself, and place a new principle of being within her. All was so extraordinary, so unlooked for, so bewildering, that from the moment in which she had retired in such a paroxysm of highly wrought feelings from her first interview in the gallery with him, she became altogether like a person in a trance, and hardly answering her aunt when she then led her up the stairs, only complained she was ill, and threw herself upon a couch. At the very time that her heart told her in a language she could not misunderstand that she irrevocably loved this too glorious, too amiable Wallace, it as powerfully denounced to her that she had devoted herself to one who must ever be to her as a being of air. No word of sympathy would ever whisper felicity to her heart. No, the flame that was within her, which she found would be immortal as the vestal fires which resemble its purity, must burn there unknown, hidden, but not smothered. "Were this a canonized saint," cried she, as she laid her throbbing head upon her pillow, "how gladly should I feel these emotions! For could I not fall down and worship him? Could I not think it a world of bliss to live for ever within the influence of his virtues, looking at him, listening to him, rejoicing in his praises, happy in his happiness? Yes, though I were a peasant girl, and he not know that Helen Mar ever existed. And I may live thus," said she, "and I may steal some portion of the rare lot that was Lady Marion's, to die for such a man. Ah! could I be in Edwin's place, and wait upon his smiles! But that may not be. I am a woman, and formed to suffer in silence and seclusion. But even at a distance, brave Wallace, my spirit shall watch over you in the form of this Edwin. I will teach him a double care of the light of Scotland, and my prayers also shall follow you, so that when we meet in heaven, the Blessed Virgin shall say with what hosts of angels her intercessions, through my vigils, have surrounded thee." End of Chapter 37. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 4th, 2009. Chapter 38 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 38. The Bower, or Lady's Apartment. Thus did Lady Helen commune with her own strangely affected heart, sometimes doubting the evidence of her eyes; then, convinced of their fidelity, striving to allay the tumults in her mind. She seldom appeared from her own rooms, and such retirement was not questioned, her father being altogether engaged at the citadel, the countess absorbed in her own speculations, and Lady Ruthven alone interrupted the solitude of her niece by frequent visits. Little suspecting the cause of Helen's prolonged indisposition, she generally selected Wallace for the subject of conversation. She descanted with enthusiasm on the rare perfection of his character, told her all that Edwin had related of his actions from the taking of Dumbarton to the present moment, and then bade Helen remark the miracle of such wisdom, valor, and goodness being found in one so young and handsome. "So, my child," added she, "depend on it, before he was Lady Marion's husband, he must have heard sighs enough from the fairest in our land to have turned the wits of half the male world. There is something in his very look, did you meet him on the heath without better barg than a shepherd's plaid, sufficient to declare him the noblest of men; and methinks would excuse the gentlest lady in the land for leaving hall and bower to share his sheepcote. But alas!" and then the playful expression of her countenance altered, "he is now for none on earth." With these words she turned the subject to the confidential hours he passed with the young adopted brother of his heart. Every fond emotion seemed then centered in his wife and child. When Lady Ruthven repeated his pathetic words to Edwin, she wept, she even sobbed, and paused to recover; while the deep and silent tears which flowed from the heart to the eyes of Lady Helen bathed the side of the couch on which she leaned. "Alas!" cried Lady Ruthven, "that a man so formed to grace every relation in life, so noble a creature in all respects, so fond of a husband, so full of parental tenderness, that he should be deprived of the wife on whom he doted, that he should be cut off from all hope of posterity, that when he shall die nothing will be left of William Wallace, breaks my heart." "Oh, my aunt!" cried Helen, raising her head with animation, "will he not leave behind him the liberty of Scotland? That is an offspring worthy of his godlike soul." "True, my dear Helen; but had you ever been a parent, you would know that no achievements, however great, can heal the wound made in a father's heart by the loss of a beloved child. and though Sir William Wallace never saw the infant, ready to bless his arms, yet it perished in the bosom of its mother, and that circumstance must redouble his affliction. Horribly does it enhance the cruelty of the deed." "He has in all things been a direful sacrifice," returned Helen, "and with God alone dwells the power to wipe the tears from his heart." "They flow not from his eyes," answered her aunt, "but deep, deep is the grief that my Edwin says is still settled there." While Lady Ruthven was uttering these words, shouts in the street made her pause, and soon recognizing the name of Wallace sounding from the lips of the rejoicing multitude, she turned to Helen. "Here comes our deliverer!" cried she, taking her by the hand. "We have not seen him since the first day of our liberty. It will do you good, as it will me, to look upon his beneficent face." She obeyed the impulse of her aunt's arm, and reached the window just as he passed into the courtyard. Helen's soul seemed rushing from her eyes. "Ah, it is indeed he!" thought she. "No dream, no illusion, but his very self." He looked up, but not on her side of the building; it was to the window of Lady Mar, and as he bowed, he smiled. All the charms of that smile struck upon the soul of Helen, and hastily retreating, she sunk breathless into a seat. "Oh, no! That man cannot be born for the isolated state I have just lamented. He is not to be forever cut off from communicating that happiness to which he would give so much enchantment." Lady Ruthven ejaculated this with fervor, her matron cheeks flushing with a sudden and more forcible admiration of the person and mien of Wallace. "There is something in that smile, Helen, which tells me all is not chilled within. And indeed, how should it be otherwise? That generous interest in the happiness of all, which seems to flow in a tide of universal love, cannot spring from a source incapable of dispensing the softer screams of it again." Helen, whose well poised soul was not affected by the agitation of her body agitation she was determined to conquer, calmly answered, "Such a hope little agrees with all you have been telling me of his conversation with Edwin. Sir William Wallace will never love woman more, and even to name the idea seems an offense against the sacredness of his sorrow." "Blame me not, Helen," returned Lady Ruthven, "that I forgot probability, in grasping at possibility, which might give me such a nephew as Sir William Wallace, and you a husband worthy of your merits. I had always, in my own mind, fixed on the unknown knight for your future lord; and now that I find that he and the deliverer of Scotland are one, I am not to be looked grave at for wishing to reward him with the most precious heart that ever beat in a female breast." "No more of this, if you love me, dear aunt," returned Helen. "It neither can nor ought to be. I revere the memory of Lady Marion too much not to be agitated by the subject, so no more." She was agitated. But at that instant, Edwin, throwing the door open, put an end to the conversation. He came to apprise his mother that Sir William Wallace was in the state apartments, come purposely to pay his respects to her, not having been introduced to her when the sudden illness of her niece in the castle had made them part so abruptly. "I will not interrupt his introduction now," said Helen, with a faint smile. "A few days' retirement will strengthen me, and then I shall see our protector as I ought." "I will stay with you," cried Edwin, "and I dare say Sir William Wallace will have no objection to be speedily joined by my mother; for as I came along, I met my Aunt Mar hastening through the gallery, and between ourselves, my sweet coz, I do not think my noble friend quite likes a private conversation with your fair stepmother." Lady Ruthven had withdrawn before he made this observation. "Why, Edwin? Surely she would not do anything ungracious to one to whom she owes so great a weight of obligations." When Helen asked this, she remembered the spleen Lady Mar once cherished against Wallace, and she feared it might now be revived. "Ungracious! Oh, no! The reverse of that; but her gratitude is full of absurdity. I will not repeat the fooleries with which she sought to detain him at Bute, and that some new fancy respecting him is now about to menace his patience. I am convinced, for on my way hither I met her hurrying along, and as she passed me, she exclaimed, 'Is Lord Buchan arrived?' I answered, 'Yes.' 'Ah! then he proclaimed him king?' cried she, and into the great gallery she darted." "You do not mean to say," demanded Helen, turning her eyes with an expression which seemed confident of his answer, "that Sir William Wallace has accepted the crown of Scotland?" "Certainly not," replied Edwin; "but as certainly it has been offered to him, and he has refused it." "I could have sworn it," returned Helen, rising from her chair. "All is loyal, all is great and consistent there, Edwin." "He is indeed the perfect exemplar of all nobleness," rejoined the youth. and I believe I shall even love you better, my dear cousin, because you seem to have so clear an apprehension of his real character." He then proceeded, with all the animation of the most zealous affection, to narrate to Helen the particulars of the late scene on the Carse of Stirling. And while he deepened still more the profound impression the virtues of Wallace had made on her heart, he reopened its more tender sympathies by repeating, with even minuter accuracy than he had done to his mother, details of those hours which he passed with him in retirement. He spoke of the Beacon Hill, of moonlight walks in the camp, when all but the sentinels and his general and himself were sunk in sleep. These were the seasons when the suppressed feelings of Wallace would by fits break from his lips, and at last pour themselves out unrestrainedly to the ear of sympathy. As the young narrator described all the endearing qualities of his friend, the cheerful heroism with which he quelled every tender remembrance to do his duty in the day, "For it is only in the night," said Edwin, "that my general remembers Ellerslie." Helen's tears again stole silently down her cheeks. Edwin perceived them, and throwing his arms gently around her, "Weep not, my cousin," said he, "for, with all his sorrow, I never saw true happiness till I beheld it in the eyes and heard it in the voice of Sir William Wallace. He has talked to me of the joy he should experience in giving liberty to Scotland, and establishing her peace, till his enthusiastic soul, grasping hope as if it were possession, he has looked on me with a consciousness of enjoyment which seemed to say that all bliss was summed up in a patriot's breast." And at other times, when, after a conversation on his beloved Marion, a few natural regrets would pass his lips, and my tears tell how deep was my sympathy, then he would turn to comfort me, and then he would show me the world beyond this, that world which is the aim of all his deeds, the end of all his travails. And lost in the rapturous idea of meeting his Marion there, a foretaste of all would seem to seize his soul. And were I then called upon to point out the most enviable felicity on earth, I should say it is that of Sir William Wallace. It is this enthusiasm in all he believes and feels that makes him what he is. It is this eternal spirit of hope, infused into him by heaven itself, that makes him rise from sorrow, like the sun from a cloud, brighter and with more ardent beams. It is this that bathes his lips in the smiles of paradise, that throws a divine luster over his eyes, and makes all dream of love and happiness that look upon him." Edwin paused. "Is it not so, my cousin?" Helen raised her thoughtful face. "He is not a being of this earth, Edwin. We must learn to imitate him as well as to—" She hesitated, then added, "as well as to revere him, I do before the altars of the saints. But not to worship," said she, interrupting herself; "that would be a crime. To look on him as a glorious example of patient suffering, of invincible courage in the behalf of truth and mercy. This is the end of my reverence for him, and this sentiment, my dear Edwin, you partake." "It possesses me wholly," cried the energetic youth. "I have no thought, no wish, nor ever move or speak but with the intent to be like him. He calls me his brother, and I will be so in soul, though I cannot in blood. And then, my dear Helen, you shall have two Sir William Wallaces to love." "Sweetest, sweetest boy!" cried Helen, putting her quivering lips to his forehead. "You will then always remember that Helen so dearly loves Scotland as to be jealous, above all earthly things, for the lord regent's safety. Be his guardian angel. Beware of treason in man and woman, friend and kindred. It lurks, my cousin, under the most specious forms; and, as one, mark Lord Buchan. In short, have a care of all whom any of the house of Cummin may introduce. Watch over your general's life in the private hour. It is not the public field I fear for him; his valiant arm will there be his own guard; but in the unreserved day of confidence, envy will point its dagger, and then be as eyes to his too trusting soul, as a shield to his too confidently exposed breast." As she spoke, she strove to conceal her too eloquent face in the silken ringlets of her hair. "I will be all of this," cried Edwin, who saw nothing in her tender solicitude but the ingenuous affection which glowed in his own heart. "And I will be your eyes, too, my cousin; for when I am absent with Sir William Wallace, I shall consider myself your representative, and so will send you regular dispatches of all that happens to him." Thanks would have been a poor means of imparting what she felt at this assurance; and rising from her seat, with some of Wallace's own resigned and enthusiastic expression on her face, she pressed Edwin's hand to her heart; then bowing her head to him, in token of gratitude, withdrew into an inner apartment. End of Chapter 38. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 5th, 2009. Chapter 39 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 39. Stirling Castle and Council Hall. The Countess's chivalric tribute from the window gave Wallace reason to anticipate her company in his visit to Lady Ruthven, and on finding the room vacant he dispatched Edwin for his mother, that he might not be distressed by the unchecked advances of a woman whom, as the wife of Lord Mar, he was obliged to see, and whose weakness he pitied, as she belonged to a sex for which, in consideration of the felicity once bestowed on him by woman, he felt a peculiar tenderness. Respect the Countess he could not, nor indeed could he feel any gratitude for a preference which seemed to him to have no foundations in the only true basis of love, the virtues of the object. For, as she acted against every moral law, against his declared sentiments, it was evident that she placed little value on his esteem, and therefore he despised, while he pitied, a human creature ungovernably yielding herself to the sway of her passions. In the midst of thoughts so little to her advantage, Lady Mar entered the room. Wallace turned to meet her, while she, hastening toward him, and dropping on one knee, exclaimed, "Let me be the first woman in Scotland to acknowledge its king." Wallace put forth his hand to raise her, and smiling, replied, "Lady Mar, you would do me an honor I can never claim." "How?" cried she, starting up. "What then was that cry I heard? Did they not call you prince and sovereign? Did not my Lord Buchan—" Confused, disappointed, overpowered, she left the sentence unfinished, sunk on a seat, and burst into tears. At that moment she saw her anticipated crown fall from her head, and having united the gaining of Wallace with his acquisition of this dignity, all her hopes seemed against the sport of winds. She felt as if Wallace had eluded her power, for it was by the ambition-serving acts of her kinsman that she had meant to bind him to her love, and now all was rejected, and she wept in despair. He gazed at her with amazement. What these emotions and his elevation had to do with each other, he could not guess; but recollecting her manner of mentioning Lord Buchan's name, he answered, "Lord Buchan I have just seen. He and Lord March came upon the Carse at the time I went thither to meet my gallant countrymen; and these two noblemen, though so lately the friends of Edward, united with the rest in proclaiming me regent." This word dried the tears of Lady Mar. She saw the shadow of royalty behind it, and summoning artifice to conceal the joy of her heart, she calmly said, "Do not too severely condemn this weakness. It is not that of vain wishes for your aggrandizement. You are the same to Joanna Mar, whether as a monarch or a private man, so long as you possess that supremacy in all, excellence which first gained her esteem. It is for Scotland's sake alone that I wish you to be her king. You have taught me to forget all selfish desires, to respect myself," cried she, "and from this hour I conjure you to wipe from your memory all my folly, all my love." With the last word her bosom heaved tumultuously, and she rose in agitation. Wallace now gazed on her with redoubled wonder. She saw it, and hearing a foot in the passage, turned, and grasping his hand, said in a soft and hurried tone, "Forgive; that which is entwined with my heart should cost me some pangs to wrest thence again. Only respect me, and I am comforted." Wallace in silence pressed her hand, and the door opened. Lady Ruthven entered. The countess, whose present aim was to throw the virtue of Wallace off its guard, and to take that by sap which she found resisted open attack, with a penitential air disappeared by another passage. Edwin's gentle mother was followed by the same youth who had brought Helen's packet to Berwick. It was Walter Hay, anxious to be recognized by his benefactor, to whom his recovered health had rendered his person strange. Wallace received him with kindness, and told him to bear his grateful respects to his lady for her care of her charge. Lord Ruthven, with others, soon entered, and at the appointed hour they attended their chief to the citadel. The council hall was already filled with the lords who had brought their clans to the Scottish standard. On the entrance of Wallace they rose, and Mar coming forward, followed by the heralds and other officers of ceremony, saluted him with the due forms of regent, and led him to the throne. Wallace ascended, but it was only to take thence a packet which had been deposited for him on its cushion, and coming down again, he laid the parchment on the council table. "I can do all things best," said he, "when I am upon a level with my friends." He then broke the seal of the packet. It was from the Prince of Wales, agreeing to Wallace's proposed exchange of prisoners, but denouncing him as the instigator of the rebellion, and threatening him with a future judgment from his incensed king for the mischief he had wrought in the realm of Scotland. The letter was finished with a demand that the town and citadel of Berwick should be surrendered to England, as a gage for the quiet of the borders till Edward should return. Kirkpatrick scoffed at the audacious menace of the young prince. "He should come amongst us like a man," cried he, "and we would soon show him who it is that works mischief in Scotland. Ay, even on his back we would write the chastisement due to the offender." "Be not angry with him, my friend," returned Wallace. "These threats are words of course from the son of Edward. Did he not fear both our rights and our arms, he would not so readily accord with our propositions. You see, every Scottish prisoner is to be on the borders by a certain day; and to satisfy that impatient valor, which I, your friend, would never check, but when it loses itself in a furor too nearly resembling that of our enemies, I intend to make your prowess once again the theme of their discourse. You will retake your castles in Annandale." "Give me but the means to recover those stout gates of our country," cried Kirkpatrick, "and I will warrant you to keep the keys in my hand till doomsday." Wallace resumed: "3,000 men are at your command. When the prisoners pass each other on the Cheviots, the armistice will terminate. You may then fall back upon Annandale, and that night light your own fires in Torthorald. Send the expelled garrison into Northumberland, and show this haughty prince that we know how to replenish his depopulated towns." "But first I will set my mark on them," cried Kirkpatrick, with one of those laughs which ever preluded some savage proposal. "I can guess it would be no gentle one," returned Wallace. "Why, brave knight, will you ever sully the fair field of your fame with an ensanguined tide?" "It is the fashion of the times," replied Kirkpatrick, roughly. "You only, my victorious general, who perhaps had most cause to go with the stream, have chosen a path of your own. But look around. See our burns, which the Southrons made run with Scottish blood; our hillocks, swollen with the cairns of our slain; the highways blocked up with the graves of the murdered; our lands filled with maimed clansmen who purchased life of our ruthless tyrants by the loss of eyes and limbs. And shall we talk of gentle methods with the perpetrators of these horrors? Sir William Wallace, you would make women of us." "Shame, shame, Kirkpatrick!" resounded from every voice; "you insult the regent." Kirkpatrick stood, proudly frowning, with his left hand on the hilt of his sword. Wallace, by a motion, hushed the tumult, and spoke: "No true chief of Scotland can offer me greater respect than frankly to trust me with his sentiments." "Though we disagree in some points," cried Kirkpatrick, "I am ready to die for him at any time, for I believe a trustier Scot treads not the earth. But I repeat, why, by this mincing mercy, seek to turn our soldiers into women?" "I seek to make them men," replied Wallace; "to be aware that they fight with fellow creatures with whom they may one day be friends, and not, like the furious savages of old Scandinavia, drink the blood of eternal enmity. I would neither have my chieftains set examples of cruelty, nor degrade themselves by imitating the barbarities of our enemies. That Scotland bleeds every pore is true; but let peace be our aim, and we shall heal all her wounds." "Then I am not to cut off the ears of the freebooters in Annandale?" cried Kirkpatrick, with a good humored smile. "Have it as you will, my general; only you must new christen me, to wash the war stain from my hand. The rite of my infancy was performed as became a soldier's son; my fount was my father's helmet, and the first pap I sucked lay on the point of his sword." "You have not shamed your nurse," cried Murray. "Nor will I," answered Kirkpatrick, "while the arm that slew Cressingham remains unwithered." While he spoke, Ker entered to ask permission to introduce a messenger from Earl de Warenne. Wallace gave consent. It was Sir Hugh le de Spencer, a near kinsman of the Earl of Hereford, the tumultuary constable of England. He was the envoy who had brought the Prince of Wales's dispatches to Stirling. Wallace was standing when he entered, and so were the chieftains, but at his appearance they sat down. Wallace retained his position. "I come," cried the Southron knight, "from the lord warden of Scotland, who, like my prince, too greatly condescends to do otherwise than command where he now treats. I come to the leader of this rebellion, William Wallace, to receive an answer to the terms granted by the clemency of my master, the son of his liege lord, to this misled kingdom." "Sir Knight," replied Sir William Wallace, "when the Southron lords delegate a messenger to me, who knows how to respect the representative of the nation to which he is sent, and the agents of his own country, I shall give them my reply. You may withdraw." The Southron stood resolute to remain where he was. "Do you know, proud Scot," cried he, "to whom you dare address this imperious language? I am the nephew of the Lord High Constable of England." "It is a pity," cried Murray, looking coolly up from the table, "that he is not here to take his kinsman into custody." Le de Spencer fiercely half drew his sword. "Sir, this insult—" "Must be put up with," cried Wallace, interrupting him, and motioning Edwin to lay his hand on the sword. "You have insulted the nation to which you were sent on a peaceful errand; and having thus invited the resentment of every chief here present, you cannot justly complain against their indignation. But in consideration of your youth, and probable ignorance of what becomes the character of an embassador, I grant you the protection your behavior has forfeited. Sir Alexander Scrymgeour," said he, turning to him, "you will guard Sir Hugh le de Spencer to the Earl de Warenne, and tell that nobleman I am ready to answer any proper messenger." The young Southron, frowning, followed Scrymgeour from the hall, and Wallace, turning to Murray: "My friend," said he, "it is not well to stimulate insolence by repartee. This young man's speech, though an insult to the nation, was directed at me, and by me only it ought to have been answered, and that seriously. The haughty spirit of this man should have been quelled, not incensed; and had you produced one word further, you would have given him an apparently just cause of complaint against you, and of that, my friend, I am sensibly jealous. It is not policy nor virtue to be rigorous to the extent of justice." "I know," returned Murray, blushing, "that my wits are too many for me, ever throwing me, like Phaeton's horses, into the midst of some fiery mischief; but pardon me now, and I promise to rein them close, when next I see this prancing knight." "Bravo, my Lord Andrew!" cried Kirkpatrick, in an affected whisper. "I am not always to be bird alone, under the whip of our regent. You have had a few stripes, and now look a little of my feather." "Like as a swan to a vulture, good Roger," answered Murray. Wallace attended not to this tilting of humor between the chieftains, but engaged himself in close discourse with the elder nobles at the higher end of the hall. In half an hour Scrymgeour returned, and with him Baron Hilton. He brought an apology from De Warenne for the behavior of his embassador, and added his persuasions to the demands of England, that the regent would surrender Berwick, not only as a pledge for the Scots keeping the truce on the borders, but as a proof of his confidence in Prince Edward. Wallace answered that he had no reason to show extraordinary confidence in one who manifested by such a requisition that he had no faith in Scotland; and therefore, neither as a proof of confidence nor as a gage of her word, should Scotland, a victorious power, surrender the eastern door of her kingdom in the vanquished. Wallace declared himself ready to dismiss the English prisoners to the frontiers, and to maintain the armistice till they had reached the south side of the Cheviots. "But," added he, "my word must be my bond, for by the honor of Scotland I will give no other." "Then," answered Baron Hilton, with an honest flush passing over his cheek, as if ashamed of what he had next to say, "I am constrained to lay before you the last instructions of the Prince of Wales to Earl de Warenne." He took a royally sealed roll of vellum from his breast, and read aloud: "Thus saith Edward, Prince of Wales, to Earl de Warenne, Lord Warden of Scotland: If that arch rebel William Wallace, who now assumeth to himself the rule of all our royal father's hereditary dominions north of the Cheviots, refuseth to give unto us the whole possession of the town and citadel of Berwick upon Tweed, as a pledge of his faith to keep the armistice on the borders from sea to sea, we command you to tell him that we shall detain under the ward of our good lieutenant of the Tower in London, the person of William the Lord Douglas, as a close captive, until our prisoners, now in Scotland, arrive safely at Newcastle upon Tyne. This mark of supremacy over a rebellious people we owe as a pledge of their homage to our royal father, and as a tribute of our gratitude to him for having allowed us to treat at all with so undutiful a part of his dominions. Signed, Edward P. W." "Baron," cried Wallace, "it would be beneath the dignity of Scotland to retaliate this act with the like conduct. The exchange of prisoners shall yet be made, and the armistice held sacred on the borders; but as I hold the door of war open in the interior of the country, before the Earl de Warenne leaves this citadel, and it shall be on the day assigned, Please the Almighty Lord of Justice, the Southron usurpers of all our castles on the eastern shore shall be our hostages for the safety of Lord Douglas. And this is my answer, noble Wallace? It is, and you see no more of me till that which I have said is done." Baron Hilton withdrew; and Wallace, turning to his peers, rapidly made dispositions for a sweeping march from frith to frith, and having sent those who were to accompany him to prepare for departure next day at dawn, he retired with the Lords Mar and Bothwell to arrange affairs relative to the prisoners. Chapter 39. Recording by Kalinda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 13th, 2009.
Chapter 40 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Easton. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 40. The Governor's Apartments. The sun rose on Wallace and his brave legions as they traversed the once romantic glades of Strathmore; but now the scene was changed. The villages were abandoned, and the land lay around in uncultivated wastes. Sheep without a shepherd fled wild from the approach of man, and wolves issued howling from the cloisters of depopulated monasteries. The army approached Dunblane, but it was without inhabitant. Grass grew in the streets, and the birds which roosted in the desert dwellings flew scared from the windows, as the trumpet of Wallace sounded through the town. Loud echoes repeated the summons from its hollow walls, but no other voice was heard, no human face appeared, for the ravening hand of Cressingham had been there. Wallace sighed as he looked around him. "Rather smile," cried Graham, "that Heaven hath given you the power to say to the tyrants who have done this, here shall your proud waves be stayed." They proceeded over many a hill and plain, and found that the same withering touch of desolation had burned up and overwhelmed the country. Wallace saw that his troops were faint for want of food. Cheering them, he promised that Ormsby should provide them a feast in Perth; and with reawakened spirits they took the river Tay at its fords, and were soon before the walls of that well armed city. But it was governed by a coward, and Ormsby fled to Dundee at the first sight of the Scottish army. His flight might have warranted the garrison to surrender without a blow; but a braver man being his lieutenant, sharp was the conflict before Wallace could compel that officer to abandon the ramparts and to sue for the very terms he had at first rejected. After the fall of Perth, the young regent made a rapid progress through that part of the country, driving the Southron garrisons out of Scone and all the embattled towns, expelling them from the castles of Kincain, Elcho, Kinfauns, and Doune, and then proceeding to the marine fortresses, those avenues by which the ships of England had poured its legions on the eastern coast, he compelled Dundee, Cupar, Glamis, Montrose, and Aberdeen, all to acknowledge the power of his arms. He seized most of the English ships in those ports, and manning them with Scots, soon cleared the seas of the vessels which had escaped, taking some and putting others to flight, and one of the latter was the fugitive Ormsby. This enterprise achieved, Wallace, with a host of prisoners, turned his steps toward the Forth; but ere he left the banks of the Tay and Dee, he detached 3,000 men under the command of Lord Ruthven, giving him a commission to range the country from the Carse of Gowrie to remotest Sutherland, and in all that tract reduce every town and castle which had admitted a Southron garrison. Wallace took leave of Lord Ruthven at Huntingtower; and that worthy nobleman, when he assumed, with the government of Perth, this extensive command, said, as he grasped the regent's hand, "I say not, bravest of Scots, what is my gratitude for thus making me an arm of my country, but deeds will show." He then bade a father's adieu to his son, counseling him to regard Wallace as the light in his path, and, embracing him, they parted. A rapid march, round by Fifeshire, through which victory followed their steps, brought the conqueror and his troops again within sight of the towers of Stirling. It was on the eve of the day on which he had promised Earl de Warenne should see the English prisoners depart for the borders. No doubt of his arriving at the appointed time was entertained by the Scots or by the Southrons in the castle. The one knew the sacredness of his word, and the other, having felt his prowess, would not so far disparage their own, as to suppose that any could withstand him by whom they were beaten. De Warenne, as he stood on the battlements of the keep, beheld from afar the long line of Scottish soldiers as they descended the Ochil hills. when he pointed out to De Valence, that nobleman, who, in proportion as he wished to check the arms of Wallace, had flattered himself that it might happen, against the evidence of his eyesight, contradicted the observation of the veteran earl. "Your sight deceives you," said he; "it is only the sunbeams playing on the cliffs." "Then those cliffs are moving ones," cried De Warenne, "which I fear have ground our countrymen on the coast to powder. We shall find Wallace here by sunset, to show us how he has resented the affront our ill advised prince cast on his jealous honor." "His honor," returned De Valence, "is like that of his countrymen's, an enemy alike to his own interest and to that of others. Had it allowed him to accept the crown of Scotland, and so have fought Edward with the concentrating arm of a king, or would he even now offer peace to our sovereign, granting his prerogative as liege lord of the country, all might go well; but as the honor you speak of prevents his using these means of ending the contest, destruction must close his career." "And what quarrel," demanded De Warenne, "can you, my Lord de Valence, have against this nice honor of Sir William Wallace, since you allow it secures the final success of our cause?" "His honor and himself are hateful to me," impatiently answered De Valence. "He crosses me in my wishes, public and private; and for the sake of my king and myself, I might always be tempted." He turned pale as he spoke, and met the penetrating glance of De Warenne. He paused. "Tempted to what?" asked De Warenne. "To a Brutus mode of ridding the state of an enemy." "That might be noble in a Roman citizen," returned De Warenne, "which would be villainous in an English lord, treated as you have been by a generous victor, not the usurper of any country's liberties, but rather a Brutus in defense of his own. Which man of us all, from the general to the meanest follower in our camps, has he injured?" Lord Aymer frowned. "Did he not expose me, threaten me with an ignominious death, on the walls of Stirling?" "But was it before he saw the Earl of Mar, with his hapless family, brought, with halters on their necks, to be suspended from this very tower? Ah, what a tale has the lovely countess told me of that direful scene! What he then did, was to check the sanguinary Cressingham from embruting his hands in the blood of female and infant innocence." "I care not," cried De Valence, "what are or are not the offenses of this domineering Wallace, but I hate him; and my respect for his advocates cannot but correspond with that feeling." As he spoke, that he might not be further molested by the arguments of De Warenne, he abruptly turned away, and left the battlements. Pride would not allow the enraged earl to confess his private reasons for this vehement enmity against the Scottish chief. A conference which he had held the preceding evening with Lord Mar was the cause of this augmented hatred; and, from that moment, the haughty Southron vowed the destruction of Wallace, by open attack or secret treachery. Ambition, and the base counterfeit of love, those two master passions in untempered minds, were the springs of this antipathy. The instant in which he knew that the young creature whom at a distance he discerned clinging around the Earl of Mar's neck in the streets of Stirling, was the same Lady Helen on whose account Lord Soulis had poured on him such undeserved invectives in Bothwell Castle, curious to have a nearer view of one whose transcendent beauty he had often heard celebrated by others, he ordered her to be immediately conveyed to his apartments in the citadel. On their first interview he was more struck by her personal charms than he had ever been with any woman's, although few were so noted for gallantry in the English court as himself. He could hardly understand the nature of his feelings while discoursing with her. To all others of her sex he had declared his enamored wishes with as much ease as vivacity; but when he looked on Helen, the admiration her loveliness inspired was checked by an indescribable awe. No word of passion escaped his lips. He sought to win her by a deportment consonant with her own dignity of manner, and obeyed all her wishes, excepting when they pointed to any communication with her parents. He feared the wary eyes of the Earl of Mar. But nothing of this reverence of Helen was grounded on any principle within the heart of De Valence. His idea of virtue was so erroneous, that he believed, by the short assumption of its semblance, he might so steal on the confidence of his victim as to induce her to forget all the world, nay, heaven itself, in his sophistry and blandishments. To facilitate this end, he at first designed to precipitate the condemnation of the earl, that he might be rid of a father's existence; holding, in dread of his censure, the perhaps otherwise yielding heart of his lovely intended mistress. The unprincipled and impure can have no idea what virtue or delicacy are other than vestments of disguise or of ornament, to be thrown off at will; and therefore to reason with such minds is to talk to the winds, to tell a man who is born blind to decide between two colors. In short, a libertine heart is the same in all ages of the world. De Valence, therefore, seeing the anguish of her fears for her father, and hearing the fervor with which she implored for his life, adopted the plan of granting the earl reprieves from day to day; and in spite of the remonstrances of Cressingham, he intended, after having worked upon the terrors of Helen, to grant to her her father's release, on condition of her yielding herself to be his. He had even meditated that the accomplishment of this device should have taken place the very night in which Wallace's first appearance before Stirling had called its garrison to arms. Impelled by vengeance against the man who had driven him from Dumbarton and from Ayr, and irritated at being delayed in the moment when his passion was to seize its object, De Valence thought to end all by a coup de main, and rushing out of the gates was taken prisoner. Such was the situation of things when Wallace first became master of the place. Now, when the whole of the English army were in the same captivity with himself, when he saw the lately proscribed Lord Mar governor of Stirling, and that the Scottish cause seemed triumphant on every side, De Valence changed his former illicit views on Helen, and bethought him of making her his wife. Ambition, as well as love, impelled him to this resolution; and he foresaw that the vast influence which his marriage with the daughter of Mar must give him in the country, would be a decisive argument with the King of England. To this purpose, not doubting the Scottish earl's acceptance of such a son in law, on the very day that Wallace marched toward the coast, De Valence sent to request an hour's private audience of Lord Mar. He could not then grant it, but at noon, next day, they met in the governor's apartments. The Southron, without much preface, opened his wishes, and proffered his hand for the Lady Helen. "I'll make her the proudest lady in Great Britain," continued he, "for she shall have a court in my Welsh province little inferior to that of Edward's queen." "Pomp would have no sway with my daughter," replied the earl; "it is the princely mind she values, not its pageantry. Whomsoever she prefers, the tribute will be paid to the merit of the object, not to his rank; and therefore, earl, should it be you, the greater will be your pledge of happiness. I shall repeat to her what you have said, and to morrow deliver her answer." Not deeming it possible that it should be otherwise than favorable, De Valence allowed his imagination to roam over every anticipated delight. He exulted in the pride with which he would show this perfection of northern beauty to the fair of England. How would the simple graces of her seraphic form, which looked more like a being of air than of earth, put to shame the labored beauties of the court! And then it was not only the artless charms of a wood nymph he would present to the wondering throng, but a being whose majesty of soul proclaimed her high descent and peerless virtues. How did he congratulate himself, in contemplating this unsullied temple of virgin innocence, that he had never, by even the vapor of one impassioned sigh, contaminated her pure ear, or broken the magic spell, which seemed fated to crown him with happiness unknown, with honor unexampled! To be so blessed, so distinguished, so envied, was to him a dream of triumph, that wafted away all remembrance of his late defeat; and he believed, in taking Helen from Scotland, he should bear away a richer prize than any he could leave behind. Full of these anticipations, he attended the governor of Stirling the next day, to hear his daughter's answer. But unwilling to give the earl that advantage over him which a knowledge of his views in the matter might occasion, he affected a composure he did not feel, and with a lofty air entered the room as if he were come rather to confer than to beg a favor. This deportment did not lessen the satisfaction with which the brave Scot opened his mission. "My lord, I have just seen my daughter. She duly appreciates the honor you would confer on her. She is grateful for all your courtesies whilst she was your prisoner; but beyond that sentiment, her heart, attached to her native land, cannot sympathize with your wishes." De Valence started. He did not expect anything in the shape of a denial; but supposing that perhaps a little of his own art was tried by the father, to enhance the value of his daughter's yielding, he threw himself into a chair, and affecting chagrin at a disappointment, which he did not believe was seriously intended, exclaimed with vehemence: "Surely, Lord Mar, this is not meant as a refusal. I cannot receive it as such; for I know Lady Helen's gentleness, I know the sweet tenderness of her nature would plead for me, were she to see me at her feet, and hear me pour forth the most ardent passion that ever burned in a human breast. Oh, my gracious lord, if it be her attachment to Scotland which alone militates against me, I will promise that her time shall be passed between the two countries. Her marriage with me may facilitate that peace with England which must be the wish of us all; and perhaps the lord wardenship which De Warenne now holds may be transferred to me. I have reasons for expecting that it will be so; and then she, as a queen in Scotland, and you as her father, may claim every distinction from her fond husband, every indulgence for the Scots which your patriotic heart can dictate. This would be a certain benefit to Scotland; while the ignis fatuus you are now following, however brilliant may be its career during Edward's absence, must on his return be extinguished in disaster and infamy." The silence of the Earl of Mar, who, willing to hear all that was in the mind of De Valence, had let him proceed uninterrupted, encouraged the Southron lord to say more than he had at first intended to reveal; but when he made a pause, and seemed to expect an answer, the earl spoke: "I am fully sensible of the honor you would bestow upon my daughter and myself by your alliance; but, as I have said before, her heart is too devoted to Scotland, to marry any man whose birth does not make it his duty to prefer the liberty of her native land, even before his love for her. That hope to see our country freed from a yoke unjustly laid upon her; that hope which you, not considering our rights, or weighing the power that lies in a just cause, denominate an ignis fatuus, is the only passion, I believe, that lives in the gentle bosom of my Helen; and therefore, noble earl, not even your offers can equal the measure of her wishes." At this speech De Valence bit his lip with real disappointment; and starting from his chair now in unaffected disorder, "I am not to be deceived, Lord Mar," cried he; "I am not to be cajoled by the pretended patriotism of your daughter. I know the sex too well to be cheated with these excuses. The ignis fatuus that leads your daughter from my arms, is not the freedom of Scotland, but the handsome rebel who conquers in its name. He is now fortune's minion, but he will fall, Lord Mar, and then what will be the fate of his mad adherents?" "Earl de Valence," replied the veteran, "60 winters have checked the tides of passion in my veins; but the indignation of my soul against any insult offered to my daughter's delicacy, or to the name of the Lord Regent of Scotland, is not less powerful in my breast. You are my prisoner, and I pardon what I could so easily avenge. I will even answer you, and say that I do not know of any exclusive affection subsisting between my daughter and Sir William Wallace; but this I am assured of, that were it the case, she would be more ennobled in being the wife of so true a patriot and so virtuous a man, than were she advanced to the bosom of an emperor. And for myself, were he to morrow hurled by a mysterious providence from his present nobly won elevation, I should glory in my son were he such, and would think him as great on a scaffold as on a throne." "It is well that is your opinion," replied De Valence, stopping in his wrathful strides, and turning on Mar with vengeful irony. "Cherish these heroics, for you will assuredly see him so exalted. Then where will be his triumph over Edward's arms and Pembroke's heart? Where your daughter's patriot husband, your glorious son? Start not, old man, for by all the powers of hell, I swear that some eyes which now look proudly on the Southron host shall close in blood. I announce a fact." "If you do," replied Mar, shuddering at the demoniac fire that lightened from the countenance of De Valence, "it must be by the agency of devils; and their minister, vindictive earl, will meet the vengeance of the eternal arm." "These dreams," cried De Valence, "cannot terrify me. You are neither a seer, nor I a fool, to be taken by such prophecies. But were you wise enough to embrace the advantage I offer, you might be a prophet of good, greater than he of Ercildown, to your nation; for all that you could promise, I would take care should be fulfilled. But you cast from you your peace and safety; my vengeance shall therefore take its course. I rely not on oracles of heaven or hell, but I have pronounced the doom of my enemies; and though you now see me a prisoner, tremble, haughty Scot, at the resentment which lies in this head and heart. This arm perhaps needs not the armies of Edward to pierce you in your boast." He left the room as he spoke; and Lord Mar, shaking his venerable head as he disappeared, said to himself, "Impotent rage of passion and of youth, I forgive you." It was not, therefore, so extraordinary that De Valence, when he saw Wallace descending the Ochil hills with the flying banners of new victories, should break into curses of his fortune, and swear inwardly the most determined revenge. Fuel was added to this fire at sunset, when the almost measureless defiles of prisoners marshaled before the ramparts of Stirling, and taking the usual oath to Wallace, met his view. "To morrow we quit these dishonoring walls," cried he to himself; "but ere I leave them, if there be power in gold, or strength in my arm, he shall die." Chapter 41. Of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Easton. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 41. The State Prison. The regent's re-entrance into the citadel of Stirling being on the evening preceding the day he had promised should see the English lords depart for their country, De Warenne, as a mark of respect to a man whom he could not but regard with admiration, went to the Barbican gate to bid him welcome. Wallace appeared, and as the cavalcade of noble Southrons, who had lately commanded beyond the Tay, followed him, Murray glanced his eye around, and said with a smile to De Warenne, "You see, Sir Earl, how we Scots keep our word." And then he added, "You leave Stirling to morrow, but these remain till Lord Douglas opens their prison doors." "I cannot but acquiesce in the justice of your commander's determination," returned De Warenne; "and to comfort these gentlemen under their captivity, I can only tell them that if anything can reconcile them to the loss of liberty, it is being the prisoners of Sir William Wallace." After having transferred his captives to the charge of Lord Mar, Wallace went alone to the chamber of Montgomery, to see whether the state of his wounds would allow him to march on the morrow. While he was yet there, an invitation arrived from the Countess of Mar, requesting his presence at an entertainment which, by her husband's consent, she meant to give that night at Snawdoun, to the Southron lords before their departure for England. "I fear you dare not expend your strength on this party?" inquired Wallace, turning to Montgomery. "Certainly not," returned he; "but I shall see you amidst your noble friends at some future period. When the peace your arms must win is established between the two nations, I shall then revisit Scotland, and openly declare my friendship for Sir William Wallace." "As these are your sentiments," replied Wallace, "I shall hope that you will unite your influence with that of the brave Earl of Gloucester, to persuade your king to stop this bloodshed; for it is no vain boast to declare that he may bury Scotland beneath her slaughtered sons, but they never will again consent to acknowledge any right in an usurper." "Sanguinary have been the instruments of my sovereign's rule in Scotland," replied Montgomery; "but such cruelty is foreign to his gallant heart; and without offending that high souled patriotism which would make me revere its possessor, were he the lowliest man in your legions, allow me, noblest of Scots, to plead one word in vindication of him to whom my allegiance is pledged. Had he come hither, conducted by war alone, what would Edward have been worse than any other conqueror? But on the reverse, was not his right to the supremacy of Scotland acknowledged by the princes who contended for the crown? And besides, did not all the great lords swear fealty to England on the day he nominated their king? Had you not been under these impressions, brave Montgomery, I believe I never should have seen you in arms against Scotland; but I will remove them by a simple answer. All the princes whom you speak of, excepting Bruce of Annandale, did assent to the newly offered claim of Edward on Scotland; but who, amongst them, had any probable chance for the throne, but Bruce or Baliol? Such ready acquiescence was meant to create them one. Bruce, conscious of his inherent rights, rejected the iniquitous demand of Edward; Baliol accorded with it, and was made king. All our chiefs who were base enough to worship the rising sun, and, I may say, condemn the God of truth, swore to the falsehood. Others remained gloomily silent, and the bravest of them retired to the Highlands, where they dwell amongst their mountains, till the cries of Scotland called them again to fight her battles. Thus did Edward establish himself as the liege lord of this kingdom; and whether the oppression which followed were his or his agent's immediate acts, it matters not, for he made them his own by his after conduct. When remonstrances were sent to London, he neither punished nor reprimanded the delinquents, but marched an armed force into our country, to compel us to be trampled on. It was not an Alexander nor a Charlemagne, coming in his strength to subdue ancient enemies, or to aggrandize his name by vanquishing nations far remote, with whom he could have no affinity. Terrible as such ambition was, it is innocence to what Edward has done. He came, in the first instance, to Scotland as a friend. The nation committed its dearest interests to his virtue; they put their hands into his, and he bound them in shackles. Was this honor? Was this a right of conquest? The cheek of Alexander would have blushed deep as his Tyrian robe, and the face of Charlemagne turned pale as the lilies, at the bare suspicion of being capable of such a deed. No, Lord Montgomery, it is not our conqueror we are opposing; it is a traitor, who, under the mask of friendship, has attempted to usurp our rights, destroy our liberties, and make a desert of our once happy country. This is the true statement of the case; and though I wish not to make a subject outrage his sovereign, yet truth demands of you to say to Edward, that to withdraw his pretensions from this exhausted country, is the restitution we may justly claim, is all that we wish. Let him leave us in peace, and we shall no longer make war upon him. But if he persist, which the ambassadors from the Prince of Wales announce, even as Samson drew the temple upon himself to destroy his enemies, Scotland will discharge itself upon the valleys of England, and there compel them to share the fate in which we may be doomed to perish." "I will think of this discourse," returned Montgomery, "when I am far distant; and rely on it, noble Wallace, that I will assert the privilege of my birth, and counsel my king as becomes an honest man." "Highly would he estimate such counsel," cried Wallace, "had he virtue to feel that he who will be just to his sovereign's enemies must be of an honor that will bind him with double fidelity to his king. Such proof give your sovereign; and if he have one spark of that greatness of mind which you say he possesses, though he may not adopt your advice, he must respect the adviser." As Wallace pressed the hand of his new friend, to leave him to repose, a messenger entered from Lord Mar, to request the regent's presence in his closet. He found him with Lord de Warenne. The latter presented him with another dispatch from the Prince of Wales. It was to say that news had reached him of Wallace's design to attack the castles garrisoned by England on the eastern coast. Should this information prove true, he (the prince) declared that, as a punishment for such increasing audacity, he would put Lord Douglas into closer confinement; and while the Southron fleets would inevitably baffle Wallace's attempts, the moment the exchange of prisoners was completed on the borders, an army from England should enter Scotland, and ravage it with fire and sword. When Wallace had heard this dispatch, he smiled, and said, "The deed is done, my Lord de Warenne; both the castles and the fleets are taken; and what punishment must we now expect from this terrible threatener?" "Little from him, or his headlong counselors," replied De Warenne; "but Thomas, Earl of Lancaster, the king's nephew, is come from abroad with a numerous army. He is to conduct the Scottish prisoners to the borders, and then to fall upon Scotland with all his strength, unless you previously surrender, not only Berwick, but Stirling, and the whole of the district between the Forth and the Tweed, into his hands." "My Lord de Warenne," replied Wallace, "you can expect but one return to these absurd demands. I shall accompany you myself to the Scottish borders, and there make my reply." De Warenne, who did indeed look for this answer, replied, "I anticipated that such would be your determination; and I have to regret that the wild counsels which surround my prince, precipitate him into conduct which must draw much blood on both sides, before his royal father's presence can regain what he has lost." "Ah, my lord," replied Wallace, "is it to be nothing but war? Have you now a stronghold of any force in all the Highlands? Is not the greater part of the Lowlands free? And before this day month, not a rood of land in Scotland is likely to hold a Southron soldier. We conquer, but it is for our own. Why then this unreceding determination to invade us? Not a blade of grass would I disturb on the other side of the Cheviot, if we might have peace. Let Edward yield to that, and though he has pierced us with many wounds, we will yet forgive him." De Warenne shook his head. "I know my king too well to expect pacific measures. He may die with the sword in his hand, but he will never grant an hour's repose to this country till it submits to his scepter." "Then," replied Wallace, "the sword must be the portion of him and his. Ruthless tyrant! If the blood of Abel called for vengeance on his murderer, what must be the vials of wrath which are reserved for thee?" A flush overspread the face of De Warenne at this apostrophe; and forcing a smile, "The strict notion of right," said he, "is very well in declamation; but how would it crop the wings of conquerors, and shorten the warrior's arm, did they measure by this rule?" "How would it, indeed?" replied Wallace; "and that they should, is most devoutly to be wished. All warfare that is not defensive is criminal; and he who draws his sword to oppress, or merely to aggrandize, is a murderer and a robber. This is the plain truth, Lord de Warenne." "I have never considered it in that light," returned the earl, "nor shall I turn philosopher now. I revere your principle, Sir William Wallace, but it is too sublime to be mine. Nay, nor would it be politic for one who holds his possessions in England by the right of conquest, to question the virtue of the deed. By the sword my ancestors gained their estates, and with the sword I have no objection to extend my territories." Wallace now saw that De Warenne, though a man of honor, was not one of virtue. Though his amiable nature made him gracious in the midst of hostility, and his good dispositions would not allow him to act disgraceful in any concern, yet duty to God seemed a poet's flight to him. Educated in the forms of religion, without knowing its spirit, he despised them; and believing the Deity too wise to be affected by mere virtuous shows of any kind, his ignorance of the sublime benevolence, which disdains not to provide food even for the sparrow ere it falls, made him think the Creator of all too great to care about the actions of men; hence, being without the true principles of good virtue, as virtue, was nonsense to Earl de Warenne. Wallace did not answer his remark, and the conference soon closed. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Easton. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 42. Chapel in Snawdoun. Though burning with stifled passions, Earl de Valence accepted the invitation of Lady Mar. He hoped to see Helen, to gain her ear for a few minutes, and above all, to find some opportunity during the entertainment of taking his meditated revenge on Wallace. The dagger seemed the surest way; for could he render the blow effectual, he should not only destroy the rival of his wishes, but, by ridding his monarch of a powerful foe, deserve every honor at the royal hands. Love and ambition again swelled his breast; and with recovered spirits, and a glow on his countenance, which reawakened hope had planted there, he accompanied De Warenne to the palace. The hall for the feast was arrayed with feudal grandeur. The seats at the table, spread for the knights of both countries, were covered with highly wrought stuffs; while the emblazoned banners and other armorial trophies of the nobles being hung aloft according to the degree of the owner, each knight saw his precedence, and where to take his place. The most costly means, with the royally attired peacocks served up in silver and gold dishes, and wine of the rarest quality, sparkled on the board. During the repast, two choice minstrels were seated in the gallery above, to sing the friendship of King Alfred of England with Gregory the Great of Caledonia. The squires and other military attendants of the nobles present were placed at tables in the lower part of the hall, and served with courteous hospitality. Resentful, alike at his captivity and thwarted passion, De Valence had hitherto refused to show himself beyond the ramparts of the citadel. He was therefore surprised, on entering the hall of Snawdoun with De Warenne, to see such regal pomp; and at the command of the woman who had so lately been his prisoner at Dumbarton, and whom, because she resembled an English lady who had rejected him, he had treated with the most rigorous contempt. Forgetting these indignities, in the pride of displaying her present consequence, Lady Mar came forward to receive her illustrious guests. Her dress corresponded with the magnificence of the banquet. A robe of cloth of bodkins enriched, while it displayed the beauties of her person; her wimple blazed with jewels, and a superb carcanet emitted its various rays from her bosom. [Footnote: Cloth of bodkins was one of the richest stuffs worn in the 13th century. It is said to have been composed of silk interwoven with gold. The carcanet was a large broad necklace of precious stones of all colors, set in various shapes, and fastened by gold links into each other.] De Warenne followed her with his eyes as she moved from him. With an unconscious sigh, he whispered to De Valence, "What a land is this, where all the women are fair, and the men all brave!" "I wish that it, and all its men and women, were in perdition!" returned De Valence, in a fierce tone. Lady Ruthven, entering with the wives and daughters of the neighboring chieftains, checked the further expression of his wrath, and his eyes sought amongst them, but in vain, for Helen. The chieftains of the Scottish army, with the Lords Buchan and March, were assembled around the countess at the moment a shout from the populace without announced the arrival of the regent. His noble figure was now disencumbered of armor, and with no more sumptuous garb than the simple plaid of his country, he appeared effulgent in manly beauty and the glory of his recent deeds. De Valence frowned heavily as he looked on him, and thanked his fortunate stars that Helen was absent from sharing the admiration which seemed to animate every breast. The eyes of Lady Mar at once told the impassioned De Valence, too well read in the like expressions, what were her sentiments toward the young regent; and the blushes and eager civilities of the ladies around displayed how much they were struck with the now fully discerned and unequaled graces of his person. Lady Mar forgot all in him; and indeed, so much did he seem the idol of every heart, that, From the two venerable lords of Loch Awe and Bothwell to the youngest man in company, all ears hung on his words, all eyes upon his countenance. The entertainment was conducted with every regard to that chivalric courtesy which a noble conqueror always pays to the vanquished. Indeed, from the wit and pleasantry which passed from the opposite sides of the tables, and in which the ever gay Murray was the leader, it rather appeared a convivial meeting of friends than an assemblage of mortal foes. During the banquet the bards sang legends of the Scottish worthies who had brought honor to their nation in days of old; and as the board was cleared, they struck at once into a full chorus. Wallace caught the sound of his own name, accompanied with epithets of extravagant praise. He rose hastily from his chair, and with his hand motioned them to cease. They obeyed; but Lady Mar remonstrating with him, he smilingly said, it was an ill omen to sing a warrior's actions till he were incapable of performing more, and therefore he begged she would excuse him from hearkening to his. "Then let us change their strains to a dance," replied the countess. "A hall, a hall!" cried Murray, springing from his seat, delighted with the proposal. "I have no objection," answered Wallace; and putting the hand she presented to him into that of Lord de Warenne, he added, "I am not of a sufficiently gay temperament to grace the change; but this earl may not have the same reason for declining so fair a challenge." Lady Mar colored with mortification, for she had thought that Wallace would not venture to refuse before so many; but following the impulse of De Warenne's arm, she proceeded to the other end of the hall, where, by Murray's quick arrangement, the younger lords of both countries had already singled out ladies, and were marshaled for the dance. As the hours moved on, the spirits of Wallace subsided from their usual cheering tone into a sadness which he thought might be noticed; and wishing to escape observation, for he could not explain to those gay ones why scenes like these ever made him sorrowful, and whispering to Mar that he would go for an hour to visit Montgomery, he withdrew, unnoticed by all but his watchful enemy. De Valence, who hovered about his steps, had heard him inquire of Lady Ruthven why Helen was not present. He was within hearing of this whisper also, and with a satanic joy the dagger shook in his hand. He knew that Wallace had many a solitary place to pass between Snawdoun and the citadel; and the company being too pleasantly absorbed to mark who entered or disappeared, he took an opportunity and stole out after him. But for once the impetuous fury of hatred met a temporary disappointment. While De Valence was cowering like a thief under the eaves of the houses, and prowling along the lonely paths of the citadel, while he started at every noise as if it came to apprehend him for his meditated deed, or rushed forward at the sight of any solitary passenger, whom his eager vengeance almost mistook for Wallace, Wallace himself had taken a different track. As he walked through the illuminated archways which led from the hall, he perceived a darkened passage. Hoping by that avenue to quit the palace, unobserved, he immediately struck into it, for he was aware that should he go the usual way, the crowd at the gate would recognize him, and he could not escape their acclamations. He followed the passage for a considerable time, and at last was stopped by a door. It yielded to his hand, and he found himself at the entrance of a large building. He advanced, and passing a high screen of carved oak, by a dim light which gleamed from waxen tapers on the altar, he perceived it to be a chapel. "A happy transition," said he to himself, "from the jubilant scene I have now left, from the grievous scenes I have lately shared. Here, gracious God," thought he, "may I, unseen by any other eye, pour out my heart to thee; and here, before thy footstool, will I declare thanksgiving for thy mercies, and with my tears wash from my soul the blood I have been compelled to shed." While advancing toward the altar, he was startled by a voice proceeding from the quarter whither he was going, and with low and gently breathed fervor uttering these words: "Defend him, Heavenly Father, defend him day and night from the devices of this wicked man; and above all, during these hours of revelry and confidence, guard his unshielded breast from treachery and death." The voice faltered, and added with greater agitation: "Ah, unhappy me, that I should pluck peril on the head of William Wallace!" A figure, which had been hidden by the rails of the altar, with these words rose, and stretching forth her clasped hands, exclaimed: "But thou, who knowest I had no blame in this, wilt not afflict me by his danger? Thou wilt deliver him, O God, out of the hand of this cruel foe!" Wallace was not more astonished at hearing that some one in whom he trusted was his secret enemy, than at seeing Lady Helen in that place at that hour, and addressing Heaven for him. There was something so celestial in the maid, as she stood in her white robes, true emblems of her own innocence, before the divine footstool that, although her prayers were delivered with a pathos which told they sprung from a heart more than commonly interested in their object, yet every word and look breathed so eloquently the virgin purity of her soul, the hallowed purpose of her petitions, that Wallace, drawn by the sympathy with which kindred virtues ever attract spirit to spirit, did not hesitate to discover himself. He stepped from the shadow which involved him. The pale light of the tapers shone upon his advancing figure. Helen's eyes fell upon him as she turned around. She was transfixed and silent. He moved forward. "Lady Helen," said he, in a respectful and even tender voice. At the sound, a fearful rushing of shame seemed to overwhelm her faculties, for she knew not how long he might have been in the church, and that he had not heard her beseech Heaven to make him less the object of her thoughts. She sunk on her knees beside the altar, and covered her face with her hands. The action, the confusion, might have betrayed her secret to Wallace. But he only thought of her pious invocations for his safety; he only remembered that it was she who had given a holy grave to the only woman he could ever love; and, full of gratitude, as a pilgrim would approach a saint, he drew near to her. "Holiest of earthly maids," said he, kneeling down beside her, "in this lonely hour, in the sacred presence of Almighty Purity, receive my soul's thanks for the prayers I have this moment heard you breathe for me. They are more precious to me, Lady Helen, than the generous plaudits of my country; they are a greater reward to me than would have been the crown with which Scotland sought to endow me; for do they not give me what all the world cannot, the protection of Heaven?" "I would pray for it," softly answered Helen, but not venturing to look up. "The prayer of meek goodness, we know, availeth much. Continue then to offer up that incense for me," added he, "and I shall march forth to morrow with redoubled strength; for I shall think, holy maid, that I have yet a Marion to pray for me on earth, as well as one in heaven." Lady Helen's heart beat at these words, but it was with no unhallowed emotion. She withdrew her hands from her face, and, clasping them, looked up. "Marion will indeed echo all my prayers; and He who reads my heart will, I trust, grant them. They are for your life, Sir William Wallace," added she, turning to him with agitation, "for it is menaced." "I will inquire by whom," answered he, "when I have first paid my duty at this altar for guarding it so long. And dare I, daughter of goodness, to ask you to unite the voice of your gentle spirit with the secret one of mine? I would beseech Heaven for pardon on my own transgressions; I would ask of its mercy to establish the liberty of Scotland. Pray with me, Lady Helen, and the invocations our souls utter will meet the promise of Him who said, 'Where two or three are joined together in prayer, there am I in the midst of them.'" Helen looked on him with a holy smile, and pressing the crucifix which she held to her lips, bowed her head on it in mute assent. Wallace threw himself prostrate on the steps of the altar, and the fervor of his sighs alone breathed to his companion the deep devotion of his soul. How the time passed he knew not, so was he absorbed in the communion which his spirit held in heaven with the most gracious of beings. But the bell of the palace striking the matin hour, reminded him he was yet on earth; and looking up, his eyes met those of Helen. His devotional rosary hung on his arm; he kissed it. "Wear this, holy maid," said he, "in remembrance of this hour." She bowed her fair neck, and he put the consecrated chain over it. "Let it bear witness to a friendship," added he, clasping her hands in his, "which will be cemented by eternal ties in heaven." Helen bent her face upon his hands; he felt the sacred tears of so pure a compact upon them; and while he looked up, as if he thought the spirit of his Marion hovered near, to bless a communion so remote from all infringement of the sentiment he had dedicated forever to her, Helen raised her head, and, with a terrible shriek, throwing her arms around the body of Wallace, he, that moment, felt an assassin's steel in his back, and she fell senseless on his breast. He started on his feet; a dagger fell from his wound to the ground, but the hand which had struck the blow he could nowhere see. To search further was then impossible, for Helen lay on his bosom like dead. Not doubting that she had seen his assailant, and fainted from alarm, he was laying her on the steps of the altar, that he might bring some water from the basin of the chapel to recover her, when he saw that her arm was not only stained with his blood, but streaming with her own. The dagger had gashed it in reaching him. Execrable villain!" cried he, turning cold at the sight, and instantly comprehending that it was to defend him she had thrown her arms around him, he exclaimed in a voice of agony, "Are two of the most matchless women the earth ever saw to die for me?" Trembling with alarm and with renewed grief, for the terrible scene of Ellerslie was now brought in all its horrors before him, he tore off her veil to staunch the blood; but the cut was too wide for his surgery, and, losing every other consideration in fears for her life, he again took her in his arms, and bore her out of the chapel. He hastened through the dark passage, and almost flying along the lighted galleries, entered the hall. The noisy fright of the servants, as he broke through their ranks at the door, alarmed the revelers, and turning round, what was their astonishment to behold the regent, pale and streaming with blood, bearing in his arms a lady apparently lifeless, and covered with the same dreadful hue! Mar instantly recognized his daughter, and rushed toward her with a cry of horror. Wallace sunk, with his breathless load, upon the nearest bench, and, while her head rested on his bosom, ordered surgery to be brought. Lady Mar gazed on the spectacle with a benumbed dismay. None present durst ask a question, till a priest, drawing near, unwrapped the arm of Helen, and discovered its deep wound. "Who has done this?" cried her father, to Wallace, with all the anguish of a parent in his countenance. "I know not," replied he; "but I believe some villain who aimed at my life." "Where is Lord de Valence?" exclaimed Mar, suddenly recollecting his menaces against Wallace. "I am here," replied he, in a composed voice. "Would you have me seek the assassin?" "No, no," cried the earl, ashamed of his suspicion; "but here has been some foul work, and my daughter is slain." "Oh, not so!" cried Murray, who had hurried toward the dreadful group, and knelt at her side. "She will not die; so much excellence cannot die." A stifled groan from Wallace, accompanied by a look, told Murray that he had known the death of similar excellence. With this unanswerable appeal, the young chieftain dropped his head on the other hand of Helen; and, could any one have seen his face buried as it was in her robes, they would have beheld tears of agony drawn from that ever gay heart. The wound was closed by the aid of another surgical priest, who had followed the former into the hall, and Helen sighed convulsively. At this intimation of recovery, the priest made all, excepting those who supported her, stand back; but, as Lady Mar lingered near Wallace, she saw the paleness of his countenance turn to a deadly hue, and his eyes closing, he sunk back on the bench. Her shrieks now resounded through the hall, and falling into hysterics, she was taken into the gallery, while the more collected Lady Ruthven remained to attend the victims before her. At the instant Wallace fell, De Valence, losing all self command, caught hold of De Warenne's arm, and whispering, "I thought it was sure! Long live King Edward!" rushed out of the hall. These words revealed to De Warenne who was the assassin; and though struck to the soul with the turpitude of the deed, he thought the honor of England would not allow him to accuse the perpetrator, and he remained silent. The inanimate form of Wallace was now drawn from under that of Helen, and, in the act, discovered the tapestry seat clotted with blood, and the regent's back bathed in the same vital stream. Having found his wound, the priests laid him on the ground, and were administering their balsams, when Helen opened her eyes. Her mind was too strongly possessed with the horror which had entered it before she became insensible, to lose the consciousness of her fears; and immediately looking around with an aghast countenance, her sight met the outstretched body of Wallace. "Oh! is it so?" cried she, throwing herself into the bosom of her father. He understood what she meant. "He lives, my child, but he is wounded like yourself. Have courage; revive, for his sake and for mine." "Helen! Helen! dear Helen!" cried Murray, clinging to her hand, "while you live, what that loves you can die?" While these acclamations surrounded her couch, Edwin, in speechless apprehension, supported the insensible head of Wallace; and De Warenne, inwardly execrating the perfidy of De Valence, knelt down to assist the good friars in their office. A few minutes longer, and the staunch blood refluxing to the chieftain's heart, he too opened his eyes, and instantly turning on his arm, "What has happened to me? Where is Lady Helen?" demanded he. At his voice, which aroused Helen, who, believing that he was indeed dead, was relapsing into her former state, she could only press her father's hand to her lips, as if he had given the life she so valued; and bursting into a shower of relieving tears, breathed out her rapturous thanks to God. Her low murmurs reached the ears of Wallace. The dimness having left his eyes, and the blood, the extreme loss of which, from his great agitation, had alone caused him to swoon, being stopped by an embalmed bandage, he seemed to feel no impediment from his wound, and rising, hastened to the side of Helen. Lord Mar softly whispered to his daughter: "Sir William Wallace is at your feet, my dearest child; look on him, and tell him that you live." "I am well, my father," returned she, in a faltering voice; "and may it indeed please the Almighty to preserve him." "I, too, am alive and well," answered Wallace; "but thanks to God, and to you, blessed lady, that I am so. Had not that lovely arm received the greater part of the dagger, it must have reached my heart." An exclamation of horror at what might have been burst from the lips of Edwin. Helen could have re echoed it, but she now held her feelings under too severe a rein to allow them so to speak. "Thanks to the Protector of the just," cried she, "for your preservation, who raised my eyes to see the assassin. His cloak was held before his face, and I could not discern it; but I saw a dagger aimed at the back of Sir William Wallace. How I caught it I cannot tell, for I seemed to die on the instant." Lady Mar having recovered, re entered the hall just as Wallace had knelt down beside Helen. Maddened with the sight of the man on whom her soul doted, in such a position before her rival, she advanced hastily, and in a voice, which she vainly attempted to render composed and gentle, sternly addressed her daughter in law: "Alarmed as I have been by your apparent danger, I cannot but be uneasy at the attendant circumstances. Tell me, therefore, and satisfy this anxious company, how it happened that you should be with the regent, when we supposed you an invalid in your room, and were told he was gone to the citadel." A crimson blush overspread the cheeks of Helen at this question, for it was delivered in a tone which insinuated that something more than accident had occasioned their meeting; but as innocence dictated, she answered: "I was in the chapel at prayers. Sir William Wallace entered with the same design; and at the moment he desired me to mingle mine with his, this assassin appeared, and," she repeated, "I saw his dagger raised against our protector, and I saw no more." There was not a heart present that did not give credence to this account, but the polluted one of Lady Mar. Jealousy almost laid it bare. She smiled incredulously, and turning to the company: "Our noble friends will accept my apology, if in so delicate an investigation I should beg that my family alone may be present." Wallace perceived the tendency of her words, and not doubting the impression they might make on the minds of men ignorant of the virtues of Lady Helen, he instantly rose. "For once," cried he, "I must counteract a lady's orders. It is my wish, lords, that you will not leave this place till I explain how I came to disturb the devotions of Lady Helen. Wearied with festivities, in which my alienated heart can so little share, I thought to pass an hour with Lord Montgomery in the citadel; and in seeking to avoid the crowded avenues of the palace, I entered the chapel. To my surprise, I found Lady Helen there. I heard her pray for the happiness of Scotland, for the safety of her defenders; and my mind being in a frame to join in such petitions, I apologized for my unintentional intrusion, and begged permission to mingle my devotions with hers. Nay, impressed and privileged by the sacredness of the place, I presumed still further; and before the altar of purity poured forth my gratitude for the duty she had paid to the remains of my murdered wife. It was at this moment that the assassin appeared. I heard Lady Helen scream, I felt her fall on my breast, and at that instant the dagger entered my back. This is the history of our meeting; and the assassin, whomsoever he may be, and how long soever he was in the church before he sought to perpetrate the deed, were he to speak, and capable of uttering truth, could declare no other." "But where is he to be found?" intemperately and suspiciously demanded Lady Mar. "If his testimony be necessary to validate mine," returned Wallace with dignity, "I believe the Lady Helen can point to his name." "Name him, Helen, name him, my dear cousin," cried Murray, "that I may have some link with thee. Oh, let me avenge this deed! Tell me his name, and so yield to me all that thou canst now bestow on Andrew Murray." There was something in the tone of Murray's voice that penetrated to the heart of Helen. "I cannot name him whom I suspect to any but Sir William Wallace, and I would not do it to him," replied she, "were it not to warn him against future danger. I did not see the assassin's face; therefore how dare I set you to take vengeance on one who perchance may be innocent? I forgive him my blood, since Heaven has spared to Scotland its protector." "If he be a Southron," cried Baron Hilton, coming forward, "name him, gracious lady, and I will answer for it, that were he the son of a king, he would meet death from our monarch for this unknightly outrage." "I thank your zeal, brave chief," replied she; "but I would not abandon to certain death even a wicked man. May he repent! I will name him to Sir William Wallace alone; and when he knows his secret enemy, the vigilance of his own honor, I trust, will be his guard. Meanwhile, my father, I would withdraw." Then whispering to him, she was lifted in his arms and Murray's, and carried from the hall. As she moved away, her eyes met those of Wallace. He arose, but she waved her hand to him, with an expression in her countenance of an adieu so firm, yet so tender, that feeling as if he were parting from a beloved sister, who had just risked her life for him, and whom he might never see again, he uttered not a word to any that were present, but leaning on Edwin, left the hall by an opposite door. Chapter 43
of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 43. The Carse of Stirling. Daybreak gleamed over the sky before the wondering spectators of the late extraordinary scene had dispersed to their quarters. De Warenne was so well convinced by what had dropped from De Valence, of his having been the assassin, that when they met at sunrise to take horse for the borders, he made him no other salutation than an exclamation of surprise, not to find him under an arrest for the last night's work. "The wily Scot knew better," replied De Valence, "than so to expose the reputation of the lady. He knew that she received the wound in his arms, and he durst not seize me, for fear I should proclaim it." "He cannot fear that," replied De Warenne, "for he has proclaimed it himself. He has told every particular of his meeting with Lady Helen in the chapel, even her sheltering him with her arms; so there is nothing for you to declare but your own infamy. For infamous I must call it, Lord Aymer; and nothing but the respect I owe my country prevents me pointing the eyes of the indignant Scots to you; nothing but the stigma your exposure would bring upon the English name, could make me conceal the dead." De Valence laughed at this speech of De Warenne's. "Why, my lord warden," said he, "have you been taking lessons of this doughty Scot, that you talk thus? It was not with such sentiments you overthrew the princes of Wales, and made the kings of Ireland fly before you. You would tell another story were your own interests in question; and I can tell you that any vengeance is not satisfied; I will yet see the brightness of those eyes on which the proud daughter of Mar hangs so fondly, extinguished in death. Maid or wife, Helen shall be torn from his arms; and if I cannot make her a virgin bride, she shall at least be mine as his widow, for I swear not to be disappointed." "Shame, De Valence! I should blush to owe my courage to rivalry, or my perseverance in the field to a licentious passion. You know what you have confessed to me were once your designs on Helen Mar." "Every man according to his nature," returned De Valence; and shrugging his shoulders, he mounted his horse. The cavalcade of Southrons now appeared. They were met on the carse by the regent, who, not regarding the smart of a closing wound, advanced at the head of 10,000 men, to see his prisoners over the borders. Lord Mar had informed Wallace what had been the threats of De Valence, and that she suspected him to be the assassin. But this suspicion was put beyond a doubt by the evidence of the dagger, which Edwin had found in the chapel; its hilt was enameled with the martlets of De Valence. At sight of it a general indignation filled the Scottish chiefs, and assembling round their regent, with one breath they demanded that the false earl should be detained and punished, as became the honor of nations, for so execrable a breach of all laws, human and divine. Wallace replied that he believed the attack to have been instigated by a personal motive; and therefore, as he was the object, not the state of Scotland, he should merely acquaint the earl that his villainy was known, and let the shame of disgrace be his punishment. "Ah!" observed Lord Bothwell, "men who trample on conscience soon get over shame." "True," replied Wallace; "but I suit my actions to my mind, not to my enemy's; and if he cannot feel dishonor, I will not so far disparage myself as to think one so base worthy of my resentment." While he was quieting the reawakened indignation of his nobles, whose blood began to boil afresh at the sight of the assassin, the Southron lords, conducted by Lord Mar, approached. When that nobleman drew near, Wallace's first inquiry was for Lady Helen. The earl informed him he had received intelligence of her having slept without fever, and that she was not awake when the messenger came off with his good tidings. That all was likely to be well with her was comfort to Wallace; and, with an unruffled brow, riding up to the squadron of Southrons which was headed by De Warenne and De Valence, he immediately approached the latter, and drawing out the dagger, held it toward him. "The next time, Sir Earl," said he, "that you draw this dagger, let it be with a more knightly aim than assassination." De Valence, surprised, took it in confusion, and without answer; but his countenance told the state of his mind. He was humbled by the man he hated; and while a sense of the disgrace he had incurred tore his proud soul, he had not dignity enough to acknowledge the generosity of his enemy in again giving him a life which his treachery had so often forfeited. Having taken the dagger, he wreaked the exasperated vengeance of his malice upon the senseless steel, and breaking it asunder, threw the pieces into the air; while turning from Wallace with an affected disdain, he exclaimed to the shivered weapon, "You shall not betray me again!" "Nor you betray our honors, Lord de Valence!" exclaimed Earl de Warenne; "and therefore, though the nobleness of the William Wallace leaves you at large after this outrage on his person, we will assert our innocence of connivance with the deed; and, as lord warden of this realm, I order you under arrest till we pass the Scottish lines." "'Tis well," cried Hilton, "that such is your determination, my lord; else no honest man could have continued in the same company with one who has so tarnished the English name." "No!" cried his brother baron, venerable Blenkinsopp, reining up a steed; "I would forfeit house and lands first." De Valence, with an ironical smile, looked toward the squadron, which approached to obey De Warenne, and haughtily answered, "Though it be dishonor to march with me out of Scotland, the proudest of you all will deem it an honor to be allowed to return with me hither. I have an eye on those who stand with cap in hand to rebellion. And for you, Sir William Wallace," added he, turning to him, who was also curbing his impatient charger, "I hold no terms with a rebel, and deem all honor that would rid my sovereign and the earth of such a low born arrogance." Before Wallace could answer he saw De Valence struck from his horse by the Lochaberac's of Edwin. Indignant at the insult offered to his beloved commander, he had suddenly raised his arm, and aiming a blow with all his strength, the earl was immediately stunned and precipitated to the ground. At the sight of the fall of the Southron chief, the Scottish troops, aware of there being some misunderstanding between their regent and the English lords, uttered a shout. Wallace, to prevent accidents, sent instantly to the lines, to appease the tumult, and throwing himself off his horse, hastened to the prostrate earl. A fearful pause reigned throughout the Southron ranks. They did not know but that the enraged Scots would now fall upon them, and, in spite of their regent, exterminate them on the spot. The troops were running forward when Wallace's messengers arrived, and checked them; and himself, calling to Edwin, stopped his further chastisement of the recovering earl. "Edwin, you have done wrong," cried he; "give me that weapon which you have sullied by raising it against a prisoner totally in our power." With a vivid blush the noble boy resigned the weapon to his general. Yet, with an unappeased glance on the prostrate De Valence, he exclaimed, "But have you not granted life twice to this prisoner? And has he not, in return, raised his hand against his life and Lady Helen? You pardon him again! And, in the moment of your clemency, he insults the lord regent of Scotland in the face of both nations! I could not hear this and live without making him feel that you have those about you who will not forgive such crimes." "Edwin," returned Wallace, "had not the lord regent power to punish? And if he see right to hold his hand, then those who strike for him invade his dignity. I should be unworthy the honor of protecting a brave nation, did I stoop to tread on every reptile that stings me in my path. Leave Lord de Valence to the sentence his commander has pronounced; and, as an expiation for your having offended both military and moral law this day, you must remain at Stirling till I return into Scotland." De Valence, hardly awake from the stupor which the blow of the battle ax had occasioned (for indignation had given to the young warrior the strength of manhood), was raised from the ground; and soon after coming to himself and being made sensible of what had happened, he was taken, foaming with rage and mortification, into the center of the Southron lines. Alarmed at the confusion he saw at a distance, Lord Montgomery ordered his litter round from the rear to the front; and, hearing all that had passed, joined with De Warenne in pleading for the abashed Edwin. "His youth and zeal," cried Montgomery, "are sufficient to excuse the intemperance of the deed." "No," interrupted Edwin; "I have offended, and I will expiate. Only, my honored lord," said he, approaching Wallace, while he checked the emotion which would have flowed from his eyes, "when I am absent, sometimes remember that it was Edwin's love which hurried him to this disgrace." "My dear Edwin," returned Wallace, "there are many impetuous spirits in Scotland who need the lesson I now enforce upon you; and they will be brought to maintain the law of honour when they see that their regent spares not its slightest violation, even when committed by his best beloved friend. Farewell, till we meet again." Edwin kissed Wallace's hand in silence; it was not yet wet with his tears; and drawing his bonnet hastily over his eyes, he retired into the rear of Lord Mar's party. That nobleman soon took leave of the regent, who, placing himself at the head of his legions, the trumpets blew the signal of march. Edwin, at the sound which a few minutes before he would have greeted with so much joy, felt his grief swollen heart give way; he sobbed aloud, and striking his heel on the side of his horse, galloped to a distance, to bide from all eyes the violence of his regrets. The trampling of the departing troops rolled over the ground like receding thunder. Edwin at last stole a look toward the plain; he beheld a vast cloud of dust, but no more the squadrons of his friend. Chapter XLIV.
Chapter 44 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Easton. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 44. The Cheviots. As Wallace pursued his march along the once fertile and well-peopled valleys of Clydesdale, their present appearance affected him like the sight of a friend whom he had seen depart in all the graces of youth and prosperity, but met again overcome with disease and wretchedness. The pastures of Carstairs, on the east of the river, which used at this season to be whitened with sheep, and sending forth the lowings of abundant cattle, and the vales, which had teemed with reapers rejoicing in the harvest, were now laid waste and silent. The plain presented one wide flat of desolation. Where once was the enameled meadow, a dreary swamp extended its vapory surface; and the road which a happy peasantry no longer trod, lay choked up with thistles and rank grass; while birds and animals of chase would spring from its thickets, on the lonely traveler, to tell him by their wild astonishment that he was distant from even the haunts of men. The remains of villages were visible, but the blackness of ashes marked the walls of the ruined dwellings. Wallace felt that he was passing through the country in which his Marion had been rifled of her life; and as he moved along, nature all around seemed to have partaken of her death. As he rode over the moors which led toward the district of Crawford Lamington, those hills amidst which the beloved of his soul first drew breath, he became totally silent. Time rolled back; he was no longer the regent of Scotland, but the fond lover of Marion Braidfoot. His heart beat as it was wont to do in turning his horse down the defile which led direct to Lamington; but the scene was completely changed. The groves in which he had so often wandered with her were gone; they had been cut down for the very purpose of destroying that place, which had once been the abode of beauty and innocence, and of all the tender charities. One shattered tower alone remained of the house of Lamington. The scathing of fire embrowned its sides, and the uprooted garden marked where the ravager had been. While his army marched before him along the heights of Crawford, Wallace slowly moved forward, musing on the scene. In turning the angle of a shattered wall, his horse started; and the next moment he perceived an aged figure, with a beard white as snow, and wrapped in a dark plaid, emerging from the ground. At sight of the apparition, Murray, who accompanied his friend, and had hitherto kept silent, suddenly exclaimed: "I conjure you, honest Scot, ghost or man, give us a subject for conversation; and as a beginning, pray tell me to whom this ruined tower belonged." The sight of two warriors in the Scottish garb encouraged the old man; and stepping out on the ground, he drew near to Murray. "Ruined indeed, sir," replied he, "and its story is very sad. When the Southrons, who hold Annandale, heard of the brave acts of Sir William Wallace, they sent an army to destroy this castle and domains, which are his, in right of the Lady Marion of Lamington. Sweet creature! I hear they foully murdered her in Lanark." Murray was smitten speechless at this information; for had he suspected there was any private reason with Wallace for his silent lingering about this desolate spot, he would rather have drawn him away than have stopped to ask questions. "And did you know Lady Marion, venerable old man?" inquired Wallace, in a voice so descriptive of what was passing in his heart, that the old man turned toward him, and struck with his noble mien, he pulled off his bonnet, and bowing, answered, "Did I know her? She was nursed on these knees; and my wife, who cherished her sweet infancy, is now within yon brae. It is our only home; for the Southrons burn us out of the castle, where our young lady left us, when she went to be married to the brave young Wallace. He was as handsome a youth as ever the sun shone upon, and he loved my lady from a boy. I shall never forget the day when she stood on the top of that rock, and let a garland he had made for her fall into the Clyde. Without more ado, never caring because it is the deepest here of any part of the river, he jumps in after it, and I after him; and well I did, for when I caught him by his bonny golden locks, he was insensible. His head had struck against a stone in the plunge, and a great cut was over his forehead. God bless him, a sorry scar it left! But many, I warrant, have the Southrons now made on his comely countenance. I have never seen him since he grew a man." Gregory, the honest steward of Lamington, was now recognized in this old man's narration; but time and hardship had so altered his appearance, that Wallace could not have otherwise recollected the ruddy face and active figure of his well remembered companion, in the shaking limbs and pallid visage of the hoary speaker. When he ended, the chief threw himself from his horse. He approached the old man; with one hand he took off his helmet, and with the other putting back the same golden locks, he said, "Was the scar you speak of anything like this?" His face was now close to the eye of Gregory, who in the action, the words, and the mark, immediately recognizing the young playmate of his happiest days, with an almost shriek of joy, threw himself on his neck and wept. Then looking up, with tears rolling over his cheeks, he exclaimed, "O power of mercy, take me to thyself, since my eyes have seen the deliverer of Scotland!" "Not so, my venerable friend," returned Wallace; "you must make these desolated regions bloom anew. Decorate them, Gregory, as you would do the tomb of your mistress. I give them to you and yours. Marion and I have no posterity. Let her foster brother, if he still live, let him be now the Laird of Lamington." "He does live," replied the old man, "but the shadow of what he was. In attempting, with a few resolute lads, to defend these domains, he was severely wounded. His companions were slain, and I found him on the other side of my lady's garden, left for dead. We fled with him to the woods, and there remained till all about here was laid in ashes. Finding the cruel Southrons had made a general waste, yet fearful of fresh incursions, we and others who had been driven from their homes, dug us subterraneous dwellings, and ever since have lived like fairies in the green hillside. My son and his young wife and babes are now in our cavern, but reduced by sickness and want, for famine is here. Alas! the Southrons, in conquering Scotland, have not gained a kingdom, but made a desert." "And there is a God who marks," returned Wallace. "I go to reap the harvests of Northumberland. What our enemies have ravaged hence, in part they shall refund. A few days, and your granaries shall overflow. Meanwhile, I leave you with my friend," said he, pointing to Murray, "at the head of 500 men. To morrow he may commence the reduction of every English fortress that yet casts a shade on the stream of our native Clyde; for when the sun next rises, the Southrons will have passed the Scottish borders, and then the truce expires." Gregory fell at his feet, and begged that he be allowed to bring his Nanny to see the husband of her once dear child. "Not now," replied Wallace; "I could not bear the interview. She shall see me when I return." He then spoke apart to Murray, who cheerfully acquiesced in a commission that promised him not only the glory of being a conqueror, but the private satisfaction, he hoped, of driving the Southron garrison out of his own paternal castle. To send such news to his noble father at Stirling, would indeed be a wreath of honor to his aged and yet warlike brow. It was then arranged between the young chief and his commander, that watch towers should be thrown up on every conspicuous eminence which skirted the Scottish borders, whence concerted signals of victories, or other information, might be severally interchanged. These preliminaries adjusted, the regent's bugle brought Ker and Sir John Graham to his side. The appointed number of men was left with Murray; and Wallace, joining his other chieftains, bade his friend and honest servant adieu. He now awakened to a sense of the present scene, and speeded his legions over hill and dale, till they entered on the once luxuriant banks of the Annan, this territory of some of the noblest in Scotland, till Bruce, their chief, deserted them. It lay in more terrific ruin than even the tracks he had left. There reigned the silence of the tomb; there existed the expiring agonies of men left to perish. Recent marks of devastation smoked from the blood-stained earth; and in the midst of a barren waste, a few houseless wretches rushed forward at the sight of the regent, threw themselves before his horse, and begged a morsel of food for their famishing selves and dying infants. "Look!" cried an almost frantic mother, holding toward him the living skeleton of a child. "My husband was slain by the Southrons, who hold Lochmaben Castle; my subsistence was carried away, and myself turned forth, to give birth to this child on the rocks. We have fed till this hour on the wild berries; but I die, and my child expires before me." A second group, with shrieks of despair, cried aloud, "Here are our young ones exposed to equal miseries. Give us bread, Regent of Scotland, or we perish." Wallace turned to his troops. "Fast for a day, my brave friends," cried he. "Lay the provisions you have brought with you before these hapless people. To morrow you shall feed largely on Southron tables." He was instantly obeyed. As his men marched on, they threw their loaded wallets amongst the famishing groups, and, followed by their blessings, descended with augmented speed the ravaged hills of Annandale. Dawn was brightening the dark head of Brunswark, as they advanced toward the Scottish boundary. At a distance, like a wreath of white vapors, lay the English camp, along the southern bank of the Esk. At this sight Wallace ordered his bugles to sound. They were immediately answered by those of the opposite host. The heralds of both armies advanced; and the sun rising from behind the eastern hills, shone full upon the legions of Scotland, winding down the romantic precipices of Wauchope. 2 hours arranged every preliminary to the exchange of prisoners; and when the clarion of the trumpet announced that each party was to pass over the river to the side of its respective country, Wallace stood in the midst of his chieftains to receive the last adieus of his illustrious captives. When De Warenne approached, the regent took off his helmet; the Southron had already his in his hand. "Farewell, gallant Scot," said he; "if aught could embitter this moment of recovered freedom, it is that I leave a man I so revere, still confident in a finally hopeless cause." "It would not be the less just were it indeed desperate," replied Wallace; "but had not Heaven shown on which side it fought, I should not now have the honor of thus bidding the brave De Warenne farewell." The earl passed on, and the other lords, with grateful and respectful looks, paid their obeisance. The litter of Montgomery drew near; the curtains were thrown open. Wallace stretched out his hand to him. "The prayers of sainted innocence are thine." "Never more shall her angel spirit behold me here, as you now behold me," returned Montgomery. "I must be a traitor to virtue, before I ever again bear arms against Sir William Wallace." Wallace pressed his hand, and they parted. The escort which guarded De Valence advanced, and the proud earl, seeing where his enemy stood, took off his gauntlet, and throwing it fiercely toward him, exclaimed, "Carry that to your minion Ruthven, and tell him the hand that wore it will yet be tremendously revenged." As the Southron ranks filed off toward Carlisle, those of the returning Scottish prisoners approached their deliverer. Now it was that the full clangor of joy burst from every breast and triumph breathing instrument in the Scottish legions; now it was that the echoes rung with loud huzzas of "Long live the valiant Wallace, who brings our nobles out of captivity! Long live our matchless regent!" As these shouts rent the air, the Lords Badenoch and Athol drew near. The princely head of the former bent with proud acknowledgment to the mild dignity of Wallace. Badenoch's penetrating eye saw that it was indeed the patriotic guardian of his country to whom he bowed, and not the vain affecter of regal power. At his approach, Wallace alighted from his horse, and received his offered hand and thanks with every grace inherent in his noble nature. "I am happy," returned he, "to have been the instrument of recalling to my country one of the princes of her royal blood." "And while one drop of it exists in Scotland," replied Badenoch, "its possessors must acknowledge the bravest of our defenders in Sir William Wallace." Athol next advanced; but his gloomy countenance contradicted his words when he attempted to utter a similar sense of obligation. Sir John Monteith was eloquent in his thanks, and Sir William Maitland was not less sincere in his gratitude, than Wallace was in joy at having given liberty to so near a relation of Helen Mar. The rest of the captive Scots, to the number of several hundred, were ready to kiss the feet of the man who thus restored them to their honors, their country, and their friends; and Wallace bowed his happy head under a shower of blessings which poured on him from 1,000 grateful hearts. In pity to the wearied travelers, he ordered tents to be pitched; and for the sake of their distant friends, he dispatched a detachment to the top of Langholm Hill, to send forth a smoke in token to the Clydesdale watch of the armistice being ended. He had hardly seen it ascend the mountain, when Graham arrived from reconnoitering, and told him that an English army of great strength was approaching by the foot of the more southern hills, to take the reposing Scots by surprise. "They shall find us ready to receive them," was the prompt reply of Wallace; and his actions were ever the companions of his words. Leaving the new arrived Scots to rest on the banks of the Esk, he put himself at the head of 5,000 men; and dispatching 1,000 more, with Sir John Graham, to pass the Cheviots, and be in ambush to attack the Southrons when he should give the signal, he marched swiftly forward, and soon fell in with some advanced squadrons of the enemy, amongst the recesses of those hills. Little expecting such a rencounter, they were marching in defiles upon the lower ridgy craigs, to avoid the swamps which occupied the broader way. At sight of the Scots, Lord Percy, the Southron commander, ordered a party of his archers to discharge their arrows. The artillery of war being thus opened afresh, Wallace drew his bright sword, and waving it before him, just as the sun set, called aloud to his followers. His inspiring voice echoed from hill to hill; and the higher detachments of the Scots, pouring downward with the resistless impetuosity of their own mountain streams, precipitated their enemies into the valley; while Wallace, with his pikemen, charging the horses in those slippery paths, drove the terrified animals into the morasses, where some sunk at once, and others, plunging, threw their riders, to perish in the swamp. Desperate at the confusion which now ensued, as his archers fell headlong from the rocks, and his cavalry lay drowning before him, Lord Percy called up his infantry. They appeared, but though 10,000 strong, the determined Scots met their first ranks breast to breast, and leveling them with their companions, rushed on the rest with the force of a thunderstorm. It was at this period that the signal was given from the horn of Wallace; and the division of Graham, meeting the retreating Southrons, as they attempted to form behind the hill, completed their defeat. The slaughter became dreadful, the victory decisive. Sir Ralph Latimer, the second in command, was killed in the first onset; and Lord Percy himself, after fighting as became his brave house, fled, covered with wounds, toward Alnwick. Chapter 45 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Easton. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 45 Lochmaben Castle. This being the seasons of harvest in the northern counties of England, Wallace carried his reapers, not to lay their sickle to the field, but, with their swords, to open themselves a way into the southern granaries. The careful victor, meanwhile, provided for the wants of his friends on the other side of the Esk. The plunder of Percy's camp was dispatched to them, which being abundant in all kinds of provisions, was more than sufficient to keep them in ample store till they could reach Stirling. From that point, the released chiefs had promised their regent they would disperse to their separate estates, collect recruits, and reduce the distracted state of the country into some composed order. Wallace had disclosed his wish and mode of effecting this renovation of public happiness before he left Stirling. It contained a plan of military organization, by which each youth able to bear arms should not only be instructed in the dexterous use of the weapons of war, but in the duties of subordination, and above all, have the nature of the rights for which he was to contend explained to him. They only require to be thoroughly known, to be regarded as inestimable, added he. But while we raise around us the best bulwark of any nation, a brave and well disciplined people, while we teach them to defend their liberties, let us see that they deserve them. Let them be men contending for virtuous independence, not savages fighting for licentious unrestraint. We must have our youth of both sexes, in towns and villages, from the castle to the cot, taught the saving truths of Christianity. From that root will branch all that is needful to make them useful members of the state, virtuous and happy. And, while war is in our hands, let us in all things prepare for peace, that the sword may gently bend into the sickle, the dirk to the pruning hook. There was an expansive providence in all this, a concentrating plan of public weal, which few of the nobles had ever even glanced at, as a design conceivable for Scotland. There were many of these warrior chiefs who could not even understand it. "Ah, my lords," replied he to their warlike objections, "deceive not yourselves with the belief that by the mere force of arms a nation can render itself great and secure. Industry, temperance, and discipline amongst the people, with moderation and justice in the higher orders, are the only aliments of independence. They bring you riches and power, which make it the interest of those who might have been your enemies to court your friendship." The graver council at Stirling had received his plan with enthusiasm; and when, on the day of his parting with the released chiefs on the banks of the Esk, with all the generous modesty of his nature, he submitted his design to them, rather to obtain their approbation as friends, than to enforce it with the authority of a regent; when they saw him, thus coming down from the dictatorship to which his unrivaled talents had raised him, to equal himself still with them, all were struck with admiration; and Lord Badenoch could not but mentally exclaim, "The royal qualities of this man can well afford this expense of humility. Bend as he will, he has only to speak, to show his superiority over all, and to be sovereign again." There was a power in the unostentatious virtues of Wallace, which, declaring themselves rather in their effects than by display, subdued the princely spirit of Badenoch; and, while the proud chief recollected how he had contemned the pretensions of Bruce, and could not brook the elevation of Baliol, how his soul was in arms when, after he had been persuaded to acknowledge the supremacy of Edward, the throne was given to one of his rivals. He wondered at himself to find that his very heart bowed before the gentle and comprehensive wisdom of an untitled regent. Athol alone, of the group, seemed insensible to the benefits his country was deriving from its resistless protector; but he expressed his dissent from the general sentiment with no more visible sign than a cold silence. When the messenger from Wallace arrived on the banks of the Esk with so large a booty, and the news of his complete victory over the gallant Percy, the exultation of the Scottish nobles knew no bounds. On Badenoch opening the regent's dispatches, he found they repeated his wish for his brave coadjutors to proceed to the execution of the plan they had sanctioned with their approbation. They were to march directly for Stirling, and on their way dispense the superabundance of the plunder amongst the perishing inhabitants of the land. He then informed the earl, that while the guard he had left him with would escort the liberated Scots beyond the Forth, the remainder of the troops should be thus disposed: Lord Andrew Murray was to remain chief in command in Clydesdale; Sir Eustace Maxwell to give up the wardship of Douglas to Sir John Monteith, and then advance into Annandale, to assist Sir Roger Kirkpatrick, who must now have begun the reduction of the castles in the west of that province. At the close of this account, Wallace added that himself, with his brave band, were going to traverse the English counties to the Tees mouth; and should Heaven bless his arms, he would send the produce round by the Berwick fleet, to replenish the exhausted stores of the Highlands. Next year, continued he, I trust they will have ample harvests of their own. And what Wallace said he hoped to do, he did. The Southron's country was panic struck at the defeat of Percy. His beaten army, flying in all directions before the conquering legions, gave such dreadful and hyperbolic accounts of their might, and of the giant prowess of their leader, that as soon as ever the Scottish spears were seen rising the summit of any hill, or even gleaming along the horizon, every village was deserted, every cot left without inhabitant, and corn and cattle, and every kind of property, fell into the hands of the Scots. Lord Percy lay immovable with wounds in his castle at Alnwick; and his hopeless state, by intimidating his followers, contradicted the orders he gave to face the marauding enemy. [Footnote: This famous castle, of so many heroic generations, is still the princely residence of the head of the house of Percy. End footnote.] Several times they attempted to obey, but as often showed their inability. They collected under arms, but the moment their foe appeared, they fled within the castle walls, or buried themselves in deep obscurities amongst the surrounding hills. Not a sheaf in the fields of Northumberland did the Scots leave, to knead into bread for its earl; not a head of cattle to smoke upon his board. The country was sacked from sea to sea; but far different was its appearance from that of the trampled valleys of Scotland. There fire had burned up the soil, the hand of violence had leveled the husbandman's cottage, had buried his implements in the ruins, had sacrificed himself on its smoking ashes. There the fatherless babe wept its unavailing wants, and at its side sat the distracted widow, wringing her hands in speechless misery; for there lay her murdered husband, here her perishing child. With such sights the heart of Wallace had been pierced, when he passed through the lowland counties of his country; nay, as he scoured the highland districts of the Grampians, even there had he met the foot of barbarian man and cruel desolation. For thus it was that the Southron garrisons had provisional themselves, by robbing the poor of their bread, and, when they resisted, firing their dwellings, and punishing the refractory with death. But not so the generous enmity of Sir William Wallace; his commission was, not to destroy, but to save; and though he carried his victorious army to feed on the Southron plains, and sent the harvests of England to restore the wasted fields of Scotland, yet he did no more. No fire blasted his path, No innocent blood cried against him from the ground. When the impetuous zeal of his soldiers, flushed with victory, and in the heat of vengeance, would have laid several hamlets in ashes, he seized the brand from the destroying party, and throwing it into an adjoining brook, "Show yourselves worthy the advantages you have gained," cried he, "by the moderation with which you used them. Consider yourselves as the soldiers of the all powerful God, who alone has conducted you to victory; for, with a few, has he not enabled us to subdue a host? Behave as becomes your high destiny, and debase not yourselves by imitating the hirelings of ambition, who receive, as the wages of their valor, the base privilege to ravage and murder. I wish you to distinguish between a spirit of reprisal in what I do, and that of retaliation, which actuates your present violence. What our enemies had robbed us of, as far as they can restore, I take again. Their bread shall feed our famishing country; their wool clothe its nakedness. But blood for blood, unless the murderer could be made to bleed, is a doctrine abhorrent to God and to humanity. What justice is there in destroying the habitations and lives of a set of harmless people, because the like cruelty has been committed by a lawless army of their countrymen upon their unoffending brethren? Your hearts may make the answer; but if they are hardened against the pleadings of humanity, let prudence show your interest in leaving those men alive, and with their means unimpaired, who will produce other harvests, if need be, to fill our scantier granaries. Thus I reason with you, and I hope many are convinced; but they who are insensible to argument must fear authority; and I declare that every man who inflicts injury on the houses, or on the persons of the quietest peasantry of this land, shall be punished as a traitor to the state." According to the different dispositions of men, this reasoning prevailed; and from the end of September, the time when Wallace first entered Northumberland, to the month of November, when, having scoured the counties of England, even to the gates of York, he returned to Scotland, not an offense was committed which would occasion his merciful spirit regret. It was on All Saints' Day when he again approached the Esk; and so great was his spoil that his return seemed more like some vast caravan moving the merchandise of half the world, than the march of an army which had so lately passed that river, a famishing though valorous host. The outpost of Carlaverock soon informed Maxwell the lord regent was in sight. At the joyful intelligence, a double smoke streamed from every watch hill in Annandale; and Sir Eustace had hardly appeared on the Solway bank to meet his triumphant chief, when the eager speed of the rough knight of Torthorald brought him there also. Wallace, as his proud charger plunged into the ford, and the heavy wagons groaned after him, was welcomed to the shore by the shouts not only of the soldiers which had followed Maxwell and Kirkpatrick, but by the people who came in crowds to hail their preserver. The squalid hue of famine had left every face, and each smiling countenance, beaming with health, security, and gratitude, told Wallace more emphatically than 1,000 tongues the wisdom of the means he had used to regenerate his country. Maxwell had prepared the fortress of Lochmaben, once the residence of Bruce, for the reception of the regent; and thither Wallace was conducted, in prouder triumph than ever followed the chariot wheels of Caesar. Blessings were the clarions that preceded him; and hosts of people, whom he had saved when ready to perish, were voluntary actors in his pageant. When he arrived in sight of the two capacious locks, which spread like lucid wings on each side of the castle, he turned to Graham. "What pity," said he, "that the rightful owner of his truly regal dwelling does not act as becomes his blood! He might now be entering its gates as king, and Scotland find rest under its lawful monarch." "But he prefers being a parasite in the court of a tyrant," replied Sir John; "and from such a school Scotland would reject its king." "But he has a son," replied Wallace, "a brave and generous son. I am told by Lord Montgomery, who knew him in Guienne, that a nobler spirit does not exist. On his brows, my dear Graham, we must hope one day to see the crown." "Then only as your heir, my lord regent," interrupted Maxwell; "for while you live, I can answer for it that no Scot will acknowledge any other ruler." "I will first eat my own sword!" cried Kirkpatrick. At this moment the portcullis of the gate was raised, and Maxwell falling back to make way for the regent, Wallace had not time to answer a sentiment, now so familiar to him by hearing it from every grateful heart, that he hardly remarked its tendency, a fact the more easily to be believed, from the ambition of such reward never receiving acceptance in his well principled mind. Ever pressing toward establishing the happiness of his country, he hastened over the splendid repast that was prepared for him; and dispensing with the ceremonials with which the zeal of Maxwell sought to display his respect for the virtues and station of his commander, he retired with Graham to write dispatches, and to apportion shares of the spoil to the necessities of the provinces. In these duties his wakeful eye was kept open the greatest part of the night. They for whom he labored slept securely; that thought was rest to him. But they closed not their eyes without praying for the sweet repose of their benefactor; and he found it, not in sleep, but in that peace of heart which the world cannot give. Chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of the Scottish Chiefs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. The Scottish Chiefs by Miss Jane Porter. Chapter 46. Lamington. Day succeeded day in the execution of these beneficial designs. When fulfilled, the royal halls of Lochmaben did not long detain him who knew no satisfaction but when going about doing good. While he was thus employed, raising with the quickness of magic, by the hands of his soldiers, the lately ruined hamlets into well-built villages, while the grey smoke curled from 1,000 russet cottages which now spotted the sides of the snow-clad hills; while all the lowlands, whithersoever he directed his steps, breathed of comfort and abundance, he felt like the father of a large family, in the midst of a happy and vast home, where every eye turned on him with reverence, every lip with gratitude. He had hardly gone the circuit of these now cheerful valleys, when an embassy from England, which had first touched at Lochmaben, overtook him at the Tower of Lamington. The ambassadors were Edmund, Earl of Arundel, a nobleman who had married the only sister of de Warenne, and Anthony Beck, Bishop of Durham. At the moment their splendid cavalcade, escorted by a party from Sir Eustace Maxwell, entered the gate of Lamington. Wallace was in the hourly expectation of Edwin, and hearing the trampling of horses, he hastened into the courtyard, attended by Gregory's grandchildren. One was in his arms, 2 others held by his plaid, and a third played with the sword he had unbuckled from his side. It was a clear frosty day, and the keenness of the air brightened the complexion of Wallace, while it deepened the roses of his infant companions. The leader of the Scottish escort immediately proclaimed to the ambassadors that this was the regent. At the sight of so uncourtly a scene, the haughty prelate of Durham drew back. "This man will not understand his own interest," said he, in a disdainful whisper to Lord Arundel. "I am inclined to think his estimation of it will be beyond ours." As the earl made this reply, the officer of Maxwell informed Wallace of the names and errand of the illustrious strangers. At the mention of a Southron, the elder children ran screaming into the house, leaving the youngest, who continued on the breast of Wallace. The bishop drew near. "We come, Sir William Wallace," cried the prelate, in a tone whose lordly pitch lowered when his surprised eye saw the princely dignity which shone over the countenance of the man whose domestic appearance, when descried at a distance, had excited his contempt. "We come from the King of England, with a message for your private ear." "And I hope, gallant chief," joined Lord Arundel, "what we have to impart will give peace to both nations, and establish in honour the most generous as well as the bravest of enemies." Wallace bowed to the earl's compliment. He knew by his title that he must be the brother of De Warenne; and, resigning the child into the arms of Graham, with a graceful welcome he conducted the Southron lords into the hall. Lord Arundel, looking around, said, "Are we alone, Sir William?" "Perfectly," he replied; "and I am ready to receive any proposals for peace which the rights of Scotland will allow her to accept." The earl drew from his bosom a gold casket, and laying it on a table before him, addressed the regent: "Sir William Wallace, I come to you, not with the denunciation of an implacable liege lord, whom a rash vassal has offended, but in the grace of the most generous of monarchs, anxious to convert a brave insurgent into the loyal friend. My lord the king, having heard by letters from my brother in law, the Earl de Warenne, of the honorable manner with which you treated the English whom the fate of battle threw into your power, his majesty, instead of sending over from Flanders a mighty army to overwhelm this rebellious kingdom, has deputed me, even as an ambassador, to reason with the rashness he is ready to pardon. Also, with this diadem," continued the earl, drawing a circlet of jewels from the casket, "which my brave sovereign tore from the brows of a Saracen prince on the ramparts of Acre, he sends the assurance of his regard for the heroic virtues of his enemy. And to these jewels he will add a more efficient crown, if Sir William Wallace will awake from this trance of false enthusiasm, and acknowledge, as he is in duty bound to do, the supremacy of England over this country. Speak but the word, noblest of Scots," added the earl, "and the Bishop of Durham has orders from the generous Edward immediately to anoint you King of Scotland. That done, my royal master will support you in your throne against every man who may dare to dispute your authority." At these words Wallace rose from his seat. "My lord," said he, "since I took up arms for injured Scotland, I have been used to look into the hearts of men. I therefore estimate with every due respect the compliment which this message of your king pays to my virtues. Had he thought that I deserved the confidence of Scotland, he would not have insulted me with offering a price for my allegiance. To be even a crowned vassal of King Edward is far beneath my ambition. Take back the Saracen's diadem. It shall never dishonor the brows of him who has sworn by the cross to maintain the independence of Scotland, or to lay down his life in the struggle." "Weigh well, brave sir," resumed the earl, "the consequences of this answer. Edward will soon be in England; he will march hither himself, not at the head of such armies as you have discomfited, but with countless legions; and when he falls upon any country in indignation, the places of its cities are known no more." "Better for a brave people so to perish," replied Wallace, "than to exist in dishonor. What dishonor, noble Scot, can accrue from acknowledging the supremacy of your liege lord? Or to what can the proudest ambition in Scotland extend, beyond that of possessing its throne?" "I am not such a slave," cried Wallace, "as to prefer what men might call aggrandizement before the higher destiny of preserving to my country its birthright, independence. To be the guardian of her laws, and of the individual right of every man born on Scottish ground, is my ambition. Ill should I perform the one duty, were I to wrong the posterity of Alexander by invading their throne, and horrible would be my treason against the other, could I sell my confiding country for a name and a bauble into the grasp of a usurper." "Brand not with so unjust an epithet the munificent Edward," interrupted Lord Arundel. "Let your own noble nature be a witness of his. Put from you all the prejudice which the ill conduct of his officers have excited, and you must perceive that in accepting his terms you will best repay your country's confidence by giving it peace." "So great would be my damning sin in such an acceptance," cried Wallace, "that I should be abhorred by God and man. You talk of noble minds, earl. Look into your own, and will it not tell you that in the moment a people bring themselves to put the command of their actions, and with that their consciences, into the hands of a usurper, and that Edward is one in Scotland our annals and his tyrannies declare, they sell their birthright and become unworthy of the name of men. In that deed they abjure the gift with which God has entrusted them, and justly the angels of his host depart from them. You know the sacred axiom, virtue is better than life. By that we are commanded to preserve the one at the expense of the other, and we are ready to obey. Neither the threats nor the blandishments of Edward have power to shake the resolves of those who draw the sword of the Lord and of Gideon." "Rebellious man!" exclaimed Beck, who had listened impatiently, and whose haughty spirit could ill brook such towering language being directed to his sovereign. "Since you dare quote Scripture to sanction crime, hear my embassage. To meet the possibility of this flagitious obstinacy, I came armed with the thunder of the Church and the indignation of a justly incensed monarch. Accept his most gracious offers, delivered to you by the Earl of Arundel. Here is the cross to receive your oath of fealty," cried he, stretching it forth, as if he thought his commands were irresistible. "But beware! Keep it with a truer faith than did the traitor Baliol, or expect the malediction of Heaven, the exterminating vengeance of your liege lord." Wallace was not discomposed by this attack from the stormy prelate. "My Lord of Durham," replied he, with his usual tranquil air, "had your sovereign sent me such proposals as became a just king, and were possible for an honest Scot to admit, he should have found me ready to have treated him with the respect due to his rank and honor. But when he demands the sacrifice of my integrity, when he asks me to sign a deed that would again spread this renovated land with devastation, were I to consider the glozing language of his embassy as grace and nobleness, I should belie my own truth, which tramples alike on his menaces and his pretended claims. And I ask you, priest of Heaven, is he a God greater than Jehovah, that I should fear him?" "And durst thou presume, audacious rebel," exclaimed Beck, "that the light of Israel deign to shine on a barbarian nation in arms against a hero of the cross? Reprobate that thou art, answer to thine own condemnation. Does not the Church declare the claims of Edward to be just? And who dare gainsay her decrees? The voice of him you pretend to serve. He is no respecter of persons. He raises the poor from the dust, and by his arm the tyrant and his host are plunged into the overwhelming waves. Bishop, I know in whom I trust. Is the minister greater than his lord, that I should believe the word of a synod against the declared will of God? Neither anathema nor armed thousands shall make me acknowledge the supremacy of Edward. He may conquer the body, but the soul of a patriot he can never subdue." "Then," cried Beck, suddenly rising, black with choler, and stretching his crozier over the head of Wallace, as the rod of Moses shed plagues, miseries, and death over the land of Egypt, I invoke the like judgments to fall on this rebellious land, on its blasphemous leader, and thus I leave it my curse." Wallace smiled as the terrific words fell from the lips of this demon in sacred guise. Lord Arundel observed him. "You despise this malediction, Sir William Wallace. I thought more piety had dwelt with so much military nobleness." "I should not regard the curses of a congregated world," replied Wallace, "when my conscience as loudly proclaims that God is on my side. And is he not omniscient, that he should be swayed by the prejudices of men? Does he not read the heart? Is he not master of all causes? And shall I shrink, when I know that I hold his commission? Shall I not regard those anathemas even as the artillery with which the adversary would drive me from my post? But did the clouds rain fire and the earth open beneath me, I would not stir. For I know who planted me here, and as long as he wills me to stand, neither men nor devils can move me hence." "Thou art incorrigible!" cried Beck. "I would say firm," rejoined Arundel, overawed by the majesty of virtue, "could I regard as he does the cause he has espoused. But as it is, noble Wallace," continued he, "I must regret your infatuation, and instead of the peace I thought to leave with you, hurl war, never ending, extirpating war, upon the head of this devoted nation." And as he spoke he threw his lance. [Footnote: To throw a spear was an ancient mode of denouncing war.] Against the opposite wall, in which it stuck and stood shivering. Then taking up the casket, with its splendid contents, he replaced it in his bosom. Beck had turned away in wrath from the table, and advancing with a magisterial step to the door, he threw it open, as if he thought that longer to breathe the same air with the person he had excommunicated would infect him with his own curses. On opening the door, a group of Scots, who waited in the antechamber, hastened forward. At the sight of the prelate they raised their bonnets, and hesitated to pass. He stood on the threshold, proudly neglectful of their respect. In the next minute Wallace appeared with Lord Arundel. "Brave knight," said the earl, "the adieus of a man as sensible of your private worth as he regrets the errors of your public opinion, abide with you." "Were Edward sensible to virtue, like his brave subjects," replied the chief, "I should not fear that another drop of blood need be shed in Scotland to convince him of his present injustice. Farewell, noble earl. The generous candor of yourself and of your brother in law will ever live in the remembrance of William Wallace." While he yet spoke, a youth broke from the group before them, and rushing toward the regent, threw himself with a cry of joy at his feet. "My Edwin, my brother!" exclaimed Wallace, and immediately raising him, clasped him in his arms. The throng of Scots who had accompanied their young leader from Stirling, now crowded about the chief, some kneeling and kissing his garments, others ejaculating, with uplifting hands, their thanks at seeing their protector in safety, and with redoubled glory. "You forgive me, my master and friend!" cried Edwin, forgetting, in the happy agitation of his mind, the presence of the English ambassadors. "It was only as a master I condemned you, my brother," returned Wallace. "Every proof of your affection must render you dearer to me; and had it been exerted against an offender not so totally in my power, you would not have met my reprimand. But ever remember that the persons of prisoners are inviolable, for they lie on the bosom of mercy, and who that has honor would take them thence?" Lord Arundel, who had lingered to observe this short but animated scene, now ventured to interrupt it. "May I ask, noble Wallace," said he, "if this interesting youth be the brave young Ruthven, who distinguished himself at Dumbarton, and who, De Warenne told me, incurred a severe though just sentence from you, in consequence of his attack upon one whom, as a soldier, I blush to name?" "It is the same," replied Wallace. "The valour and fidelity of such as he are as sinews to my arms, and bring a more grateful empire to my heart, than all the crowns which may be in the power of Edward to bestow." "I have often seen the homage of the body," said the earl, "but here I see that of the soul; and were I a king, I should envy Sir William Wallace." "Thy speech is that of a courtier or a traitor!" suddenly exclaimed Beck, turning with a threatening brow on Lord Arundel. "Beware, earl! for what has now been said must be repeated to the royal Edward, and he will judge whether flattery to this proud rebel be consistent with your allegiance." "Every word that has been uttered in this conference I will myself deliver to King Edward," replied Lord Arundel. "He shall know the man on whom he may be forced by justice to denounce the sentence of rebellion; and when the puissance of his royal arm lays this kingdom at his feet, the virtues of Sir William Wallace may then find the clemency he now contemns." Beck did not condescend to listen to the latter part of this explanation, but proceeding to the courtyard, had mounted his horse before his worthier colleague appeared from the hall. Taking a gracious leave of Sir John Graham, who attended him to the door, the earl exclaimed: "What miracle is before me? Not the mighty mover only of this wide insurrection is in the bloom of manhood, but all his generals that I have seen appear in the very morning of youth; and you conquer our veterans by long experience and hairs grown grey in camps and battles." "Then by our morning judge what our day may be," replied Graham; "and show your monarch that as surely as the night of death will in some hour close upon prince and peasant, this land shall never again be overshadowed by his darkness." "Listen not to their bold treasons!" cried Beck; and setting spurs to his horse, in no very clerical style he galloped out of the gates. Arundel made some courteous reply to Graham; then, bowing to the rest of the Scottish officers who stood around, turned his steed, and, followed by his escort, pursued the steps of the bishop along the snow covered banks of the Clyde. Chapter 46